everyone, this is Lacoste. We're here in Belgrade. This is the second day of the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament. We had a lot of action happening in these last 2 days, so I want to grab someone from my team to ask him a couple of questions. Hey B-Cop man, how you doing?
Oh, how you doing, Lacoste?
Let's shake hands.
Yeah.
How was today?
It was good. It was really good.
Were there
Fun
any
games.
unexpected picks that you've seen so far today?
Unexpected picks?
Yeah.
Abaddon Miero was unexpected pick. Really exciting to watch. Didn't think it was going to be enough of a cook, but they cooked it just right. Looked good.
Are people picking different heroes, or is it just BetBoom team experimenting a lot?
A little bit of BetBoom experimenting, but everything seems to be on meta. A little Lich here and there, but it's on point. Shadow Shaman, a couple picks. That might be a little bit out of the ordinary, but pretty normal so far.
What is your favorite team?
My favorite team is probably Yakult's brothers. Obviously, the Chinese bias is with me, so I'm rooting for them.
Guessed. Is there a specific matchup that you're looking forward to?
Yeah, Yakult against Spirit is definitely a good one.
What is the best highlight of the day that everybody has to see? Was there a specific play?
The way BetBoom played today is the highlight for me. There wasn't one exact moment, but I think the entire 2-0 over Liquid, definitely the highlight for me.
So it's been an intense day so far. 2 teams made it to the playoffs. 2 teams are packing their bags and going back home. Let's give the floor to both the winners and the losers.
Просто пришли в плохой индивидуальной форме, а индивидуальная форма сказывается на командной, как-то так все чуть-чуть, по чуть-чуть, и вот так вот складывается в плохую полностью игру.
Любую команду, я думаю, из топ-3 DPC можно получить, неважно. То есть турнир может по-разному пройти, поэтому посмотрим.
That's something we don't really think that much. We have a meme in the team, like we say that no matter if we lose, kkk, but like we know we are good, so it doesn't really make a difference, right? Against Aurora, I don't know if we were the underdogs for the bets. For me, we were clearly better, and it didn't make a difference, you know.
Очевидно, остальные команды, они практикуются постоянно, а у нас, так сказать, есть небольшой застой, и было очевидно, что другие команды будут нас сильнее. То, что мы вылетим на 0 ТАИ, этого ожидать, конечно, никто не хотел и не мог. Но как получилось, так получилось.
Не хотелось бы раскрывать все стратегии, но посмотрим, может быть, выйдет пуш какой-нибудь погулять с Виспом или Течис.
Честно, я думаю, формат вообще не влияет ни на что. То есть, да, можно сказать, что там, вот, ты играешь там Best of 1, тем более ББ Тундра, как будто бы очень тяжело играть, но по факту, если ты играешь как, будем честны, как боты, да, то тебе формат не поможет.
That wraps up day 2 here at FISSURE Playground. Make sure to tune in tomorrow for more exciting matches, and make sure to come on January 31st because we're opening the doors for the live audience. Get your ticket now and come join us.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got another day here for the Swiss stage action for the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota event. Yes, Lacoste is right. We don't have long until the doors open up and the fans can go through to watch these incredible teams play. And some of those teams will be eliminated today. Some of those teams as well will guarantee a spot to play in front of that live audience, Dano.
Yeah, they will indeed, but as we saw from some of those losers' interviews, both yesterday and in the little bit of a recap, they are not pulling a lot of punches. They're saying we weren't prepared enough, we weren't good enough, and honestly, from the couple of Eastern European players that were playing in those teams, it is that refreshing honesty that we get to see. You know, there's no PR speak. It was, I mean, they even called themselves bots there on Shopify Rebellion, which is, you know, certainly harsh, but it didn't really look like they were close in any of their 3 series.
No, unfortunately it didn't. Of course, you a lot of fans for us, for Southeast Asia, you're Persian Scam, but Tomato is always really, really lovely. I don't know much about, of course, Hellscream and Amaterasu, but still, Shopify, you're always rooting for them and hoping that they do well, especially considering they are kind of leading their region. But there is still one more from North America left standing. Let's see how they are going to continue to go, as we do have our bracket round 4, second final round here. So we're gonna have to see who is able to move on. Of course, we're going to be covering we'll actually get the schedule up pretty shortly, so we'll go through the bracket at the moment. Again, just to remind everyone, you need 3 wins to move on, so that upper portion of round 4 those teams have the opportunity to qualify today, and then the lower portion of the round 4, those teams are fighting for their lives.
Yeah, and the teams that win in the lower portion and the teams that lose in the upper portion of round 4, they will be playing against each other for the last day of this Swiss group stage to determine who are the last people that are going to be able to qualify for the event. So I'm excited to see how that's all going to span out, which are the 8 teams that are going to be there at the end of January for the live event in Belgrade. And, which teams it's going to be. Just mentioning on, the series that we might be covering, Wildcard versus Tundra, that's the big one that has a lot of question marks around it, right? A lot of people didn't put a lot of respect onto Wildcard leading into this, and they absolutely crushed Xtreme to be able to start off the entire tournament. That was a 24-minute victory. We're looking completely dominant, and you talk about dominant victories. Talon had one against Tundra, 40-4 kill score, where Tundra didn't look anywhere remotely close. So a lot of people leading into this might say, oh, it's Tundra, they've got every reason to be the favorites, but just based on what we've seen so far, I think it's going to be a lot closer than that.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's going to be a lot closer, and honestly, the other series as well, I don't know where the power is for like Yakult and Avulus, and kind of same with Aurora and Xtreme. So this is the schedule, at least for the secondary stream, and I think we'll pop the schedule up as well for the main stream as well, so you guys are aware what's going on, just to make it easier. If you're wanting to see some dreams crushed, you stick on this stream. If you want to see some people qualifying to the LAN event, that's where the main stream is going to have that action. They're going to be kicking off Liquid versus Paravision. That is a rematch, of course, with the recent grand finals in Bangkok. And Liquid, their last 2 losses to be eliminated from LAN events have been dealt by the hands of Paravision. So of course this is a new team with Satanic coming through. You've then got Spirit and Talon, 2 teams that have had good results, and then also they've had some shaky ones. And then to finish the day, Falcons versus Gaming. There's some incredible series today.
Yeah, definitely. And really could go either way with a lot of those games. I mean, the real Chads, though, will be watching both streams, of course. They'll have either on 2 monitors, on your phone, however you want to do it. And you've got to make sure you're putting that exclamation mark F as well in the chat, just to be able to follow wherever the streams might be coming up with the games, as well as all sorts of social media, because I'm sure there's going to be plenty of content as we get deeper and deeper into this tournament as well. So just on those games that are going to be played today, obviously we're going to be covering the first one. So that's something we'll be discussing in depth. Just want to get your quick thoughts, Aries, on Yakult Brothers versus Avulus, Aurora versus Xtreme. Any predictions there?
I believe that Avulus will 2-0. I think they are. I'm not that impressed with Yakult Brothers at the moment. And Aurora versus Xtreme, I think Aurora will 2-1.
I'm exactly the same as you. I think maybe it'll be a 2-1 for Avulus as well, but I think in terms of the teams that are going to be winning the series, I think that's just going to be the way that it goes down. But we'll have to wait and see. I mean, you got to remember that Xtreme Gaming did 2-0 Chimera, and they looked pretty confident in being able to do so, and Aurora's only win has come up against Paravision. Very strong team for sure, but that was a best of 1. So, anything can happen in a best of 1. You can kind of catch people off guard, and it was the first series of the entire tournament as well. So we'll have to see how much that impacts the mentality going into this. I don't really feel like there's been much of a tournament meta that's been developing just yet. Do you? I mean, Lycan is pretty much it.
I feel like it's still the meta that we were expecting, right?
Yeah.
Coming into it. Like, sure, there are some heroes that are getting played that we were not. Like BetBoom, of course, we saw pulling out the Abaddon and the Io Marcy. These, of course, 2 teams as well. They have something up their sleeve. We saw Wildcard on day 1 with the Jungle Venomancer. We've been seeing the Night Stalker carry, which is definitely something that we're not. I don't know. I haven't been able to watch every game, of course, but I believe no one else is doing. Broodmother as well was kind of not really picked a whole lot in the qualifiers leading up into this, at least the games again in Eastern Europe that I was seeing. So I would say Wildcard definitely have some interesting strategies, and honestly Tundra always will as well. Any team I feel like that is led by 33 is more than likely going to have something that is up their sleeve as well. But I don't think we have like a really defined meta at the moment. That'll probably start to brew a little bit more once we get to the playoffs.
Yeah, I think so as well. And I mean, I think the big thing for wildcard specifically, you know, they're the ones that are going to need to go into this with a set strategy, right? I feel like the way to do that is to be able to target BZM and 33, who've looked a little bit more shaky in recent times, right? And BZM in particular, he really hasn't been living up to his high standards, let's say, in a lot of these games. You know, he got absolutely crushed a couple of times, and 33, I feel like this is the sort of game where you can't let Speed just go off and try and jungle on his own, because then 33 is just going to get way too far out of control. So I think that's something that needs to be addressed. They need to try and find a way to be able to have that, I'm going to call it jank factor, or that wow surprise factor coming through on wildcard, because, you know, if you just let 33 play his game, you're going to lose.
Yes, you are indeed. So let's see if he's able to play his game, what the draft is going to be like as well, because drafting versus Tundra is very difficult. And we'll see. I also agree for like wildcard. Still, unfortunately, this is what is bound to happen. This team is probably going to be coming in as the underdogs. I feel like you would even agree, even though Tundra have looked, let's be real, honestly, they have not looked good at all. Recently as well in the qualifiers, I believe the last qualifier, to be honest, I don't think they made it. Maybe they did, actually. I don't remember now that I'm thinking, but
they qualified to Raleigh. I don't think they dropped a game, actually, but there was some controversy around that, let's say that much. So, you know, who knows, you know, how much that is a true representation, let's say.
Yeah, so I did see some of those games, and there were some that I was impressed by, but there were at least these ones in particular that were seeing like, don't know what's going on with these lads. So yeah, online they look good. You know, qualified to Dream League, qualified to Raleigh, but so far in the groups something hasn't been clicking, and they're really struggling. I mean, they got obliterated by Talon. Like, let's not say it otherwise. There was 21 minutes, like you said. The kill count was probably something you would really never expect. And then, of course, the other games that they've had as well from the boys of Tundra, lost to Yakult. So, I mean, that was a 28-minute loss as well, and Yakult are looking not entirely strong at the moment. So, but this team has got a ridiculous amount of potential. Like, Tundra have the caliber of players, and led by Moomy, and a very good coach. We've seen what he's been able to do. Like, I feel like he maybe doesn't get enough praise as well. There's been multiple Tundra rosters, like the one with Ramses, where I think they came third at Berlin. Not Berlin, sorry. Birmingham. And then we saw recently with Lorinov coming in and Nightfall, where they just, I believe, had 2 second placements at some of the lands to end 2024. So I think it has to be said as well, I don't believe he gets enough credit. This team has got a ridiculous amount of potential, but we just haven't seen it so far in the qualifiers. But they can turn a switch, and all of a sudden you're like, holy shit, we're actually versing Tundra. And now, now we've got to be concerned.
Yeah, I mean, even Moon, just as a player/coach all the way back to when he was on TSM as well, right? Like getting second all the way back at the Stockholm Major. You know, he was really able to pull out some really good results from whatever team he's associated to. I mean, he's a multi-time major winner with OG as well. Let's not forget about that when he was, you know, really starting to dip his feet into the Dota pool. So, and he's got the fresh dad buff on top of everything as well. So congrats to Moon on becoming a dad. And yeah, I'm keen to see how he's going to be able to, I mean, he's going to be staying up a whole lot, being able to care for the kid, I suppose. So you're going to have plenty of time to think of some new draft strategies.
Yes, you are. You can cook up something like the boys on Wildcard can. So we'll see. It is still, like I said, feels like it's going to be the underdogs coming through for them, which maybe can release a little bit of the pressure. I feel like that face is showing me a face of potential fear. Or maybe
I'm looking
it's
in
just
the pupils, seeing if there's a Venomancer there on the practice screen, just to see what might be happening. You never know, but there's never really a smile that leaves either Whitemon or Duracio's face. You can see spirits are high regardless of it all. You know, even though the back's against the wall at this point in time. I'm surprised that Whitemon doesn't have a snack with him. That's really the big thing for mine. Maybe they're just not allowed once the games are up and running, and maybe that's why the results haven't been coming for them, because man loves to snack, whether it be...
What's he doing? What do you think?
Changing up his profile a little bit, maybe? I don't know.
With 33N?
Putting in a Uber Eats order, maybe?
Mid-game, get it dropped off by the admins. That's if we get a pause, that's what it is.
Exactly. Yeah, oh, sorry, mouse issue. Yeah, thanks very much. $10 tip. Yeah, okay, here we go.
Waimon. I feel like it's cemented himself in Western Europe. It seems like. I feel like he's moved away from C. Paulson as well. In China. Good to see some of these boys.
The team was originally rebuilt around him. He was the only one that stuck around, and it was only 33 who then, after winning TI with Liquid, said, okay, I want to build my team around me as well. And Whitemon, of course, stuck around. He's very, very good across a wide variety of heroes, and I'm keen to see what he's able to do. So, C's looking decent at this tournament so far, right? Talon sitting 2-1, Aurora sitting 1-2, and, there's a little sprinklings of C players in there as well, so the resurgence could be coming. Heroic are looking incredibly strong as well, talking about underrepresented regions, and SA's looking pretty solid.
They are indeed, but today and in this series in particular, dive a little bit further into North America and Western Europe as a whole. Western Europe been struggling a little bit. Has anyone from Western Europe qualified yet? Actually, no, right? It's both BetBoom and
Heroic.
And Heroic, yeah, sorry. So
there's a bunch of teams that could, as of today, right? Like, are we calling Falcons Western Europe? I can't.
No.
Okay. Liquid and Gaiman could today, so it's certainly not.
Yeah, we are. Sure. Yeah, we are. We have to.
Yeah. There's too many times where, I don't ever see them going back to a MENA qualifier or anything like that. Way too good to be able to go back to those odd qualification days. But we're into the draft, and surprise, no Venomancer going to be picked up. Broodmother not banned out in this first phase, though, but you see that respect from the Nightstalker, right? Getting rid of that, just making sure that Yamson isn't going to be playing it in the position 1 role for Wildcard. I wonder if Tundra are going to go back to the well of their position 4 Ricky that they've been doing a little bit more recently, with Suxa just looking to try and rush that Aghanim Shard. Really prevents the style of having, like, whenever you're facing up against a Lich or facing up against a Shadow Demon, let's say, just being untargetable inside of the smoke cloud feels really nice, especially against something like the Lich, which both wants to be using the Frost Shield, but also wants to be spending a lot of that initial gold on things like Solar Crest or Aghanim Shard. You can't really afford to get a 4-stuff for yourself to be able to get out of that sort of situation. So we'll see if that is the avenue that we tend to go down. I'm not a big fan of this Magnus hero, to be perfectly honest. Like, I think it's solid in the right games, but I feel like it's too early to be first phasing it unless you've got legitimate flexibility across every single one of your lanes.
Which I believe they have showcased they can. They'll play it in multiple roles. The thing is as well, though, that Tundra are the team that will do that. So Dyrachia will play it, 33 will play it, Saxa will play it. I have to imagine you have the potential for BZM too as well. But we are going to get a first phase Phantom Assassin. Wildcard have been the team that have been doing this, like, when teams have opened up with a Beastmaster. But I do not believe I have seen this response from someone else. I suppose you can mention that is a bit of a deny pick from the potential Mag PA, but you feel it could have banned it, could have picked it later on. So how do you feel about this?
I feel okay with it. I do feel like it's one of these heroes that can actually trade relatively well into the Magnus, especially if you pick a really strong POS 5 to be able to bully. It's going to prevent a lot of the rotations that are going to be happening on behalf of Bignum, so we will have to wait and see. And, well, you might have to wait and see the results of this, but you don't have to wait to be able to pick up those tickets, ! Ticket in the chat, to be able to secure those ones there. Like Lacoste said in the little intro video today, Jan 31st, Feb 1st, Feb 2nd, 3-day event for 8 of the top teams that are able to get through this stage. And Warlock ban, not necessarily super common to be seeing this hero ban, but just having a look at Tundra's heroes that they've been liking to pick over recent times. PA, their most picked hero with 100% win rate, and 2 out of those 5 times they picked it alongside the Warlock. So just giving it plenty of sustain for the lane, as well as having a little bit more of that cleave damage potential once the team fights do start to break out.
Do you feel like this hero is kind of undervalued at the moment, the Warlock?
No, not particularly.
Okay.
I mean, anything that has that long of a cooldown for a support as an ultimate, I think is a little weak. And outside of that, you don't really provide a ton of utility to team fights, right? Like, Upheaval is nice, for sure, and Fatal Bonds is still one of the best spells in the entire game, but you are kind of forcing yourself to pick a bunch of AoE style heroes so that you're getting the maximum benefit out of it. So I feel like a lot of the best supports have something like a huge damage reduction, or you are very elusive, or you've got a stun or something like that to be able to provide it. I just feel like Warlock doesn't provide that same sort of tool.
Yeah, okay. Well, we will get the Nyx Assassin that slips through. So Tundra will have the pesky bug, which does make Dota very, very difficult to play. I feel like completely changes the style that we get. Let's see what Wildcard's response is going to be to it. Some people have really liked the instant stun, something like a lion, which is kind of interesting. The fact that Tundra also shy away from this as well. We have seen that to be a way to deal with the, the Magnus initiation. This is also one of the other supports that is really good versus Nyx, just being able to follow him around in the early game. Like all your pulling shenanigans, like Clock can just go boots and can make it a little bit more frustrating for the Nyx.
Yeah, for sure. I think the big thing about this draft is that we see no Dawnbreaker banned. So there you right away have Nyx Dawnbreaker that you can look to pick up. Wildcard couldn't do it, A, because it might have just thrown a wrench in their flexibility plans for the Magnus, but also if a Nyx is around, that Spike Carapace just ruins any sort of Solar Guardian play. So they've got the potential to be able to pick this one up for themselves, and I would have to imagine that this Monkey King is probably going to be playing mid. Again, it's got some level of flex to it, but just with the Nyx Assassin, it takes away so many of your potential mid laners that you might have been wanting to go, right? Ember Spirit, Storm Spirit, Puck. They're the main ones that I'm really thinking of here.
Invoker, though?
Invoker's still certainly a possibility, and it is a block pick against BZM, so I could see them still going down that route.
Tundra Esports, turn to pick.
See if this is something you consider. I like the Phoenix, of course, it's a staple for Wymon, and at the moment you see Wildcard, a lot of team fight. This is a big advantage that they have, whereas Tundra with the PA and the Nyx Assassin, you are lacking in that area, so the Phoenix will kind of help out with some of the weaknesses, and we will get the Invoker from BZM. So, of course, his classic, something that we see first phase, first picked. Quite a good matchup versus the Monkey. Let's see if they will put the Monkey now. Of course, there's a possibility for it to go safe lane. We could look at heroes like Earth Spirit, like the Puck, Pango as well. If you want to, all these heroes, definitely the first two, have been a little bit better into the Invoker.
I'm more on board with a Pango, to be honest. I feel like you're going to provide... You can even probably afford to go the Thunderbolt facet, just because a lot of the time you are going to get cold snapped mid-jump or like tornadoed mid-jump, so you're not actually going to get the same sort of value out of that shield crash barrier. Either it just gets cancelled or it gets dispelled anyway, so I can see them sort of going down that route. Another reason that the Monkey King can just be good against the PA is that you've got the... okay, here we go. I wonder where this is going to be laning, because the Boundless Strike has that True Strike as well, so you're always going to be able to hit the PA regardless of if you're able to get really high into the level count. Morphling into all of this, though, feels okay, and maybe they just feel like they're going to be able to outscale them across the board. There's not exactly a huge amount of kill threat, I would say, in the first, like, 15 or so minutes until Nyx gets the Dagon.
Yeah, I don't think you will ever find kill threat with the lineup they have against the Morphling. Kind of looking at the potential Tidehunter for 33. Dawn, I'd guess, but...
Yeah. I'd be on board with Dawn. Like, Tidehunter makes it even worse in regards to that lack of damage. And then you're going to have, what, Magnus, Monkey King, and Morphling potentially coming in with damage with Empower as well. Like, that's just way too much to be able to deal with. The thing that I feel Tundra are lacking right now is just stun and burst to be able to, like, take a team fight in a relatively small area so that you do get value out of the Sun Rays, so you do get value out of the Meteors, the EMPs, and all that sort of stuff.
Doesn't the Ravaged provide you that?
Yeah, but you're not really providing damage yourself is the other issue that I'm seeing here. And it's not a ton of synergy until PA is actually willing to join with in terms of the Gush as well. So that's just an area that I'm a little bit worried about.
I'm trying to think of like a strong off lane for 33, because I feel like I know the Tide is a good matchup versus the Morphling, and you have, like, we've seen Nyx Assassin is just you're a bot in the lane. You just go for creep pulls, which maybe it's okay. So maybe they can go for a hero that is better overall throughout the game and provides that damage like you are mentioning.
Trying to think what wildcards Pos 4 could potentially be here. When I think of Big Num, what do I think of? Shadow Shaman, still a possibility if they're wanting to get a little bit of that extra push to potentially get the Hex onto a Phoenix mid-dive. You also don't instantly die to a Nyx combo as well because of the cluster clock.
Do you need a way to deal with the egg? Do you need a support that does that?
I don't think so. I think you've got enough in terms of like the right click coming through from these other 4 heroes. They are very close range though is my main issue, but when you think about it, what are you considering? Like a Marcy or something along those lines?
Marcy, Snap, but I feel like Snap into Nyx maybe has some concerns. Probably
Correct.
doesn't protect you against PA.
Yep.
Lion is, I feel like, the safer route with the Nyx, and I feel like you just really cannot go wrong with the Lion. I think this year is pretty decent at the moment.
I feel like you can just end up feeding though. That's another good option as well. Bat Rider. Something that Tundra actually have a huge amount of success with, but they're not going to be picking it up. Still waiting for probably their offlaner, unless we're seeing DM... Sorry, not DM. I just keep thinking of his 3 Phoenixes as we see 33 look to pick this one up for himself, but I'd say that's a little less likely. One of his heroes is still in the pool. Beastmaster gone, Doom gone. Not a Night Stalker, not a Tide Hunter, not an Enigma. Visage is in the pool, but I don't think it's a great Visage game.
Can you brood?
I don't know. I feel like you could probably deal with the Spiderlings relatively well with Boundless, with Empower, with Waveform.
I'm just trying to think of the other heroes he has. He has Pango too, but I feel like I don't know. I honestly, I'm just trying to think of 33 heroes. I'm not sure.
Okay. Sure. Does give you a lot of that global presence, right? So you've got the Nyx, you've got the Sunstrike, you've got the Cripple coming through from the Alpha Wolves, and the Lycan. God, I hate this hero so much, but you know what? It is the Micro King that's able to make it work to its fullest potential. So we'll see if 33 is able to do it. He's given himself the last pick of the entire draft to be able to make it happen. Overall, though, I really don't hate Wildcard's draft by any stretch.
No, I don't, but I have some concerns on if Tundra open up the map early, how Wildcard are going to be able to play with the Invoker Ghostwalk hunting, along with the Nyx Assassin and the Wolves as well. So, like, I do think mid lane is going to be, I would say, BZM favored. I think the Invoker is going to a little bit of advantage versus the Monkey King. I would also just say with the experience from BZM. The Wildcard safe lane could get a little bit interesting. Of course, I do feel like the Morphling's going to free farm, but the most important thing for me is, like, can Tundra open up the map and then get to utilize the kind of global potential that they have? So, I do like Wildcard's draft. If we get like 20 minutes and it's relatively even, I would probably favor them.
I feel like it should be pretty even. I honestly think Wildcard should be getting out of that laning stage in a more advantageous spot, just off the back of Simeon Stride being able to bounce around to a bunch of these other lanes to be able to get some early kills onto Duraccio in particular. Because, you know, going up against that PA, it is scary once you get to the late game. But again, it doesn't feel like Tundra are going to be able to do too much of anything until that 15-minute mark. Even the Lycan, right? You need a little bit of time to be able to get those Wolves up to level 5 until they actually get that that cripple ability and all of that stupid 100% evasion and all the magic resistance that goes along with it as well. So we'll have to see if there is enough action if they do come out of the laning stage in a good spot. But I'm not counting Wildcard out for this. I've actually got them very slightly favored.
Don't know. Yamson is saying, welcome back, Anton. Saying that to Duraccio. I'm not sure exactly what he's welcome back to. We're going to get ourselves underway, and shortly you will see that there is a potential for a fight to break out. Both sides are incredibly close to each other. Speed and 33 will run into both sides, and they are just going to step over to the right. So nothing going on. Some ward getting placed, some boring pre-horn smokes going on, but no action.
33 did get a lot of information out of that though, right? They scouted out the smoke with one wolf to the left-hand side. He used the one to the right to be able to walk it underneath the tier 1 tower mid. So they're going to see that there is an observer ward here, but Speed, wisely enough, is pushing himself forward. Is Whitemon going to be okay? Yes, he will. Off the back of that Boundless Strike. Not kidding.
Throughout the eons, known by many names, but my true name of power is Karl.
Alright, Mr. Carl. Let's see what you can do on BZM. Let's see what Tundra can do as well. 3 bounties. And we are underway. elimination series as well. Let's not forget Wildcard. Of course, had a very good showing to start. Decent against BetBoom as well. Tundra, they've also had some shaky performances. So these two teams, the recent history is definitely not at the standard that they would be expecting nor hoping as well. Are there any lanes that you in particular are wanting to pay a little bit more attention to?
Probably this top lane, to be honest. Like, if they're able to get a bunch of kills onto these wolves early on, which speed. He went for the power cogs level 1, so obviously trying to get that kill onto Whitemon, or at least force him to go into the Icarus dive. They weren't successful with it, and he's actually been able to level up the Fire Spirit, so lane should be just fine down bottom for Tundra. But once he's got that battery assault, I'm really expecting to see a bunch of these Lycan Wolves being contested by speed on his clock to be able to get a little bit of that free experience to potentially open up some kill threat here.
I think importantly, when do you feel that they need to also start dragging waves on Tundra up top?
Probably like level 3 that Wildcard has is something that I'd be a little bit more concerned about. I think early on they're just, again, levels are so important for 33, so they're not wanting him to get bullied super early on. So that will actually be the case for Saxa, but they don't miss any opportunities to be able to get a little bit of farm off the cogs. Down bottom, Duracho is doing okay at this point. Remember, 5-0 on this hero ever since the, joining Tundra. So should be feeling pretty confident with that. Again, though, I'm just worried about the rest of the team being able to make space quickly enough for him to truly get into that stage where he can look to try and carry the game for his team.
How easy of a game does it look as well if he does get the farm on the Phantom Assassin? Do you believe this is a game that he is able to carry with the matchups?
I don't know, like, when... Maybe it's a bit better ever since, you know, everyone's become obsessed with the Sanjin Yasha build, but you're going up against Lasso, you're going up against RP, you're going up against a Morphling that could potentially morph into you, and then just have an extra movement ability to be able to chase you down, plus all that attack speed, let's not forget. So, I don't know, I'm not sure if this is the sort of game where Duracho can look to just run away with it. And that's what happens when you're going to open up with the PA with the first pick of your entire draft. They do tend to play around, okay, what is their win condition and how can we counter it?
But we'll have to see how his performance is going to look as the game goes on. I mean, at the moment, RCY is really bodying BZM. 9-2 compared to the 10-9. Lotta denies here for the Monkey King. It's off to a very good start. And I do suppose...
was just able to get away. Yeah, he's got a full 10 magic stick charges. And Big Num, is he actually the one that's getting chased down here? Doesn't have a lot of mana to be able to make plays with.
Is Waimon in trouble? He dived in to try and commit. Duracho will do his best to protect the support, trying to zone away Bignum. Fade is not going to have any more spells to work with, and that's going to enable Duracho to be able to find First Blood. And may now get a little bit of extra damage into Fade as well. Waimon's Fire Spirits are up in a couple of seconds, but it looks like Duracho will just try and do some harass. Nothing more than that.
Missed out on a few last hits underneath the tower, but well worth it to be able to get that first kill on the board. I think the other thing that I haven't quite mentioned, so remember I was just talking about they've addressed this PA because it was the first pick of the entire draft. But then you get 33, last picking this Lycan, right? And which is genuinely another legitimate win condition just on its own if it's able to get too far out of control. So it's something that I'd be a little bit worried about if I was Wildcard. Just, again, ensuring that 33 isn't going to be able to just sit back, relax, get up a lot of that early farm. And as we can see from the net worth across the board, that is what's happening. He's leading this Morphling by about 350, 400 net worth just 4 minutes in.
Yeah, so really punishing the early weaknesses that the Morphling has. This hero, first couple of levels, can really have a bit of a difficult time, which is a really big thing as well. The fact that we know that this Nyx Assassin, we've often seen this hero have to pull waves to start the game. So now you've given 33 a great opportunity to be able to play the lane. He can just use the wolves to move around. So Saxa could maybe just like continuously mind flare the jungle. It does look like he's even will start to pull as well instead of just relying on the wolves.
Yeah, this is the point that I was talking about, right? Level 2 battery assault is just a little bit too much damage for 33 to want to have to contend into. You know, double melee heroes, not a ton of movement speed. You can see with his item build, he's just going straight into the Hand of Midas, so nothing coming through from the boots. Eventually, he should probably get the power treads on 33, not looking to only play around that shapeshift, but certainly the wise way to be able to play it.
Unlucky, bro.
Whitemon's doing a great job of zoning out Fade here on the bottom side.
I'm still really impressed with RCY. This is a great showing from him to start. It's not really translating into the net worth though. And the experience is
pretty even.
Yeah, and I suppose a lot of that is maybe from the innate of the Invoker, but regardless, RCY doing well.
Is indeed. I mean, he's still got a full creep.
Fade in trouble? Whitemon's actually going to try and chuck the blood grenade and hope that the damage over time is enough. Speed has been able to come through the portal. Nice timing. The Cog stops the full distance of the dive. They're still going to have a bit of a difficult time of catching up to him. There was a potential of sticking a blood grenade from Bignum, but he wanted the Lotus instead by the looks of it. They are trying to stalk Whitemon, cutting off both escape avenues. Meanwhile, over Duracho, and he's been able to kill Fade. So they completely left these offlane Magnus. Whitemon is just making so much space.
Dodges out a whole lot. That was team play as well. Duracho making sure to use the Stifling Dagger onto Bignum, because that was really the only movement speed slow that they had at that time to be able to try and chase him down. So all of that time spent away from the lane, like you said, solo kills happening from Duracho there. And that's what I was afraid of for Fade in this lane.
Oh, okay, sorry. Saxa was waiting in the tree line. I thought he got the timing of the stun.
Almost. Any invaders? Doesn't look like it. So Wisdom Rune going both teams at that 7-minute mark. Very important in particular for Tundra for them to be able to pick this one up. I feel like having that Nyx Assassin roaming around, although BZM, he's gone for this Quas Wex build, so I was kind of considering that he might be going a little bit more into the Exort style, just because, you know, right-click Invoker is in vogue right now, but also just when you're looking to try and play around that Nyx Assassin Vendetta, plus with the Lycan Wolves roaming around, Sunstrike is the way to be able to, you know, make sure you're staying on top of the net worth there.
And he has always been one of the few Invokers that has started with Exort too, so it's definitely interesting going the Quas Wex. See what he's going to be able to make out of these extra abilities that he can use, and some of the rotations as well from him. He's starting to gather a bit of a lead over RCY, who did make his first movement down the bottom. Wasn't rewarded with any kill or anything like that. Lane was too far shoved in, and Duracho is also nowhere to be seen. He's actually went top through the portal. Now Yamson is also going to mirror that down bottom.
Yeah, hold on, there's a lot of action coming through here. Yamson with that
gonna jump over, so they feel like they can kill Speed. And Yamson, he's gonna... Oh, that's a little bit awkward with this here. Now Yamson feels... He's like, hey, why am I here now, guys? Waveform TP out, doesn't make it to the high jump, it won't be a concern, but now the support, the secondary one is a little bit vulnerable. Still RP not online for Fade, and RCY is nowhere to be seen. He's starting to fly to bottom with the Monkey King. He's got some Jingu stacks as well, but he's too far away by the looks of it. So Tundra, they're going to kill on to Speed, also waste a little bit of time from Yamson.
Hold on. He should see him bouncing around, though, with this Watcher, so Duracho should be able to back off in time. The big thing that I'm looking at is that he's level 7 on RCY, and he only has 4 skill points put in at this point in time. Yeah, he only had 3 when I was starting to talk about it, which I'm a little surprised about. Really just not sure if he wants to stick around in that mid lane and try and trade, if he wants to be looking to try and get a little bit more of that free net worth off of the back of the tree dance, or it's really just about controlling a bunch of these team fights. So a little confused and potentially not aimless. I think that's a little bit too hard of a word, but I'm not quite sure what the strategy is at this point in time.
No, they are not. Tornado doing its best to disrupt. Tundra responding, and it actually doesn't look the greatest for Wildcard, invading deep inside Tundra's territory. And importantly, BZM, he's freely off to the left side, able to spellcast some right-click without a concern. And now Duracho as well, the level 6 Phantom Assassin. We know this is his style. Loves to get involved early. You've got some random wolves that are coming across the map as well, as Tundra will let no one die for free. And due to that, it means that, you know, they'll protect their jungle and everyone is okay.
They'll protect their jungle, but they know that this is happening. And again, you're playing against a Phoenix, not level 6 yet though, so Whitemon should be going down as a result of this. Tornado off the mark as well. Duracho is still hanging around.
BZM's in an awkward spot. Inside the river, RCY is going to be able to hold BZM into place, so Speed gets the cogs. Wukong's is out. Massive kill. Wildcard. Some of the rotations haven't been working from them, importantly from RCY, but you're able to slow down the game of BZM's Invoker.
RCY even gets that regen rune, so even though he got EMP'd, he's going to be able to put a ton of pressure back onto the map. Even, well, we'll still have the regen once he gets away from a lot of this damage coming through, although are they actually going to look to try and chase this one down with Whitemon? I think maybe if they had the Supernova, they would look to try and consider it, but that'd be a bridge too far for them.
With all this action going on, it is really freeing up 33's game. And he's had Midas for a little bit. Importantly, Yamson is absolutely free farming as well. Top net worth, Vlad's completed. He has not been involved like we've seen out of the Phantom Assassin. And this tier 1 tower mid is under assault, protected with the threat of the Supernova from Whitemon. They want to fight.
And they want to just keep this siege creep alive for as long as possible, get a ton of damage into this tower, and they're succeeding. So nice job opening up the map. I was really not expecting them to be able to do this prior to this level 6 that Sux has just got. So roaming around, and they're actually going to get the stun.
And they're going to be rewarded by the looks of it. BZM should be able to get the tornado. First Vendetta kill, and converts massively.
I think big props need to be given to both of these Tundra supports. They're the ones that have been opening up this map so much, right? And Duracho as well, honestly. Like, just keeping himself as a legitimate kill threat for Fade whenever he's left solo in this lane, but also just consistently being that threat of a +1 when you know that Yamson is just sitting back a little bit more passively.
Yeah, speaking of the supports, we need to see what wildcards we're going to be able to do now. Got the level 6 online for the clockwork speed. Might be forced to use it with a T1 defense top because Radiant, they're starting to bring some extra heroes nearby, wanting to open up more of the map. Maybe there's an opportunity for Saxa, which will slow down RCY, but Tundra, they're moving on over. It's not going to be an easy kill by any stretch.
33 is level 10.
Yeah, he's ready to go with a shapeshift. Even Duracho coming through for the portal as well. Yamson, waveform up in a couple seconds. Tornado splits the middle, gets speed in fact, doing their best to be able to minimize the effectiveness of the clockwork, and it does cost them a decent amount having to commit the shapeshift and really everyone's attention for that. But I think the most important thing is that you do clear away wildcard from defending the second tier 1 tower.
Defend the tier 1 tower, and Fade joins in as well for no real impact. You know, the bottom lane was completely free for him to be able to potentially put some pressure into the other tier 1 tower on the opposite side of the map. So really don't want to see Fade joining in until he's got that Blink Dagger to truly enable him to be part of it, because any time that you're going to be just slowly walking into a lot of these engagements, you know 33 is going to be on point with his micro, getting the wolves there, getting the right click in, and interrupting any sort of initiation that you might have been considering. Those wolves are just one level away from being able to be maxed out as well, so they're looking pretty damn scary.
What's going to enable them is the fact that these towers have gone down at such an early rate. Something that I was mentioning. Needed to be the objective from Tundra. They've done just that. This net worth leads up to 4,000.
It's really off the back of... I'm surprised at how little net worth RCY has, to be honest. Yeah. Like, I think he could have just had a whole lot more in this, and maybe he is playing that role where, you know, he's a little bit more of that tempo controller, a bit of that quicker rotator, wanting to go into the Mage Slayer just to be able to reduce a bunch of the damage coming through from every single one of these heroes. And of course, against the Nyx Assassin, feels great to be able to have that. Is Bignum going to get this Wisdom Rune sniped? Yes, he will.
No way. Are they even going to get him? Oh my god, he's too fast. They're going to guess with a hook shot.
Just in
nice.
range.
It looks like they're going to be able to at least get Saxa. So, punish him for that attempt. It'll take a little bit of time. They'll be rewarded. Meanwhile, mid lane, Tundra were trying to set up onto RCY, but RCY was aware of this. I need to see him start hitting some creeps, so... 49 last hits compared to the 33 of the Nyx Assassin. I feel like there is a balance between farming and fighting, and at the moment he's having a difficult time at being able to find that perfect balance.
Dude, those wolves just solo killed Bat Rider.
Oh god.
That's so stupid.
That's time.
Oh, over 3 seconds it did 1,000 physical damage.
1 point XOR, but we're going to see those Sun Strikes. They will also be there with the wolves pretty shortly. They are starting to move to Yamsun. Wildcard are also responding with their own reinforcements. Bigman through the outpost. RCY the top. Fade RP out. Instant response is going to be there with the Supernova. They got the damage inside. The lasso 33. They'll be able to get the kill. It's a big one at that. The resources are incredibly low with Duracho. He should be able to clean up. Prime position for the Phantom Assassin with everyone so low, but the skew over the right side. He's still trying to lock onto his target, and he will do so. Duracho with the use of the wolves. RCY TP's out, but great micro assisting with the PA to be able to Phantom Strike in the trees, and even though you lost 33 to start, BZM's spell casting was really impactful along with Whitemon Supernova.
Indeed it was. Got to be a little careful here, RCY. Just walking down next to a Watcher, he's probably going to get himself killed. Just needs that little bit of time to be able to dodge it out, but that damage over time isn't going to let him have it. It's looking scary. I mean, even just in that past team fight, right? The Boundless came out at the exact same time that the RP did. Not completely on the same page as Wildcard right now.
Unfortunately not.
Oh, Big Dumb. Not again. Not again.
Oh. What a last pick, honestly.
It's all about that extra win condition, man. You had to put attention onto both PA and Like, and you couldn't do it onto, you know, just the one and hope to win. This crazy amount of damage and impact that you're able to have at this early stage, and they're even taking away a bunch of the stacks that they were looking to try and play around with. Duracho looking to try and be as aggressive as possible, you know, realizing that some of the scaling that's going to be coming for him eventually is probably going to be on the back of 33 as well. And if you want to see even more of this stupid Lycan gameplay, make sure to type exclamation ticket in chat to be able to see it live and say to your friends, why don't you do this whenever you're playing party ranked? It just seems so easy.
Just learn a micro, bro. See how long this is going to stay a thing for.
Hopefully not too long. I do, like, the wolf bite is also a factor, right? Once we get into the late game, is the thing that I was just saying. So you can afford to go this early-ish BKB and get super active like Duracho has been. 3-0-4 so far, second on net worth. He's doing a fantastic job.
They're really impressed with the performance from Duracho. I think with how sacrificial he was, but it wasn't really transitioning into like a loss of net worth in the early game. He was getting involved in some of those fights and wasn't really getting... Like, the one I remember in particular was, like, the bottom jungle from Tundra where no one died, but he just kept his heroes alive, which was the important thing. Saxa doesn't look like they're going to get speed. But the map is just shrinking, dude. No one's farming on Dire.
No, and I think that's the thing that...
Ooh, top lane.
Hold on, yeah.
RP onto BZM, the skew back into the lasso if they will commit it. Wukongs as well, because why not use everything? And they had to! Because BZM almost got out. If the hook shot wasn't there, there was actually a possibility of him escaping.
At least it's RCY that's able to get that kill as well, taking away the killing spree, getting the gold for it, bring himself up to just having a little bit of that extra item surge that's going to be able to bring him into the middle of a lot of these team fights. Instead of going for the Mage Slayer, he actually went down the route of the Boundless Strike, and now he's actually saying, screw it, you know, I need to be increasing my own threat. I don't want them to be ignoring me. Here's, I mean, yes, you've got the lasso just freshly picked up by Big Num. I want to see him doing good Batrider things, which is essentially playing behind where a lot of these waves are, you know, using the Firefly. Yes, it's dangerous against Saxa, especially considering he's level 11 on this next assassin, but you got to force them to try and do something defensively here on Tundra. They're just running at you consistently like 33 just did.
GG branch dropped as well in the mid lane.
Just able to get away, and they did get a quick glimpse of him with the Observer Wood placed down. That Watcher is still active. Sucks to see him. He does.
What's going on? Okay.
They see RCY. Oof. They know he's on that middle tower. That's where exactly where Sucks is, looking to try and chase him.
And Speeding's just cutting waves.
This is what I feel Batrider should be doing, you know? Like, instead he's just sitting back and jungling instead, which is not the best option, in my opinion. Force them to try and defend a tier 1 tower. I feel like that's where a big portion of this net worth lead is coming from. All tier 1 towers gone, opens up your jungle, means that they can take a bunch of your stacks instead of you trying to play aggressive and, you know, force them to come back and kill you. If it's the support that dies, especially when Big Num had the lasso off cooldown, that's the time to make that move. Who's just going to be able to avoid Duracho, though?
They're coming, actually, Duracho. Maybe with the daytime. Oh, BigDom doesn't get the perfect jump. Dyrachyo was just over to the other side.
You got RP.
He had time to activate the BKB, but it still doesn't look good. It had to be perfect for wildcard. And it was not, unfortunately. Too close to the tier 1 tower. Tundra, they respond with 2, and of course, it's BKB. It doesn't matter. They're still sticking around on RCY. Oh, I don't know.
I don't know either. I feel like a lot of the spells that actually matter in terms of that BKB are the ultimates. You just use one of them with the Flaming Lasso, and that right is dead. So a huge portion of that magic damage is going to be gone. But now what? They're just forced to, once again, sit back, look to farm into that next item.
Oh. Yamson, oh, he waveformed into Saxa. Is it going to be enough damage with the... Oh my god, it's dumb. It's so dumb. They're going to try and force a fight. You don't have the Magnus, though. Your most important teamfight hero is not here currently, and that is going to be their demise in this engagement. BZM also being able to cut off the escape avenue of BigDom. He'll run into the mag instead. Won't really be able to do too much, but it does give them firm control of bottom.
Dude.
Tormentor claimed, T2 Tower about to be claimed.
You know when a Magnus has a Ghost Scepter queued up just to make sure that 33 isn't going to be hitting him with his Lycan Wolves and stopping that blink from coming through, that's when you know you're in a really rough spot. 16k net worth down. Again, they're just constantly running at wildcard, and they're not really doing anything to try and fix the situation. BigDom now is at least, you know, putting himself out on the lane, trying to cut it off a little bit, but he's just going to be walking underneath the vision of this Observer Ward on the top side of the map. He's just got to keep doing it. If he dies, he dies. I really don't think farming these small camps, medium camps is going to accomplish anything in the long run.
And look at the greed that is probably going to pay off for Tundra. You've got 33 and Dyrachyo roaching, meanwhile BZM and Waimon hoping to try and get a more valuable hero. Looks like it will be BigDom. It's just a perfect read.
It's what he needed to do though, right? Like, 2 people are doing Roche, 3 people are killing, so at least it gives a little bit of time for Fade and Yamson to be able to get some sort of net worth elsewhere on the map. We are not going to be dying. I say that as Yamson waveforms into a level 17 Dyrachyo with an Aegis and a fresh BKB available.
Speed may not be okay. I think they got a glimpse of him on TP out, unless there's some massive damage coming through quickly, which there isn't.
There's just nowhere for them to go. You know, Wolves pushing lanes in, Phoenix using Fire Spirits to push lanes in, Fire Spirits, Meteor just used on that top side of the map as well. There's just nowhere you can go, and even when BZM isn't directly involved in team fights, just with that Sunstrike, as long as he's getting those last hits, he's still scaling off of the levels. Honestly, probably going to get to the point where you're going to just Alacrity an Alpha Wolf at this point.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Alacrity the Alpha Wolf, Alacrity Dyrachyo. RCY is constantly having
going to get a tower.
And a kill, maybe. RP. Yamson nearby. Should be Saxa that goes down. Let's see what they want to do with the RP cooldown, importantly, from Tundra. Of course, this is a big team fight spell from Wildcard. They may be thinking about high ground. They don't have the best hero with the PA, but maybe they can take the second tier 2 tower. They want to fight on Wildcard, okay.
I don't know about that choice. I mean, they don't really have a ton of vision around this area. Dyrachyo is going to be
high ground advantage,
up.
perfect positioning. Whitemon's going to be able to get the dive away. They cancel the tree as well. The skewer, I think. Lasso comes through to do its best to protect RCY, but the Supernova will give them firm control of the area. And the net worth lead, it's just too much. You need the RP, you need everything to go perfect, and again, that is not the case.
It just feels like nothing they're going to be doing is working, and now is the time where you can actually just look to walk up onto that high ground, you know. Lasso used, RP used, BKB still available, Aegis in your pocket. This is the time to be just pushing on forward, and Dyrachyo even just pulling the bottom lane in as well, making sure that they're able to push in multiple lanes and give them any sort of chance. I mean, doing his best now on Yamson to try and cut the wave on bottom, but I think it's a little bit too little too late. You should be having one lane of Varax going down, or at the very least a tier 3.
Yamson, let's see if he's going to get burst. Aksa stalking his prey. They're going to TP back as well. BZM feeling required. The Sunstrike was not enough. He needed the combo tornado. Off the mark. Are they going to have any stuns? He's used everything.
Rising just didn't
mid
go for
lane?
the Sunstrike on BZM.
Skewer back into the Wukongs, locked inside the Cogs. Crafty defense. And they'll be rewarded. 1 kill. But this is everything. Taraja gets pushed out.
Twice that's happened now. Once he got pushed into the Cogs in that bottom lane, which pushed him even further back behind the tower, and now just gives him a free trip outside of the wildcard base. So it's good to be able to get a kill, for sure. Again, RCY was the one to be able to pick up that kill streak, so bringing him, well, he can look to just buy up that Maelstrom now if he really wanted to. I feel like you're going to need to.
Now, where is his items?
He's just holding on to 2.5k gold. That's where his items are, not being spent.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh,
I'm not really sure, like, is he just considering a BKB as his other item?
I
Sarks
guess
is on the
so.
hunt.
He buys it.
They know.
And he will see him as well with the 6 Nick sense if he gets close enough, but RCY goes down instead of up, looking to cut another wave. 21,000 net worth lead though, 50 seconds left with the Aegis for Tundra. So maybe a difficult position for them to go high ground. They are continuing to play very far up in the face. Looks like Durachio shows mercy.
So what, you've got a wolf hitting into the bottom side of the map, you've got multiple lanes pushing in, you're going to lose your melee racks off the back of this. I say that, but I mean, it really feels like they're planning to just play for tier 4 towers helping, or a fountain helping at this stage, because Fade's gone for that horn toss.
These walls are so stupid, dude. He uses Hightail on one of them, and it tanks for 8 seconds, and then uses on the other, and then switches the aggro. 2 sets of wolves are pretty much soloing this tower. No one's kill the wolves, please!
Yeah. This is like, I know it sounds extreme, but Midas against Lycan needs to almost be a necessity. That's why I want to see more Ogre Magi against this. Get into that Midas, use both charges onto them at every single possibility, take away such a huge threat.
Are they going to think about it? Maybe Waimon. Did 33 sit big them?
33 didn't get smoked though, so they know they're hanging around.
Okay, well, Bizium nukes down Fade. Emerson maybe got scout. Are they seeing him?
They did. Whoop. He didn't want to claim that bounty rune. Even a half step back might have been the end of him. Even just getting the 4-star preemptively, getting him out of dodge, but situation's not getting much better in terms of that map control. Just a 3% win probability for Wildcard at this stage. They should be able to get this Wisdom Rune, although Durachio is going to snipe it right in front of Yamsen's face.
He just shadowed him. Speed? Slips out of the cogs, tries to TP Durachio. It's a spike. Did he just... I don't know if it mattered in the end. Maybe would have died, but I think Salsov ran into the cogs and used Carapace.
Very clever.
Okay, 25,000 net worth lead. Bottom march it is.
It's got level 4 Dagon on Zuxa, by the way, so they are not lacking in right-click damage, even having the Grove Bow as well, so that magic amplification is even stronger.
Fade. Skewer back, but this time no Wukongs. We're trying to force some spells out. RCY playing patiently on the trees. They'll get a glimpse of Yamson over to the right side. Waveform still could have for a couple seconds, and that's going to be the big reason why he dies. And now Bignum as well is getting charged down. RCY tries to do what it can, but Wukong's traded for the egg. Fade's going to skewer him, but it doesn't matter. Whitemon will give them all the control they need in this area. And Tundra, game 1 will be theirs for the taking.
Will indeed. Just 29 minutes in and a pretty dominant victory at that. And leading into this series, we were talking about what's really been the meta of this tournament. I put forward Lycan, and 33 is making that reality. Come on, don't leave him hanging. Durachio, please, come on. You've kept up your 100% win rate when you've been playing for Tundra. It was a good, solid performance overall. You can't do that to a man.
Yeah, what the hell, bro? It's messed up. That's messed up. The morale now, if they lose next game, I know why.
Maybe he'll give him a high five then.
Oh, who holds their mouse like that?
Yeah, but you were going on a bit of a tangent about lefties yesterday, so...
Yeah, but still, both are not... We got some work to do, 33. I like this at least. I don't know. You know, they're all hanging out, speaking about the game. It's not.
Speed's just like, bro, it's a lichen. It's chasing me constantly. What do you want me to be able to do? There's just no way for me to be able to open the map up. But just, honestly, it's reaching that point. Just ban it. It's kind of crazy that it got to the very last pick of the overall draft and they didn't put enough pressure onto it in the lane. I feel like it seems like something very small, and it probably still would have been a Tundra victory because of how well they played. But I saw like 3, maybe even 4 times in that first 4 minutes of the game where they attempted for kills. You know, Whitemon we saw prior to the horn even sounding. They missed the Boundless Strike, means you level the cogs. He doesn't actually get punished when trying to get away. He still has the Fiery Spirits. Meanwhile, other lane has cogs instead of Battery Assault. Wolves kind of out of control. And then a few times they tried for a cogs into level 2 Battery Assault on the top side, and they were just off the mark. So it's a little unfortunate that they weren't able to catch these heroes, because that might have at least set them off on a bit of a journey to start snowballing, but they just never even got out of second gear.
Never did at all. Really like the last pick, honestly. I know you're saying just ban the Lycan, but still a game where it's available and seemed like was perfect for the situation. The matchup versus the Morphling, being able to cover the weaknesses of the Nyx Assassin in the early couple of levels, like the first 3 waves, first 3 levels, I mean, 33 completely free farmed, and then we saw he was able to play solo. I only thought about it as the game went on. The Howl as well, with the damage reduction versus the Morph, like you're like a natural Manta builder, but still like 8-second reduction is a massive thing. So that's also minimizing how much damage he's going to do as the game goes on. It works perfectly with your Nyx Assassin, your Invoker. I don't know. It was a really, really nice draft and a perfect position for the Lycan to be in. So a good showing from the boys from Tundra. We're going to send it over to a break. And also we will have, for before then, of course, you guys make sure you get those tickets. Exclamation mark ticket, of course. You'll have plenty of time when we go to the break. I believe we may even have a content piece potentially with the Racho as well if we are lucky. So we'll see you guys after the break. Stay tuned.
Всем привет, дорогие друзья, с вами Злоба, и это FISSURE Playground. Мы находимся на месте проведения турнира в Белграде, Сербия. Пока что здесь тихо и спокойно, но совсем скоро начнется плей-офф и все изменится. Но мы не могли не воспользоваться данной ситуацией и не взять интервью у игрока, чье имя за последние несколько месяцев на слуху, а именно у Антона Дурачье. Здорово, Антоха.
Здорово.
Рад тебя видеть, в хорошем настроении, как всегда.
Взаимно.
За International прошел, да, потом эта ситуация с гладиаторами. В общем, был у тебя какой-то тильт, вот так вот чисто, знаешь, какой-то внутренний?
Не, я сразу на следующий день улетел, типа, в отпуск.
Сколько ты отдыхал вообще по времени, если в общем считать? Без
С
доты?
конца International до 7 января.
То есть ты в доту вообще не заходил, не смотрел?
Я после инта ровно где-то спустя месяц зашел, 4 игры сыграл вроде или 3 и вышел.
В какую ты бы планировал команду попасть? Какие предложения были, может быть, у тебя?
Вообще изначально я думал в Тундру, после того, как меня кикнули.
У тебя было предложение или ты просто хотел
я
в эту
думал,
команду?
типа, я пообщался там с ребятами, но потом было непонятно по моему контракту, типа, мне сказали, что ты фри-агент после того, как меня кикнули сразу.
Так.
И растянулся весь этот процесс, я не знал, что происходит, потом по итогу я все-таки стал фри-агентом, потому что, наверное, захотели зарплату полную платить на год вперед. И я понял, что я лучше отдохну. Может, меня звали еще в пари много раз. Думал, с Даньком соберу состав. Данька забрали. Ну и все в целом.
Из ГГ, типа, ты ушел. Ты ожидал, что именно Ватсона позовут? И как ты думаешь, это
Не, я
кандидатура?
честно понятия не имел.
Вообще, да, тебе вот
нет.
все равно?
Я как-то даже не задумывался об этом. Даже когда мы проиграли, я думал, подбодрил ребят, но у них реакция была такая. Но я даже не думал, что меня кикнут, честное слово. У нас были недопонимания, там каждому что-то не нравилось. Мне там в Эйсе что-то не нравилось, может, в Квине еще, а им что-то во мне. Выучил английский более-менее, да, там побывал в куче странах, выиграл кучу турниров, куча подписчиков, там какая-то в доте известность. Я себе больше профита сделал, нежели им.
Если сравнивать гладиаторов и Тундру, вайб команды вообще похожий, не похожий?
Сложно пока оценить, потому что с ребятами был 3 года, а тут я всего 2 недели. В целом ребята все приятные, все по доте общаемся. Главное, чтобы было весело играть. А играть весело.
Как 33-й вообще? Как тебе, как игрок?
Я с ним особо никогда не общался. Я думал, ненавидел против него играть. Была злость такая, знаешь, дотерская. Потому что
Стоять
они всегда...
на линии или просто играть?
Стоять на линии, да, всегда они какой-то пулить крипов будут. Ну вы придите, вы сразитесь со мной. Очкошники.
По-мужски, да?
Классный чувак. Много говорит про доте, много умных вещей говорит, спокойный в целом.
А кто главные оппоненты? Вот топ-3 команды, не считая Тундры, да?
Я думаю, ББ, Спирит и Falcons. Ну, вот это топ-3 по местам не знаю, а потом, наверное, Liquid Paravision. Вот эти 5 команд, которые мне, по моему мнению, достаточно хорошо играют.
У тебя, когда ты играешь против ГГ, есть определенный настрой, вот именно, типа вот сейчас я вот им покажу, кого они кикнули?
Когда они первый раз проиграли на этом лайне, я так чуть-чуть похихикал, да, а потом мне было пофигу. Кажется, много времени прошло. Если бы меня кикнули, я бы попал в команду, и на первых ланах бы я вот был зол на них, думаю, да. А сейчас как-то это все подспало и...
Но какой потенциал ты видишь у Тундры вот сейчас на данный момент? Типа вы можете, например, там, вот Playground выиграть?
Я думаю, да.
Или дальше
Я думаю,
турниры
можем,
все?
можем выиграть спокойно.
Когда уже будет тотальный фит, полный и страшный руин? То есть когда стримы-то, как бы чатику-то тебя не хватает, понимаешь?
Будут. А когда, они это узнают.
По секрету.
Я тебе по секрету скажу, а они узнают, когда и будут.
Не забывайте смотреть FISSURE Playground и обязательно покупайте билеты на плей-офф стадию, потому что именно здесь вы можете встретиться с Антохой, сделать пару фоток, и он вам расскажет много всего по секрету.
Но не факт.
lovely little content piece from Doracho, hearing about him, what he's been doing after his stint, of course, with gaming, after the break from the international, and it seems like he's in high spirits as well, and definitely that will continue with a game performance like that from him and the boys from Tundra. Let's see if they can continue with that success, though, because it is still a long run from them. They need to be able to take this game or the next game to be able to move forward and play one more series tomorrow for the Hunt to be able to play in front of a live crowd in Belgrade.
And who knows who that next series is going to be against if they do get through this one, right? We've got to remember in that 2-1 series bracket, we've got Gaming Gladiators, Paravision, Talent, Falcons, Liquid, and Spirit. There is no easy matchup coming through from every single one of those games. And Liquid, who looked like the most dominant team after the first day of the event, going 2-0, they're getting smacked up a little bit by Paravision in their first game of the series. So you never know. You know, a team that starts really hot can have a bit of a downward trend after that. We're seeing that a little bit with Wildcard after an amazing intro to their time in this tournament. Have really not been able to live up to that same level of cohesion as well as competitiveness and that big gotcha factor.
Yeah, and let's see if the inexperience is going to be something that is a bit of a factor as we head into our second game here, because your backs are against the wall, their tournament lives are at stake here, and it can be, who is that person that they're going to rally around? It has to be Bignum. He's by far the most experienced, and honestly, second to him is probably their coach Blink. So, let's see. I mean, some people would be, I suppose, a little bit familiar with that name as well, mainly from Western Europe. I believe has played with some of the Romanian stacks, if I remember correctly. So let's see. They're going to need to rally around Bignum. He's got to pull the troops in and see what they're going to be able to do, because this is going to be a difficult opponent, and you are now one game away, and the nerves could be high.
I think the nerves will be high. You know, they would have come into this with pretty high expectations for themselves. You know, yes, it is a chance, like, to be able to improve on its own, but I think it reaches a point, just signed as a new organization, Wildcard, no longer Apex Genesis, changing up the roster a little bit, so you have to wonder how much that's going to impact on a lot of their results. Still a little bit of teething work to be able to come in. You've obviously got Speed that's been able to join. Very, very smart Dota mind coming through there, but if Yamson and Speed haven't had too many chances to be able to particularly lane with each other too much in recent times, then that can certainly affect that level of cohesion. And that's kind of what we saw in that game one, right? Even when they were able to start some ganks coming off, there was always something that just had been forgotten about or was missed, or there was a skill shot that just wasn't quite there because they weren't sure of the order of operations, basically. And this time, 33 gets his Beastmaster.
Yes, he does. So there's going to be a bit of a difference here with the Phantom Assassin band. Now, both sides avoiding the DK2, which is something to mention. So let's see where that is going to continue to go as we head towards the later stages of this draft. But yeah, importantly, 33 gets his beast. He will not have to be worried about banning the PA, as Wildcard have already done that. So you can now look to protect it in some other different ways if you would desire.
Probably a Gyrocopter ban is where I would be looking for this. Just really solid hero overall. And I'd be picking up DK for myself if I'm Tundra. If you've got that ability to already see the PA banned out, why not just pick it? It's something that you're incredibly comfortable with. And I mean, even with Phoenix being gone, that feels like a pretty decent response to the DK in my eyes. So may as well just choose to remove that from the pool as quickly as possible. They've got the first pick of this second phase as well as the last pick of the overall draft. Tundra went ahead and chose second pick for themselves despite having the priority. So they've clearly got something that they want to save in their back pocket. They don't have a hero puddle, that's for sure. They've got plenty of heroes that they're able to play across the board. I'd say the one that probably has the most versatility in that regard is Saxa, just being able to play these unorthodox heroes like the Riki. We've seen 9 class pull out the Pos 4 Morphling. I see no reason why Saxa couldn't do it as well.
Definitely would be a little bit creative. We'll see if that is something. Have to imagine. I honestly, we'll see. Very interesting if we're going to get it. We will go for the Bat Rider though, so more of your traditional support at the moment, and of course potential for White Mon along with Saxa to play. We'll see if they can have a better showing on it than what we saw in the previous game from Wildcard.
And this is just kind of like Wildcard doing it to themselves a little bit here. As before we get into that, make sure !ticket in the chat to be able to pick up your tickets for the live event over 3 days, Jan 31st, Feb 1st, Feb 2nd. So yeah, doing it to themselves a little bit with the Nyx Assassin and the PA bans, right? That just says to me, great, we're going to go Beastmaster and we're going to start running you down. Also, the Bat Rider, much more of a free pick when you don't have that Nyx Assassin in the pool for yourselves. I wonder if you are going to go something like the Dawnbreaker for yourselves now at this stage for wildcard, just because you've got this Magnus, sure, but it can be flexed around, and you don't have that ability to be able to stop the Dawn ulti from coming through. And when you consider Primal Roar, when you consider the Lasso, really Dawn ult is exactly what you're wanting to be able to counter out that pick-off potential that Tundra have in spades.
Do you think that hero could be flexed as well? I know like some people, especially like Eastern Europe, were trying to play it as a 1.
I don't value it as a 1. I could see it work mid, I could see it work 3, I can see it work 4, hell, even 5. It just means if you're playing at 4 and 5, you go the, God, what is it? Not the Solar Charge, the other facet, Celestial something, which means that you're always going to have that Solar Guardian heal coming off the back of your W. And it does also allow you to high ground a little bit more easily when you do pick up that Aghanim Scepter for yourself. Cool mouse, by the way. What is that? It's not even a quap, it's just a nice little piece of artwork coming through there.
It wasn't a quap. I thought it looked like a quap.
I thought it did too, but hair was a little bit too messy.
I see. Okay, well, we get the Zeus from Wildcard, so a support that has been kind of rising popularity, definitely in the high-level pubs.
5 seconds remaining.
And quite nice, of course, to be able to cancel the blink. You're probably going to get one on both the Bat Rider and the Beastmaster. I'm still very unsure of how good this hero actually is as a support, and I'm a bit concerned that there are some weaknesses that it will now come to the lineup of Wildcard.
There is also the option that it's like a Mag 3 Tiny 1 Zeus 2. Very small possibility, but I'd say unlikely. You probably just want to make sure that you're laning this Zeus into the Bat Rider lane, right? You're going to be getting a lot of sticky napalm coming through, build into the magic wand, just be able to consistently push a lot of damage back the other way. I almost wonder if they're going to go something that wants to build into the Veil of Discord, or even, again, this is very unorthodox, but something like an Elder Titan for themselves. You know, like click this Tiny 2 Zeus 4, maybe 5, and then have an Elder Titan to be able to have that natural order magic resistance reduction coming through, because a Tiny combo plus a Zeus combo, anyone dies if they're not able to pop that Blink Dagger.
What is Sriracha picking with Undying? We've seen a lot of the range heroes at the moment, so
10 seconds remaining.
Hasn't really been picking a lot of the Drow in recent times.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, he could morph if he wants to, but
Nature's Prophet, maybe?
I don't think he plays that hero.
Does a little.
Oh, does he?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. See, we'll definitely. What are we gonna get? We're gonna get the monkey. Okay, so a little bit of flex BZM can play, Duracho can play. I think the thing with the Undying, at least it gives you some area control. Mag uses RP. You can drop the Tombstone. Make it a little bit difficult then to force a fight around that RP that you really need to from the side of Wildcard. Very strong laner as well, and you. We know that you can definitely really disable a Magnus with an Undying as a 5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mag not set up to have a good lane at all. And I don't want to see any Mag 4. I really don't. I don't value that in the slightest. I think you need to be getting a lot of that farm. You need to be snowballing. You need to be making your own stacks. Don't think we've even seen enough of the Aghanim Shard rush coming from him either. It just means, like, even in that last game, right? Like, I think it would have enabled them to keep those lanes shoved out a whole lot easier and prevent Tundra from running at them. I'm expecting Saksa to be playing this a whole lot differently than what we saw from Big Num, right? Like, he's going to be cutting waves. He's going to be forcing them to try and chase him down. And they don't exactly have a ton in the form of stuns outside of the Tiny, right? Like, and also what is going to be capable of actually chasing down this Bat Rider and killing him before he's able to just use that Firefly to be able to get away.
You like the Enigma pick from Wildcard?
It's okay, but with Gyrocopter still in... No, it's not in the pool, actually. Tundra have banned it out. So, yeah, I think it should be alright. I mean, Tundra are a team that want to be playing around the relatively small area, right? Like, you're going to have Wukongs, you're going to have Tombstone, and you're going to have the Primal Roar and the slows and the stuns coming from Batrider to enable that. And that's kind of what an Enigma also wants as well, right? You don't want to be running around too much in these team fights. You want to be able to just come in when everyone's grouped up and then land that big black hole, because the burst damage is absolutely there from Wildcard.
So let's see what carry they want to play into the Enigma. I feel like the Bristle is probably the only one that I'm really looking at least being able to deal with the Eidolons. We have seen the Monkey be fine with like the Boundless, but the most important thing is the fact that you have the Ultra Flex, Ultra Loss, I should say, from Tundra. So Monkey versus Tiny, I think, is going to be more Monkey favored at the early levels, but I think Tiny, once you get your levels, you are okay, so it's not like a poor matchup.
Who's the support here, though?
On who? Wildcard?
Yeah.
I think it's a Mag 4.
I hate it. I mean, I think you need to do it just because you're probably going to be laning against maybe the Monkey King and Undying, right? It's not guaranteed that it's going to be Dyrachyo playing the last year of the entire draft. They could just be saving that for BZM to be able to respond to whatever wildcard dictates as, you know, how they're going to be able to set up their lanes. So I think it's still kind of up in the air, and they're just looking to get rid of a bunch of those lane dominators just to give themselves that flexibility to still keep that Monkey King mid if it is a melee hero that they're going up against. But if indeed it is something else that's able to be counted in some other capacity, like Invoker's still in the pool, for example, and I thought BZM played a fairly good game on the Invoker, and they could just very well pick that one up and have a totally fine time with this.
They take it.
Sure. I'm on board with it.
This was a possibility for Tundra to be able to play the Bristle, so I'm really not quite sure what the lanes are. Tiny 2, Bristle 1, Enigma 3, I think.
Yeah, it's probably the way that they're going to be going about it. And again, Magnus just wants some movement speed. You're playing into an Undying. Just pull the waves. That's his main job at this stage of the game. Do they have anything that's really able to turn heroes? Lasso, kind of, sorta. They've got plenty of stuns to be able to, you know, get him locked in place, but kind of feel like that's what they're lacking at this point. Just that little bit of extra control to make sure that you're able to burst down this Bristleback. A lot of the damage seems to be like it'll be ramping up in a lot of these team fights, but they don't have that big wabam that's going to be coming through and able to actually kill the Bristleback. Neither is this, but it's not a bad Razor game.
It is a nod. I was watching Crystal's stream, and he was speaking. He's not a big fan of the Razor at the moment. Hasn't been having a lot of success. So let's see. Dyrachyo is another one of the pretty solid Razor players. Maybe he can have a different showing. Of course, you got the melee range pairing. Should be okay versus the Enigma, I imagine. I
should be fine.
Kind of prefer, or I don't know. That's hard. I think Tundra are a better team, and I think they will out-execute Wildcard, but my concern with Wildcard is I also really don't like the Mag as a support, and I'm really not sure what the Zeus does, to be honest. So I think that would be a strong lane. The Bristle Zeus, I think Yamson's going to be able to get a lot of farm. I'm not sure if they'll slow down 33 though, but I would probably just give Tundra the edge with the experience, and it seems like it's a relatively even draft, so I think they'll just execute.
I think if Wildcard are going to win this game, they need to realize what they're going up against, right? You're going up against a Batrider that's going to be making stacks, you're going up against a Beastmaster that's going to be taking stacks, you're going up against even a Razor Health that's going to be able to take a bunch of these stacks. So you don't exactly have a lacking ability to be able to steal those, right? You've got a Tiny, you've got a Magnus, you've got a Zeus. These are all heroes that are able to invade into the jungle, exactly what Tundra just did to you in that game number 1. So I'm anticipating that they're going to be setting up a few of these wards, maybe when Speed potentially is looking to help contest the water runes at 4 minutes, at the power runes at 6 minutes. He just needs to make sure that he's dropping a observer ward as well to be able to, you know, scout out when that eventually is going to happen and try and intercept that.
Okay. Well, we'll have to see if he's going to be able to do that. We will get ourselves underway here. Game 2, Wildcard 1 game away of being eliminated in the Fissure Playground 1 Dota event. We'll see if they can force us to a deciding Game 3. It's going to be led off the back of a Grandmaster Enigma for Fade. He's got the experience for him on a pretty filthy hero.
It's looking pretty solid for him for sure, but again, like, all Dyrachyo needs to do is put more points in Plasma Field and you put more points in Decay for Whitemon. Again, like this Tombstone isn't going to have a ton of value for that lane in particular. Maybe you put, 1 point in it at level 2, just because, with the Blood Grenade, if you're able to get them caught off guard, there is that kill threat there. But you certainly do have ways to be able to deal with these Eidolons.
Did you give a prediction?
No, I didn't. I really don't like the Mag 4, so I'm probably going to go Tundra. Plus, I have more faith in their ability to adapt to a bad situation as well. If that does indeed happen.
Well,
Fate will be fine.
Yeah, that's that's not what the issue is. You just fed 3 Eidolons.
It'll be back up by the time they need to contest the lane. Or close enough to it.
Okay, well, let's see. Mid lane, like we spoke about, imagine... Like, okay, level 1's going to be fine. Always is goes the monkey. Then the next couple of levels will probably favor BZM. I wonder what the build is as well going to be from BZM. He's got Orb of Venom currently queued up. We'll see if it's going to be an early boots as well against RCY. And then I think once he gets like 3 points tossed and Soul Ring, he should just be able to shove the lane.
Yep, agreed. You really need to try and prevent this Simian Stride from coming into the equation. Don't let him just move across the map. Make sure that there's always that threat there of creeps being lost under the tower, or even the tower just going down. We saw how neutered Wildcard were in that previous game with their lack of ability to do anything but defend, it felt like. This game, it's a little different. You're not going to have, Lycan Wolves running at you, but you're still going to have a Bat Rider running at you. You're still going to have the eventual army, I'm assuming, from 33 running at you as well. He could still look to just go into an Aghanim Scepter build. I don't hate it. Sorry, I'm just looking at Yamsen on this bottom side, who's dropping a little low. But I certainly wouldn't hate a Helm of the Overlord build here from 33. No real Midas builders, no ways to be able to just quickly nuke down that hero. I feel like with a team that doesn't quite have that same level of coordination like Wildcard, you can split the map up quite effectively and cause a little bit of panic to start to come into the equation.
I think that can be something to be said about the Scepter build as well, because there's no save on Wildcard.
Sure.
And I think that's always when this this build has a little bit more strength, when you can always just like solo kill someone. And maybe that's the damage that you might be missing to blow up the Bristleback. I see the reasoning for both builds. 33 is seeing a little bit of damage here. We'll see when the goo is going to be leveled up from Yamsen. That's the most important thing for some turnaround from them. And what the stacking game is going to look like as well. The only issue is you have this Mag 4 who TP'd back to base and actually smoked to get back to Fade. So
it's not already
a little bit awkward. No, it's not.
I really expect... You might put like 1 point in the Soul Rip from Whitemon just because, again, you're going to have a lot of units to be able to play around as a result of the Eidolons. He's gone the Rotting Mitts instead of the Facet that gives you a little bit of strength when you use that Soul Rip, but I'm just expecting a Decay max out in a lot of these engagements because, I mean, look at the heroes that you're up against. Eidolons from the Enigma, Bristle, Tiny Magnus. Like, Decay's great against all of them.
What an action going on down bottom. 33 trying to be able to brawl against the Quills that...
He should die
is
here.
Not, yeah, he will die. Finds an awkward pathing through the tree line. I think Yamsen would have caught up to him anyway, so... Much needed kill, because I'm a bit concerned with how the lanes are looking at the moment. Top is very Tundra favored. Mid is... BZM is bodying RCY. 21-9 compared to the 11-3.
So what do you expect, though, at this point, right? Like, you've got a Monkey King with the points of the Jingu, like we mentioned before, the Orb of Venom. Forces RCY to go a really early boots of speed, just to be able to try and keep space away from BZM. It does equal out a little bit once you're able to get into that level 6, but without the mana to just keep shoving out these lanes and getting easy last hits, he doesn't even have a bottle yet, so won't be able to very easily contest those water runes.
I'll play Dyrachyo. It's a Blood Grenade. A little bit of chip damage. He is out of resources, which maybe that's where that Soul Rip was able to come into play. That, whoa!
Right
what?
on the edge.
Okay, I was gonna... Yeah, that nuke really caught me off guard.
Have a look. Death summary. 164 plasma field damage twice in a row. Feels pretty good.
So I imagine will indeed. So yeah, I feel like Yamsen is the big one for me to look at. Bottom already putting the pressure on. Do they want to continue with the chase? Yamsen is under the pump. Sarks actually feels like he has the damage without 33's assistance, and yeah, that's going to be the case. Knows his fate, stands and doesn't continue to run, and our speed as well. Double kill for Tundra. This duo, they've always had something clicking with them. Their lanes never have had an issue between 33 and Sarksa.
They're able to get a kill onto Duracho on the top side, though, with Bignum perhaps getting a skewer back into the fully split Eidolons. So there's that going in favor of them. I mean, if you're able to skewer him right on top of him, that plasma field isn't going to have anywhere near the same level of impact. Could be the avenue that they're looking to try and make these plays around. Again, though, it just becomes easier and easier for Tundra as they start to get a few more of these levels. Now 2 points to the decay, 2 points to the plasma field. There's value from 1 point Storm Surge, 1 point Static Link as well, for sure. Especially considering how many of these targeted spells are going to be used against Duracho.
He's currently, yeah, I was going to say, a little bit isolated. Up on wall. And maybe get a kill. Skewer's going to be able to get him out of range, but it will not matter in. Blood grenade slow. Duracho cleans up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Gotta be careful here, RCY. Sarksa's been able to get him on the backstab.
They're going to have the Wukongs out. RCY slowed up to a crawl. And BZM with the Jingu Sax. He just TP'd back into the lane as well. And a little bit awkward positioning. I don't know what happened. He had that high ground ward and he started to walk towards the Batrider was.
Yep. Very, very challenging and doesn't even secure the power in for himself as well. So an Invis rune for BZM at his disposal. Not really going to give a ton of value to the Monkey King. I mean, if he was to want a Simian Stride, he can't even do it because he hasn't got a single point in the tree dance. Really just looking to try and dominate that lane, and indeed he has. Almost doubling his net worth just at the 7-minute mark. He could yoink the Wisdom rune.
Let's see if they... Okay, well, he's going to go for the kill onto Fade instead. Maleficus will make it a little bit more difficult.
Skewer.
Careful about the skewer. Oh, BZM, has he overplayed himself? RCY was in a great position as well to hold him into the tier 2 tower, but they got the summons to tank, and what?
The lifesteal.
Is BZM not going to die?
He still had a couple of those Jingu hits, so ended up hitting onto those Eidolons. They don't have a lot of armor to be able to reduce some of the damage coming through, so yeah, it was enough to be able to keep him up and keep him safe. No points even in the Soul Rip just yet from White One, which would have given a pretty good amount of value too. See the TPs coming in on this top side. Duracho has to be a little bit careful.
Well, this Plasma might be able to help him get away, but
nice toss
into the shockwave. Nicely done, RCY. Will be involved here with a secondary kill onto Whitemon. Really needed for Tundra. They are starting to respond with BZM, along with the TP in from Sark, so we'll see if they split away. They did have the wall that was able to scout at the Monkey King, so they're making sure that they don't get too alone from each other. Speed may have done just that, however.
The White One was just instantly respawning off of the Ceaseless Dirge, so instant goes to start pushing in that mid lane. He knows that he's almost ready to be able to take the fight.
Fight will be had as well. He's able to get out of the Wukong. Still not level 6, unfortunately, for the bonus armor, lacking to keep him alive. And BZM, they still got the Jingu as well, so the lifesteal once again is going to be a factor with him continuing to have a flawless showing. We'll get the deny out of Sarksa, so not wanting to give his life for free.
Brings himself back up to full with that Boundless Strike, though. Not wanting to drop the Tombstone just yet. Still, 80-second cooldown is a lot to be giving up, and we'll look at some of these TPs up towards the top side. Bignum is going to be able to scout out, but I mean, White One's already level 6. This is scary to have to go up against, and wisely enough, Tundra are going to be able to back off for now. They see a lot of these movements coming through, though, because of this Observer Ward placed down by Bignum. Speed. Is he going to be okay?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Looks like they've dodged out most of this amp damage. But, oof. RCY is a full 2 levels below BZM.
Yeah. And that, and it's also so much space as well, because you have not done anything to 33. And we know what this guy's able to do on the Beastmaster. It is arguably one of the best beasts, I think, in the world. Apparently there's triple bounties still littering the ground. Sark's even got another, so they were already 3,000 head. Make it 4k now. They will try and smoke and utilize some of their ultimates, so this is the big thing, Fade. Black ult already. Before we have this big team fight, make sure you guys are able to pick up some of your tickets. Exclamation mark ticket in the chat to get some more info about that.
But where's a lot of these easy catch coming from? You know, it's going to really rely... Maybe they're anticipating that BZM has been so aggressive this entire time that he's going to consider continue doing so, but he's well aware that Enigma has not shown on the lane for quite some time. And you're not a jungler, so if you're not in the lane, there's only one place that you could possibly be, and that's coming again.
Radiant's top tower is under
Gank will be held. Kill into Whitemon, Tombstone laid down. Tier 2 tower, sorry, Tier 1 tower is just going down to the creeps by the looks of it, so Bignum should be able to get the deny. Nice, small gold into Wildcard's pocket. Deny, please.
Is anyone still wanting to TP there? Probably not.
Oh, 33 smoke to take the stack, okay. Guess Sarkson maybe... Oh, he's got no observers, so not going to place a deep ward.
Makes sense though, kind of like the old Timbersaw style. Even going to be starting to make even more stacks for himself with his board.
Sarkska is starting to be ran down, has the potential to TP away, no one would be nearby to stop it.
They actually have been able to place up a ward here from speed somehow. I don't know how he was able to get into that position, but it scouts out that there's this decent stack over to the right-hand side, so I wonder if they're ever going to be in a position to be able to contest against that. This is what we were talking about in the draft that Wildcard needed to do. They needed to cheat a little bit of this extra net worth coming back their way off the back of stealing something that Tundra have spent time investing into.
Unfortunately, it seems quite unlikely with where the current action is taking place. It's dragging too many heroes to their offlane. Very difficult for them to be able to invade. So they had to respond to BZM's movement to top, and he's now back over in a quick fashion towards Tundra's triangle. So the net worth lead still holding steady. 33 after he takes the ancient stacks is going to be probably top net worth with Scepter. They'll look to group with him, potentially about Roshan. Looking for maybe an opportunity for a toss into the skewer back as well. Something with the RP ready.
Win for BKBs as well. This Xtreme would be rule. Whitemon, RP.
Okay, Whitemon. Oh, it was a bait. TP's in their face, so Bignum wants to cancel it. Easy bait from Whitemon. Lasso maybe there more as well. Drag back speed stuck inside the river. Nice timing of the flame break. Will not be able to leap himself over towards the cliff, and Tundra now may be able to put some pressure onto the Tier 1 tower without being concerned about the supports to help defend it.
I mean, they know that Yamsen needs to be continuing to farm. They know that Fade even needs to be doing a similar sort of thing. Although, there's this movement finally coming towards this big stack on the right-hand side, with Fade coming in too.
BZM's going to be nearby. Boundless is back up, and he's going to cancel it instantly. 33 will go down to the global potential. BZM trying to man fight into Yamsen. He's got the Jingu. Mage Slayer just delivered at a pretty good timing, which might actually be the factor of keeping him alive here. Boundless up in a couple of seconds. The life steal is going to be massive. He will not use it aggressively. And Sarksa will be here to clean up some of the stacks. They want the kills instead by the looks of it. Fade sacrifices his life. Yamsen thinking about stepping over to assist the Enigma, but unfortunately will not be able to do anything. Watches his offlaner die with an aggressive move down to bottom, sacrificing his game even more.
Unfortunately not able to get that Boundless strike onto the retreating Yamsen. Would have been another kill. They were able to secure onto that Bristleback. Instead, it's going to be Speed giving up his life for the cause, and
oh man,
it doesn't feel like a good game to be able to beat a Zeus. I'm a little surprised that Fade doesn't have a single point in the Midnight Pulse, just because of the tree destruction, specifically against this Monkey King that's just bouncing around everywhere, you know? Like, just to be able to provide a little bit of that extra control, that safety, so that he can't just jump immediately at you. Feels like it would be mega value, but Midnight Pulse doesn't, I guess, have value in a bunch of other situations when compared to the Malefice.
It's a tough game. Tough game for Wildcard to be in. Must be rough for RCY as well. You see what you were wanting to do with the monkey in the last game? And now the opposing position 2 plays it, and he makes it look so goddamn easy. You have a Blink Dagger from the Bat Rider at the exact same timing as the Tiny. And this is do or die. Tiny's game will either fall off a cliff here even more, or this may be the opportunity for him to at least have some further impact in game 2. But this blink move, it has to work, and unfortunately they have no idea if that Roche is going on or just don't want to contest it. So this will be free for Tundra, and then Aegis more than likely. You could give it a BZM if you want to.
I'm sure they're thinking this is far too early for them to be considering Roshan, but not when you got this Drums of Slum available, and BZM, he's nearly hitting up into that level 12 as well, using that with a Primal Roar, with the Drums of Slum. Very, very quick way to be able to get a ton of that damage coming through fairly consistently. Yeah, it feels like RCY needs that next item. I mean, he's completed a phase boot, so there's a little bit more of that burst damage potential coming through, but outside of Zeus ulti, where else is it really coming from?
That's a good question.
And they saw that he walked up to this high ground, so a good amount of information being given away.
Oxo wants to make the jump, but the rest of the team are moving over. Nice combo. RCY is going to do his best to disrupt the Thunder Gods along with the RP. Does skill them away from Fade. Black Hole may be required. They'll Delta split back to the right, 33 to the left. BZM's going to fly in as well. Wukong's, he doesn't have anyone to hold them into place. Into Doracho's here to clean up as well. It looked like a great initiation, but they didn't commit everything. The skewer away to the other side will really cost them gravely here. It was maybe the comeback fight they were needing. Doracho probably goes down to the tower, but it's a 5-man wipe. Tundra bring everyone, and that was required for them to make amends with the initiation, and in the end, BZM is really the one that is happy with the outcome.
I mean, I had my eyes on that Midnight Pulse, I had my eyes on the Black Hole. I was imagining, oh, they might be able to just draw them a little bit too deep underneath that tier 2 tower. If you drop the Midnight Pulse, if you drop the Black Hole, not only do you stun the Monkey King under the tower, you probably would have defensively glyphed as well, just from the multi-shot to make sure that you're able to kill a couple of heroes, but I guess just a little bit hesitant to do that into an Aegis, considering that BZM would have been alive as well after the fact, and he's ready for more. Really? Okay.
Yep, well, alright, well, it's a big one, BZM. A lot of danger here. Nice toss to the combo as well. Wukong's killed off instant. And now on the second life, Doracho's going to be nearby as well. Should be able to protect BZM. But Yamsen
coming back in.
This is the big guy here for Wildcard. Let's see what the Bristleback's going to be able to do. 33 chucks up the roll with a leap over the top. Yamsen just doesn't have the net worth. 33 wanting to chase down speed. He'll be able to get in range as well. Back-to-back team wipes for Tundra.
They've just got so many lives, right? Like, off the back of the Beastmaster, he's surviving so long off of the damage coming through from the Primal Roar. He's eventually going to get into some form of lifesteal as well. You, sure, died on Whitemon, but he hadn't dropped the Tombstone at that point. He still had the Flesh Golem available, instantly respawns because of the Ceaseless Dirge, has the mechanism, comes in, and even though they were so close to being able to kill off BZM, just gets that off again, right? And he's got the Mage Slayer, he's very survivable, he's reducing a ton of the damage coming through, and the Aegis, it's just the cherry on top.
Oh, I love this part.
It was like a insurmountable position. 12,000 net worth lead, 29%. I'm so surprised it's actually this high for Wildcard.
Me too, honestly. And I mean, when are we actually going to start to see some of this value coming through? I mean, even I understand as a support Magnus not really wanting to put too many points into the Empower, but I figured they might have 1 point, you know, one little bit of value to assist with, let's say, Tiny and some of his farm potential, some of his damage potential. Because right now, they're not really getting a huge amount of value out of these skewers, right? I think he's going to need that Aghanim Shard just to disrupt fights a little bit more, and he's going to need to get it quick, because those BKBs are going to be starting to come fairly soon.
RCY. Victim's not in a bad position. Perfect time of the skewer's going to be able to break the Wukongs, and they were ready. Nice trap setup, but they got a stun, they do. Fade gets in range at the last second. Wildcard playing from behind, but showcasing they can still read the map and respond to some of the Tundra movements.
You just see, thanks for having my back, buddy. Big Big Number just said they weren't getting a ton of value out of the skewers. Eating my words immediately. Off the back of some really nice positioning. Just anticipating, again, the aggression coming through. And it was a different sort of aggression, right? You're much less conscious of, oh, where might they be, or who might they be trying to go for if it's only support missing off the map, right? It's very different from if Fade was just playing in the jungle the entire time or underneath the cover of smoke. He was still in a lane. He TP'd down there to make sure that they got that follow-up onto BZM. So I like the way that they're doing this, just keeping the supports hidden for as long as possible.
For breaking the action, guys, make sure you follow the channel and also the main stream as well while it's going on. Keep up to date with all the Dota. We've got the playoffs starting shortly. One more day of Swiss stage. Watch it today. We're going to see a couple teams eliminated this series. We will see one of them. We're also about to see a dead speed along with it. Duracho cleans up him, gets an extra little bit of gold. Thanks for the kobold, my friend. +9.
Just wondering who's... Oh, Bignum needs to be a little bit careful here. If he is going to be good. So I really don't see the value in speed getting the Aghanim Shard here. Fade much more useful for it, just to be able to, again, have a little bit more of that ghost push happening, right? Just use Malefice on a creep wave, spawn some Eidolons, add some of your own Eidolons to the equation, even just sit in the tree line and pop the drums or boots of bearing so that you're not showing directly there, but you're still pushing out these lanes and stopping Tundra from running at you. They'll know that they're relatively weak, and of course that 21-minute Wisdom Rune is coming up. That's why there's this big movement coming through from Tundra.
A scan, though.
Oh, yeah.
The trap once again. Maybe Yamson put him first. I think they got a glimpse of the Enigma. And as soon as they see multiple heroes, they probably have to leave the area, even though they have such a high net worth lead. 33 doesn't get out, though. And now a fight. They have to force it, but it actually looks decent because the spell casting from Radiant, it had to be perfect when you are this far behind. The Black Hole needs to be on multiple people, along with the RP, and when you see it's not, Tundra will instantly turn it back around. They might even be able to chase down Bignum inside the river. Monkey King. Oh, did he see him? I think he did.
Now he does.
Yeah, now he does indeed. Quick swipe, even mid lane as well. Duracho gets a glimpse of RCY. Combo's already been used to hold back the Razor. Everyone else is going to fly in to offer the assistance. It's another team wipe this game. We've had multiple from the boys from Tundra. They are making this game look too easy.
They are indeed, and a lot of it's off the back of just being able to understand that, okay, Bignum was really good in that previous fight down on the bottom side of the map, but we got to interrupt a lot of his initiations there. Dropping the tombstone, making sure that you're not able to just walk up all too easily. They had to stop and kill it. And then after the fact, it was a perfect boundless strike coming through from BZM, followed up by the Roar.
Bignum doesn't get the skewer back that far. BZM's going to try and TP out. No way, are you serious? Oh my god, the read from him, that's so crazy.
Shouldn't be allowed. Illegal to be able to get away from that sort of play. Oof. Balls on this man as well to be able to go for that deep of a dive and still get away with it. Level 18 at 22 minutes in for his Monkey King. All three cores actually level 18 right now on Tundra. This is... surely it's not 20-something% still. 17. Very generous, Gaben.
Yeah, very generous. We were mentioning the fact that BZM's been struggling a little bit so far through the Swiss stage, but this series is not showcasing those struggles anymore. Great Invoker game, even better Monkey King performance as well. 33
just wants a solo kill.
Does he need the Roar? No, will not, with the jump already used. Unstoppable, top of the net worth. First phase Beastmaster, keep in mind. First overall pick.
And again, they're just about to hit a bunch more timings on Tundra, which is kind of crazy considering it feels like they've got so much already. Got Blade Mail coming up shortly for Whitemon, so he's just going to continuously put himself on the front lines. You've got a couple of BKBs coming very shortly for both BZM and Duracho. Already got your BKB on 33, and he's working into an Assault Cuirass, and honestly not too far away, just about 2,000 or so gold.
They know that's something Fish is going on and down bottom. Tundra's starting to bring some extra heroes playing behind Duracho. Also, the possibility of Roshan being up is another big thing. Scan turned red for a second. Radiant have got really good wards down towards the side. Whitemon unfortunately will get rid of one. They still have another further to the left by the outpost, but forcing a fight here is difficult. It might happen though.
They don't have a smoke, that's the big issue. They're just trying to get any sort of vision. Send in the Eidolons, yeah, why not? Just see if the Roshan attempt is already going on.
Okay.
All they need to do is delay. Well, okay, well, they know it's happening.
I don't think they care. Just put 33 in the pit. Wait for Wildcard to initiate. You have firm control of the area. Tombstone laid down. They're going to get a glimpse of BZM, but he hopped down before the Midnight Pulse. Quick on the fingers. He does use BKB and Wukongs, making space for Roche, but you got to go now. You got to go. RCY tries to toss the monkey out of the Wukongs. Roche will go down. Importantly, they get Fade as well. No black hole for the potential massive fight that could turn the tides. It's a Hail Mary skewer, but it doesn't matter. There's just nothing left in the tank. No one dies on Tundra. They have too much of a net worth lead.
And because they waited that long, they also had the BKB and the Blade Mail come out for both Whitemon and Doraccio, so they're just getting stronger and stronger right now. Like you mentioned, they're able to secure the Aegis. Now they've got the Roshan's banner as well, just to assist with pushing up onto that high ground. So really it's just all systems go for Tundra at this stage. Actually, they didn't pick up the Rosh banner. It's still in the pit. But just very measured Dota, let's call it, coming through from Tundra here. You know, just wanting to absolutely slam the door shut, buying the Gem of True Sight on Whitemon to be able to say, look, their vision right now, it's probably not that great, and they are dead right. They've got one Observer Ward that's about to expire in 4 seconds next to their own outpost on the bottom side of the map. Everything else, and it's just turned to nighttime as well, so it's so dark. They have to play inside the base. Small consolations. You're playing with a Magnus and a Time.
Oh, as soon as he walks out of the base, the Ward on the low ground. RCY is going to do his best, but Tundra, they are ready for a fight like they have been through the entirety of this game and series. And Doraccio will know no fear.
He knows no other way.
Lead, it is insurmountable, and this is just the closeout here from Tundra.
Fade really shouldn't be in that situation, unfortunately. Like, he's the one with the pipe, he's the one with the drums, he's the one that could potentially be that counter initiation to be able to save the rest of his team. But for him to show up on that low ground when you've got no vision and you're going up against an Aegis, and you know, they probably don't know that it was a 25k net worth lead at the time, now 31k. That's just giving your life away, unfortunately. I think they want to give this one last go. That wasn't really a team fight. They weren't able to get off any of their spells, any kind of effectiveness. They've still got all of their ultimates available. So can you get that Blink Skewer? They're going to use the smoke, and they're going to deny the Monkey King from jumping onto the backlines. Never mind.
I thought they saw him. On the low ground, BZM knocks him down again, but he's got BKB Wukongs. It's not easy. BZM's making him work for the kill, and the response is there. Again, Enigma not able to play with the black hole. They tried with the RP, but it wasn't good enough. Once again, everything has to go perfect for Wildcard, and when it does not, you are going to be swarmed further. The cage is closing in. Doraccio? What? How did he kill him back? I think of the Storm Surge before the skewer back. There's some buybacks. They should get Saxa, right?
Oh my god. So demoralizing. 33? That's a little deep to be able to go on your own. I know you've got the Aegis.
All right.
There we go.
Unlock. Condolences to boys on Wildcard. They will be knocked out of the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota event. Good luck is given over to Tundra. Their road will continue to try and make it through the Swiss stage. They will have one more best of 3 to play tomorrow.
Not going for the high five this time, BZM. Just feel a little burned by Doraccio last time. Maybe he was thinking about it a little bit, but seems like Doraccio's taking a little bit of a shining to Whitemon, you know, his lane partner, and he's setting himself up for success a fair few times. You know, he had, once again, a very good laning stage, and the connection's starting to come more and more for this relatively new team playing together.
Yeah, we'll take a little bit of time, but it's going to be important if they can make it over to those playoffs. I feel like that is really where we can see, because we know this team can perform. I mean, this is an incredible star-studded roster on Tundra, but you just need to get that time and that experience. Maybe it's some extra days to be able to talk about the meta, their ideas as a whole, to be able to adjust to some things going on. So Tundra aren't there just yet. Again, like we said, they have one game tomorrow, one series tomorrow. It's really going to be difficult. All the opponents that are left, like we saw with day one with some of the upsets, means that, you know, some favorites will be playing tomorrow. So they're going to have a difficult opponent. And unfortunately for Wildcard, they will be sent home. It was good to be able to see them. You know, we got the one game kind of thriller from them up against Xtreme, where they absolutely blitzed through with a strategy no one was expecting. They didn't get it again, and we saw kind of as a result what was to happen. This is still a young team, new organization, new players. Hopefully they're able to continue to grind, continue to grow, and we'll see what Wildcard can do in the future.
I mean, you talk about, like, you know, the $6 million Echo Slams and things of that nature, but that was the $5,000 Venomancer, because with that series win, they don't finish in dead last. They are in that slight bracket above, so they're going to be taking away 10k for themselves. So it's a nice little chunk of change, especially considering you've got, you know, such an early part into this game. But we're going to say a quick hello to Bignum with Jenkins taking the interview there.
That's right. I'm here with Bignum from Team Wildcard. Tough series for you guys. It does knock you out of the tournament. What's your initial breakdown on what went wrong in that series?
I don't know. I think we just played really bad. The series, nothing else I can add about it. I think we had okay drafts to execute, but just didn't play well. We didn't have lane pressures that we wanted. Our early rotations didn't work, especially game one. And then it's just tough. I don't know. They're playing really fast, and we are not matching the speed.
Do you feel like maybe Tundra, in the earlier series that they had, they just weren't having a good showing, and now they're kind of playing really well?
I mean, I don't know. We watched their series, obviously, previous series, and it felt like they couldn't get this tempo of the game. They're Talon ran them down from lanes, from what I remember. And yeah, once they play fast, it's hard to play against them. I think it's really important to do good in lanes in early game. Yeah, otherwise tough.
How do you guys feel about the patch? Are you hoping for a new patch, and do you think that you're going to be a really strong team on a new patch?
I mean, it's hard to say if you're going to be a strong team on a new patch, but I definitely feel excited about the patch, because this patch, this map is the same for a year, maybe something like that. So yeah, we would like to have something fresh, I guess.
What's the most annoying hero on this patch for you to play against?
Next Assassin, I would say. Yeah, we have big problems dealing with this hero in real games. Yeah, I mean, same in pubs. This hero is just really annoying. Yeah,
it's so annoying. Dying full to zero never feels good. So you guys, I think, got a lot of new fans, being the the true North American team. Of course, North American fans, Ukrainian fans as well. Do you have anything you want to say to them?
Yeah, thank you for everyone who's supporting us. Yeah, that's it. Support Wildcard.
All right, good luck in future tournaments, my friend.
Thank you.
Back to the panel.
Thank you, Jenkins. Thank you, Bignum, as well. So, yeah, again, condolences. Hopefully, we will see a lot of people who are adding themselves as a fan for Wildcard for North America, and for Mr. Ukraine for Bignum as well, representing himself. And you will see how they're able to continue to go with these upcoming tournaments. This is a team with some potential, but we need to see them be able to play a little bit more together. Any more closing comments, Senok?
No, I've got... It's so hard, right? Because there's such a young team across a bunch of their different players, particularly RCY, so I hope he doesn't get too discouraged about how this series today went. When the chips were down, when they were in the best of ones, he was able to, play really well along with the rest of his team to just kind of take control over it. So, and obviously today wasn't their day, but they still had their moment in the sun. They still had one of the big highlights of the tournament so far, so hopefully they can take that with them moving forwards.
Yes, hopefully indeed. And for Tundra, how do you feel about this team? We got to see them incredible performance, and it looked like, from what Bignum was saying as well, this team looks incredibly scary when they're able to play fast, and that was exactly the case in this series. How do you feel about their hopes, though, through, again, tomorrow with the best of three, and then if they do make it into the playoffs?
I mean, it's so hard to say, right? Because we don't know who they're going to be playing against. If they're going against Aurora, probably pretty good, because Aurora wants to play relatively slow Dota. But if you're going up against Talon again, possibly, Liquid, there's a possibility that this could be the sort of situation where you're just going to be butting heads consistently. You're not going to be able to really get into your groove a little bit. And I think that the difference between their very best and their very worst has just been so vast that it's so hard to say that, you know, how they're going to be playing when they wake up tomorrow morning for their next games.
Well, we will have to see. At least for us on this stream, our upcoming series is going to be Yakult Brothers versus Avulus. So that is another elimination series, and both sides fighting for their tournament lives on the line here. So we're going to go to a break and highlights. When we come back, we've got our second series of the night. We'll see you guys then.
is up, everybody? Welcome back to the last day of the group stage here on the Fissure Playground. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with the one and only Lizard. What is up, my guy? How you doing today?
Doing fine, man. Looking forward to these next couple of games. Loving your shirt, by the way. This, yeah. I mean, you're stylish and I'm a lumberjack. I feel like that's the.
I was like emo lumberjack day one, So
Yeah.
it's, we're getting there. We're just taking turns. Nah, it should be a fun day, right? We got 2 elimination series coming up. We just witnessed Wildcard get kind of bodied by Tundra, which, Tundra looking good. Finally, they had a rough start to the event, but, picking up steam.
Yeah, like they had kind of a rough start, I guess, but all the games that we watched, they would body the enemy team,
right.
and it like the previous series as well was really quick, and the ones we were casting as well ended in like 20-ish minutes. I believe that was versus Shopify Rebellion. But we're not covering them, right? At the beginning, it's Avulus and, if I'm correct, Avulus and Yakult's Bros, right?
Oh yeah, Yakult's Bros and Avulus. That's our first one, yeah.
I think B-Cop introduced me to the big brother of Yakult's Bros. It's he told me like this cool story that he's literally like there is a Yakult and he's basically the team owner and he gathered them. Is sponsoring apparently everything out of the pocket or something. I'm not even sure, but in any case, pretty cool story and a pretty cool team. Like they do have a lot of Asian superstars from back in the day, but any team that you have on any of the majors at the moment usually has only Chinese superstars because there aren't really a lot of upcoming new talent from the region.
To be fair, I think like technically Zeal is like one of the few upcoming players who's like who's been newer on the scene, like compared to everyone else on the team, right? I think Zeal is somewhat the newest. He started appearing back in like the last season of the DPC as a really high tier player. There's a couple of those players that have stuck around, but yeah, you're right. It's a lot of just kind of the old school superstars that are still around, and that's what we see on Yakult's Bros, and they're pretty good. They're looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's really hard to replace them because they're very good. On the other side, like these guys, they're not necessarily like old school players, but at the same time, they have been playing in competitive scene for a really long time. They just haven't been a part of very successful teams. Most of them. I guess Suneko, out of all of these 5 players, has been involved with the most successful teams in the past. Like he's been a part of many different iterations of many different stacks that he gets into, either major or even TI, I think. I'm pretty sure. So he definitely has a lot of experience. The rest of them, they've always been around. They've been competing, like even against me when I was, still trying to make it when I wasn't washed completely. So like Stormer, Smiling Knight, but these are still players I feel like that are, for some reason, I still feel they are upcoming. Like they still have more to prove.
I think that's a really good way to put it. They definitely have more to prove, and you can see it in their the kind of work effort they've put in for the last half a year as this stack. And this team, I think, given a different draw in this tournament, may have already qualified for the main event, right? Like they had some pretty rough teams to go up against in the first couple of rounds, and they nearly won in those matchups. So Avulus, I think they are probably better than what their score currently shows, but that's why we have these best of 3s on the elimination and qualification matches, right? So they're going to have plenty of opportunities here to prove that they are, as good. I think that people are starting to think that they are.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do believe that they have a lot of things going for them, like a lot of very good ideas. We were listening to Timado yesterday as well talk about them. A lot of cool ideas from the boys on Avulus. They like to feed a lot as well, which is what I like the most about them. Like perfect Dota ain't no fun. I want to see Stormer jump in on the mid lane with 10% HP on that rune and die. I want to see Eki jump in with the Lion alone on their position 1 that has like 30,000 gold advantage over the Lion and try alone to burst him. I want to see those things. It's fun. It's fun.
They become unpredictable, right? You know, you're the other team and you're like, okay, is he gonna do so? Is this Roland gonna be, you know, him messing with us, or is the whole team here this time? You never know. But, that's what makes the team fun, right? Keep them guessing.
You know what's actually kind of cool about teams? Like in competitive scene, like all these players, they scream against each other, they play against each other a lot, and I can tell you, like 100% from experience, like you kind of have an idea about what player does what. Like there are players that are only going to jump in if there is follow-up, and then there are these clowns. No, I'm not saying any names, but there are certainly players that will just jump in to mess with you, you know, or they will, if there's some ogre, they're gonna run towards you, even though they have no backup, and they have no business doing that.
I love it.
Yeah, so, and a lot of teams, a lot of players, they know exactly who's who and who does what, because they've experienced it. And then you look at the replay and you're like, huh, why did I... Wait, I ran away from this dude. Why did I do... Ah, okay, next time it's gonna be different.
They're not falling for it a second time. For those of you who are tuning in to all of the Fissure events, we've got some amazing games happening, not only here, but over on the other stream. We got 2 running side by side, and you want to make sure to follow both those channels to stay completely up to date with Fissure and what they've got planned for this year. So type exclamation point F in chat, not exclamation point chat in F. That would be very weird. F in chat, and that will give you all the information you need to follow Fissure. And it's, you know, we're just starting the year off strong, is how I look at it, right? Like it's January, man, and we have a major event already going on, and we're gonna be packed for a really fun year, I think, of Dota.
Absolutely. A lot of events already by Fissure. There's a bunch of playgrounds, I believe, a bunch of Valakias, a bunch of ESLs, Dream Leagues. TI, of course, just got announced at least a couple of days ago. Hamburg, yeah, not too far away from me as well. European TI, second time in a row.
2 years in a row? Ain't no way.
Yeah, crazy. Unbelievable. But yeah, like all of these teams, they definitely do want to get to TI. I'm not even sure how you get to TI anymore. You
just roll some dice, I'm sure.
Yeah. I honestly don't know how the point system works exactly. I mean,
I don't know if there is one anymore. Technically, is there?
I maybe someone counts some points in you know, Gabe.
Yeah, maybe there probably is somewhere behind the scenes.
Yeah, he's
in
probably
the magic vaulted Valve.
In between his marine research sessions, he hops on, sees the results, or put some gives points to some teams. Yeah. Did you see on Reddit the post about Gabe Newell?
There's a bunch, yeah. I've seen them all.
Yeah, I've seen them all. I fiend Gabe Newell. I have like RSS feed. If Gabe Newell is mentioned anywhere, it pops up.
I get alerted to all my devices. Yep.
I see. Cool. But yeah, like, he's on a boat chilling, and these 2 teams, they'd like to win some money as well to get on a boat and chill, perhaps afterwards, or whatever they want to do with it. I don't judge. But first and foremost, I believe they need to set up their headsets and jump into a draft.
Ooh, we got a draft. Let's go. So, a lot of the same bands. I feel like it's been a tradition at this point where the team who has first pick is kind of forced to ban out things like the Alchemist and the like, and the second pick team... Or, I'm sorry, the second pick team is forced to ban those, whereas like the team with first pick is a lot of times getting rid of the Nyx and the Monkey King.
Yep.
So it's kind of almost a gentleman's agreement at this point, it seems, where they're just like, yeah, you guys do your thing.
It leaves a couple of heroes like Gyro in the pool that they might go for. There's Morphling as well that's still left for Avulus. There's Dawnbreaker now that Nyx is banned out, of course. Another option. Like, in general, I feel like, what are the differences here? Almost no supports between Bat and Nyx, and now they have to cover those. They ban Ekis, Lion and Shadow Shaman immediately.
That's respect, dude, right? We talked in that series yesterday how it really felt like Eki was the one just completely dominating Shopify and just dictating the pace of the game.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, he was just doing all sorts of work on those initiating fours that also bring a lot of control to the table. There are a couple of extra others that you can go for without Lion and Shadow Shaman, but they are basically the ultimate controlling position fours. On the other side, Morphling banned out as well, so not gonna see that one. It is one of those heroes that kinda always can survive against Dawn, and they get the snap. Okay, old school counter to Phoenix, I guess.
Yeah, I've seen it paired against the Phoenix a couple times, and on paper you're like, great counter, right? But I've also seen it fall very flat. Because you have to go Blink Dagger as like your first item on Snapfire to make use of the little shredder to pop the egg. I will say Dawnbreaker Snap is a classic offlane duo, right? Like the cookie into Starbreaker, Celestial Hammers, Full Bore. Like, it's a lot of damage, and that's the type of hero Dawnbreaker loves to be paired with. But now I'm curious if this is going to be like, okay, I was going to say, now I'm curious if you just try and create some distance between you and your enemies, and it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do with the Gyrocopter or the Magnus here. So love this a lot.
Absolutely, a lot of damage coming from the Dawn and the Snap in the lane, like you said. I still like it into Phoenix Gyro. Like, this lane still seems solid to me. Gyro is strong, sure, and like, he is the carry to go for. I don't know what else you would go for here. And they also take the Magnus, so Avulus can't take that as position 1. But they have their Bloodseekers, they have their Raid Kings, they do like to experiment with different ones. They also get their Lich. So Lich Tiny, not a bad second phase for Avulus, I have to say.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like their draft has very strong lanes right now, and very reliable lanes, but we'll have to see how that actually plays out. You guys may have seen it actually pop up on the screen if you were wondering and maybe didn't get a chance to read in your Yakult radio cast. Who knows? Quick reminder, you can grab tickets for the main event. It's happening in just 5 days. It's really soon. You should do this. Grab your tickets, join us in Belgrade for the first major event of the year, and so come support your favorite teams. And come hang out with some cool people. You know, it'll be all the Dota people there.
Yeah, absolutely. Just around the corner. One thing that I need to say about Avulus' draft so far is like Eki, once they took Shadow Shaman and Lion, like, they didn't find a replacement that does the same. Like, Snap isn't it. Snap is a completely different hero. Like, you need to set up for Snap. Snap isn't setting things up 90% of the time. So they're going to have to find someone else to do that. And Storm on Tiny can, but he needs at least that Blink Dagger. So we'll see how they adapt to it. Keep in mind as well that Yakult, because of banning the Shadow Shaman and Lion, were free to pick up an Ember or any other spirit that they wanted. They went with the Ember. And right now, when you look at this Ember's game, it looks pretty damn free. The lane is maybe whatever versus Tiny, but later on, you shouldn't be caught by anything but Sinister Gaze.
I like these bands quite a bit, and the thing is this is kind of that strength of the Magnus Gyro pick here in the middle, where you can kind of move them wherever you want, right? Like, you don't know exactly what lanes they're going to, so you're kind of forced to ban out a variety of heroes. They get rid of the Spectre, they get rid of the Muerta. I think the Spectre ban makes a lot of sense. She's very good at dealing with heroes like the Snapfire, but on top of it, she's great at getting away from the Dawnbreaker. Wow, okay, super cool pick.
Yeah, they're just throwing problems at them. So this is a Magnus carry, I suppose, with the Gyro 4, with Enigma offlane, Ember mid on Yakults. And now if you're Avulus, you need to find a hero, and you don't... I mean, you have some reserve time, but You need to find a hero that does well against Enigma and also is just a good hero at the moment. Like, there aren't many.
Yeah, I'd say it's kind of difficult because you don't have a steroid for someone like a Medusa, which is like one of Smiling Knight's classic heroes. You could actually look to go back for the Wraith King. Okay, so they go Phantom Assassin, actually. Interesting. I was thinking of something that might not be super struggle bus in lane that actually... Whoa, that's a support Magnus.
Okay.
So it's
okay.
Ame on the Gyro, which I guess Gyrocopter fares better in the matchup against Phantom Assassin, so in that regard, it makes sense. We haven't seen a lot of support Magnus. Bobica, though, I feel like he can pull almost any hero off on the 4 position, so I'm going to leave it to him. Tian Ming's gone his classic Phoenix, one of the most iconic Phoenix players. So I think, yeah, Yakult's Brothers got a lot of heroes that they're comfortable with, that they like in their draft. I think Smiling Knight's going to have a lot of work to do here. And Zibe needs the Aghanim Scepter, like, ASAP. It has to be like Blade Mail Ags this game.
Yeah, most likely he's going to get it very quickly, right? Like a bit of stats, Bracer Null, into Blade Mail, into Ags, sure. I don't mind it. I don't know. Honestly, like I have witnessed Boboka's Magnus before. This is a guy that likes to experiment on his position 4s. He has a lot of very faithful fans, by the way. Very interesting fans as well, let's put it like that, diplomatically. Yeah. As you can sometimes see on social media. But he deserves it. He's been a part of like many... he brought to the scene a lot of strategies, like a Monkey 4 and stuff. At the same time, I don't believe in this. Like, I think Enigma was a good pick, but I just don't have a lot of faith in the Magnus. Like, on one side, I see Lich and PA just... Okay, you get some magic resistance on those Eidolons, sure, but let's see how they do that lane. Because Magnus, like, he needs a bit of farm, and you need to find that Blink Dagger. I always like to be wrong when it's a position 4 in question, because I play a lot of 4. It's my main role, and it's always nice to learn what you can do differently.
Yeah, that's true. Something about the whole, talking about Bobica being so innovative and just a very good player that it's like, but I don't like this. It's just like something about that caught me off guard. So good. Very funny. But I think you're right. Like, we don't see position 4 Magnus all that often, and I don't think it's for I think it's for a good reason. Like, the hero shines in almost every core role, and typically when you relegate it to a support, you're like missing out on what the hero really brings to the game. But we'll see if he gets to the Blink Dagger, if he gets like anything after that is kind of luxury, honestly. But yeah, they have a huge team fight. They have Black Hole, RP, and Phoenix Egg. Like, there's a lot that they're bringing into the team fights in terms of control. So if they can get these spells like connected in any way, I think they have a really good shot. But we've seen Avulus have incredible team fighting skills. So we'll see what happens as we jump into our first game of this series. It is going to be Avulus taking on Yakult's Brothers. And for those of you who are just tuning in, welcome. It's going to be a lot of fun. So let's do this.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Magnus on a 4 or even on offlane at one point was played like an empower creep, right? Like, you just go in, you empower a target, you stack a lot. We'll see if he's able to do something similar, because he does have good empowered targets, like both the Gyro and Ember, of course. You can argue that maybe Enigma can play with the equilibrium a little bit. You get the lane back and you just go stack. But I'm looking at Enigma and I'm looking at Magnus, and these are heroes that kind of rely on their big ultis. It's probably gonna be on Zeal to just go drums pipe or something like that, like Boots of Bearing, whatever. Just go full utility, which is a common build right now.
Yeah, I feel like that's the literal every game for Enigma, is just this offlane drums into Vlad's, and then you from there adapt your build to whatever you need, whether it's the Blink Dagger, the BKB, if you want to go for something like I said, like a pipe. You have all those options, and that's one of the things that makes this Enigma pick so strong. unless you have one of the strong counters to the Enigma, it pretty much almost wins the lane every game. And that's kind of the strength of either picking or banning the gyro early, is you kind of force the opponent to be like, hey, Enigma's on the table now because we have the gyro or because the gyro is banned.
I want to see how this bot lane goes. Lich and PA to me is probably one of the best lanes at the moment on the safe lane. At the same time, if you don't kill these Eidolons early on, then they can start to really hurt.
Yeah. I think top lane is going to be a bloodbath as well. Like, both of these lanes are actually really, really aggressive from Avulus, right? Like you said, you hit Lich, I almost said Pitch Lie. That's just a really cool name that someone should name, like, their child. I don't know.
I'll do it for you. I'll do it for you.
Yeah.
It's my firstborn. My firstborn.
Don't name it after me. Name it after improper pronunciation. Thank you. Yeah, Lich PA, super strong lane, and then on the off lane, you have this Snapfire Dawnbreaker, which the level 2 timing is really strong.
It's massive, yeah. Like even on the
Speaking of level 2 timings,
Zeal.
they just go bottom. Blood grenades are out. Frost Shield. One more auto attack is what they need. First blood goes to Saneko. And yeah, it was kind of what we were talking about. Like, it's a really strong lane. You can't walk away. You're going to be at 100 MS for like 8 seconds. It's scary.
Absolutely. It's hard, right? Like, Lich is the strongest laning hero at the moment, I swear. From a position 5 top lane as well. Like, this Phoenix is... Oh, he just gets level 2. Oh, dive.
Ooh, the dive. He really wants to finish this one off. He's got him.
What happened? I don't think he saw that he got level 2. He had more than enough time to get out.
Yeah.
Magnus bottom. Boboka?
Yeah, he's going to go for the TP to the tier 2 or the tier 1. Wait, the long TP. Oh, Zeal just TP'd back in the lane.
Yep.
Avulus was like, oh, he'll make the TP, and then they're like, wait a minute, that's extended TP. Okay, I don't remember the exact numbers because it's, it's one of those things where there's too many numbers in Dota.
It's long enough.
I feel like it increases your TP by like 1.5 seconds per recent teleport or something. Like, it's a decent time.
Yeah. If you go with alt over the TP, it says it will be increased for each successive hero. It doesn't say how much it will be increased.
Epic. I love tooltips.
I just know that I have to flame the guy that TP'd before me, you know? It's always his fault. It's not me, it's him. But in any
it's
case,
a little bit of a communication mistake too, because if he TP'd to the tier 2, that's not an issue, right? Like, he gets the TP off and he lives.
No, I'm not sure there is any communication issue there. He just saw the Zeal TP there. He just died. So
yeah, true.
I don't know.
Just an oversight.
Yeah, the lanes so far, at least, on a silver lining, even though they are losing 3 kills. Top lane Gyro is doing fine with the last hits.
Yeah.
So that's the upside.
One thing to note, Lich actually kind of sick into the Enigma. If you get the Eidolons, you're getting more mana back in the lane.
Yep.
And he just like is holding Frost Shield for the Eidolon split, and then the PA just starts throwing daggers at them and just staying at range with the Frost Shield. So it's actually working.
And he went level 2 Frost Shield, by the way.
Yeah.
So 1 level of Frost Blast, 2
cool.
levels of Frost Shield. Pretty cool, yeah. By the way, I'm looking at different streamers because I thought it's only me, but it's not. A lot of people in Europe, at least, are having packet loss.
Dude, I had like 20 to 80% out packet loss to the Dota server just yesterday when I was playing.
Oh, that's
like
horrible.
Just randomly. I was like, it was actually really annoying. I missed a kill because of it.
No.
I like was trying to like run after a hero, and it literally like it felt like I DC'd. I just kept running the opposite direction, and I was like, what is happening? And we had to like pause. And I look up and I have like 80% packet loss. I was like, oh.
Packet loss is the worst thing. Like, lag is bad.
I'd rather lag, for sure.
Lag is bad, but packet loss is so much more worse. Like, so many different random things happen. Like, you start hearing some random sounds. Your hero is just like you said, walking in one direction, or like just the commands they kind of go through and sometimes they don't. It's just very weird to play. But yeah, so far, Avulus, with or without the packet loss, are doing fine.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I think when you have things like lag or ping issues, you can compensate for it a little bit in your actions. Kind of like, obviously not if it's a lot of ping.
Yeah.
But if we're talking like 100 ms or something like that, like you can kind of compensate for that because you just like have to kind of understand how it's going to affect your game. But when legitimately inputs from your keyboard don't make it to the Dota server and you're like, I'm pretty sure I pressed this button and then nothing happened, there's no compensating for that, right? Like, that's just, oh, unlucky, I guess.
You just feel like you're going insane. That's the worst thing
yeah,
for me,
dude.
because it makes me doubt my sanity. And I'm like, wait, am I getting old? Am I missing something? What's happening?
You're like, dang, do I just suck now? Like, what happened?
I'm pretty... I'd be happier if I just didn't press it, you know? Not if I thought that I pressed it. It's like, okay,
yeah,
Alzheimer hitting in a bit sooner than expected, but...
yeah, it's a real boomer moment.
Yep. Mid lane so far, out of these two not so boomer players, 18 last hits on, Emo 22, very even, like 4 CS difference, nothing major.
Yeah, kind of expected for a tiny lane too, right? Like against something like an Ember Spirit. I think it gets more difficult as Tiny gets closer to 6 and he has more armor.
Yep.
Stops taking like the double impact chip, but overall Ember looks like he's not really struggling too much.
Yep. One lane that I would say, even though they killed Phoenix, they did save the top lane very well, very nicely. So Gyro on top of net worth, you know, just farming away. They're not pressuring him. So.
Well, they actually got a decent amount of damage into the Lich in the bottom lane, but
there's a stacked small camp. This way.
Oh, Emo in mid. The tree toss is gonna find him. Just a level 2 full bore was enough to help bring him down. Okay, we're going in there with the pathetic spams. I'll be honest, such a good voice line. Thank you for that one, Valve.
Yeah, absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nothing toxic about that voice line.
I have never seen anything less toxic in my life.
The amount of voice lines that they declined, by the way, that I've submitted, that weren't pathetic or anything like that. That's okay.
You just gotta be less toxic, all right?
Yeah,
it's all right. Yeah, bottom lane rotation from Tianming. They're gonna TP though from Stormstormer. Great hold on the Sinister Gaze to cancel out the dive from Tianming, and they will pick up a kill there onto the Phoenix. The Frost Shield will protect Saneko. And that's just a real quick rotation from Stormstormer, and they're not really losing anything on the other lanes. They're just soaking mid on the Snapfire. Stormstormer wants to keep chasing, looking for Bobica, and this should eventually be a kill. It's like, he's got Avalanche, he hasn't thrown it, and that will do it. Stormstormer 2 on his rotation. Now potentially looking for Zeal, but he's got no backup. He's just going to do some harassment damage here. He'll maybe contest the 7-minute rune, but I mean, I don't know. The hero's respawning a little sketch.
I guess it is, but where were the teammates? Like, what happened? So many times. By the way, Ember tried snatching the other one, but this isn't the first time that Stormer just goes in, ham, and his teammates are like, chill, bro. You know, like, it's okay. Bot lane, Smiley Knight.
Quick blink strike out, but guess what? Tiny never left! We're gonna see a big TP rotation in from the side of Yakult Bros to try and punish this extension. Stormstormer on the run, gonna get caught there from the Searing Chains, and they get themselves a really nice kill on the mid lane, Tiny.
This time around, that play kind of happened because of PA, right? Like, Smiling Knight got caught, and then they counterplayed. But like, this time around, it was bad because everyone respawned. When they were going on Enigma before, I feel like that maybe was possible. But in any case, nice rotation by Gyro and Ember, punishing them.
All right, that was a very good voice line, Saneko. All right, thank you. The comedy in Dota is top tier. Tianming gonna go for the rush through the portal, but caught from the Sinister Gaze. Not today. He's gonna maybe dive to safety. Smiling Knight can't finish the job. A dagger though, looking for Bobica now as well. Tianming just still barely surviving. The skewer to pull him back in. Searing Chains from Emo. They're gonna clean up big. In comes Zibe. They actually don't get a single kill.
That's insane. Like, the way that Phoenix lived twice on like a 1 HP, absolutely crazy. But a nice bait by him. Well, not intentional bait, but in any case, nice bait and nice rotation once again by Emo.
Wow, that ward is like a pixel outside of that sentry they placed bottom. Seneko knows there's a lot of heroes still here. He is going to head to the north and not risk this one.
Yeah, probably should abandon this bot lane for now. By the way, do you like Bobica's build? Oh, they might. Oh, even the purge.
Smiling Knight. Yeah, ooh, he did get purged. That really
crazy.
Really hurts. If he didn't have a creep there in that jungle, like if he had already killed that camp, he was dead.
They're going for Zeal though.
Yeah, really good wraparound here from Stormstormer. Avalanche looking for the toss. Will get it. Do they have the... Oh my... Okay, they do have the damage. That is level 4 toss on the Tiny. He's going to continue the chase here, looking for Bobica, who can skewer to safety if he needs it.
Just has to be careful. The Avalanche is on cooldown though. Like, he could have done it.
Okay, Emo with a solo kill mid. There's your skewer bottom. Sinister Gaze. Not going to do a whole lot. Now turning around onto Tianming. He's going to be able to dive right in, but gets caught from the egg.
Ooh, the
and now they're going to turn it around. Gyro's looking to find a target, but it looks like they've completely disengaged. The good old Dawnbreaker ult lagging the client. I don't know if you saw that one. Yeah, the Dawnbreaker passive.
Yeah, it went to like 20 packet loss. By the way, this was still a really good play by Mag and Phoenix. Especially because Phoenix was level 5, and as they finish off the Lich, he gets 6. And that egg literally saves both of them. Because of that egg, PA can't go in, Stormstormer needs to TP out. Like, really well done by Bobica and Tianmin. Like, very cool. Cool to watch.
He was about to Phantom Strike in, and I think looked at his debuff bar and was like, nope, I got a Fire Spirit. What can you do?
Yeah, pretty much.
So, really good stuff there. While we're paused, you guys can use this time to join us in Belgrade for the first big event of the year. Go ahead and type !ticket in chat and come join us. It's going to be a lot of fun. Fissure's put a lot of work into this first playground, and there's going to be a lot more coming up, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
All right.
These two teams, though, they still want to go very far in the tournament, and I feel like this is their first real test. Of course, they've played versus really good teams, but this best of 3 kind of have to show everyone what they've got. They're on a really similar level, I would say. Avulus and Yakult.
Yeah, I'd agree. I feel like Yakult they've had a little bit of a rocky recent like series of events, but they're still very strong. And I think the skill ceiling for this team, like a lot of people agree, is very high. So,
of course. With Ame being there, Bobica as well. Everyone, this team, Emo.
Emo has a regen, dude. He's just, like, they just threw some spells at him, and he's like, yeah, what are you going to do? I have a regen running. That doesn't matter.
And go poke some more, and Bobica is also rotating in. Doesn't have ult, though.
He needs to leave.
Yeah.
They did scan this, so they do know there's some heroes on the right side of this lane. They are going to maybe wrap around here on the Lich. Cookie off the mark as well as the Avalanche. You gotta run now. Emo's just gonna go right on in. Blood Grenade into a lot of damage. And, well, whatever kisses, not really on the mark. And Emo will eventually go down. So it's a 1-for-1 trade on the mid lanes.
I feel like maybe Zibe could have saved him if he used the Solar Guardian earlier, right?
I think they were trying to Solar Guardian to kill the Ember, but he ended up running out of remnants. So, yeah maybe could have been used to save the Tiny there. It's hard to say.
Yeah.
But I agree.
In any case, 1-for-1. And once again, I see Stormer just going in with 20% HP. It's like he knows he's gonna die. 90% it's gonna happen, but still goes for it. Just to bait out a fight.
Eki.
Let's have a cookie.
Oh my gosh, Cookie's the RP.
Are you
well,
not? Is he really not going to voice line that? I respect him.
Yeah, that's the most. That was the moment for the voice line. Either that was unreal or the pathetic one, right?
Absolutely. He's a
missed opportunity, really.
Bigger man than I am, for sure. Better man.
Mid lane, they really want this tower. They've been constantly chipping away at it here with this Ember Spirit, with this Enigma. They will finally just concede, give it up.
I don't think we mentioned this Gyro, and they will try to get him now.
Yeah, he's very alone top, goes for the call down. A lot of magic damage, but they've got so much backup in Ame. No way making it out of this one.
They're smoking up, though.
That's a surprising aggressive position if your team's showing on mid tower there.
Yeah, they didn't have RP. They do have Egg, if they want to take this fight.
Do you see both of the supports? Lich would be a good one, but he has the Chain Frost.
Yeah. You know, this kind of a situation is why Snap is really good into Phoenix, because if it's any other bot lane, Zeal.
Oh, this is a great pickoff. He's dead. Really good find there from Stormstormer. They take down the Enigma. It's also going to help protect this Ancient stack potentially. But yeah, Eki does not get the deny off. Now, can they contest these? I feel like you need to. This is a big stack. You do not want this Ember to take from your team.
Yeah, Stormer has no mana. That's, well, he does have now a little bit. He got
a couple.
Yeah, he got
Stole
two.
some of the big creeps.
There's still 2 dragons here that they're just going to abandon, it seems like, yeah.
Yeah, that hurts. Really good movement, though, from Yakult. Not only off of that smoke, but they discover some big stacks and manage to take them away.
Yeah, minute 14 as well. Let's see. Avulus, minute 14, they should, yeah, with the Arcane Boots, they have enough resources. They should defend this. They almost always defend the rune. They're TPing everyone, of course.
Blink revealed from Stormstormer. There's going to be the Mortimer kisses it as well, and Evo trying so dang hard to make his way to that rune will end up remnanting away. It looks like Ame should be fine.
Maybe
well,
not.
That dagger from downtown. Does he get in range for the Sinister Gaze? He does. And the Blink follow-up from Stormstormer will secure it.
Okay, if you're playing versus Avulus and you're contesting the minute 14, you have to bring everyone. It's as simple as that, because they will be 5-manning that Wisdom Rune every single game.
They scanned it perfectly. They're like, oh, yep, they're going for it, and we saw the whole team start to show up.
And they were in the triangle taking their stacks, right? Like the next most obvious play. Suneko, though, is kind of low. Maybe this is a play.
Light Chain should connect. Bavi's going to offer a little bit of resistance, but there's the Urn, Shockwave. He should die to this. Yeah, and they do. All right.
This is a game in which I really respect Zibei's Orchid itemization. Like some games, well, I guess I respect it in any way. Zeal. There's a black hole.
The burst damage. They actually missed the avalanche, and he's going to turn around with a black hole, but a nice full bore scatter shot from downtown
Bobuka
will actually bail out Zibe. There's going to be the RP from Bobuka to hold down Eki in place, and cleaned up by Ame, so they get themselves a single kill in return, but with the Ember Spirit showing up, they'll back away.
Stormer.
Oh, maybe not, though. Stormstormer, he's found themselves the Magnus. He's going to try and maybe get his skewer off, but no. Call down. Egg dropped as well. Suneko gets caught from the slow. And with the Chain Frost, that will bounce to the Phoenix as well, and does not make its way back, so...
They can maybe still go in. They have Orchid.
Yeah, do they have a Blink again? How far away? Stormstormer needs mana, I think.
He has Soul Ring. Like he could have jumped in, but it was probably way too dangerous. The amount of poke and prod that they have on Radiant is insane. The way they're playing this game, they're just forcing Yakult to use some big ultis, and if you get a Lich for that, it's not worth it, you know? As a DD, Orchid is there.
That's the Orchid. Oh, that paid off so quick. Finds the Ember Spirit, and well, that's a big one.
Absolutely love this item, this game. Like, we were talking about Blade Mail, and it's also okay, but Orchid is just so damn valuable in this match. Like, you can just own Enigma, Ember, Phoenix, almost anyone, really.
Yeah, we've seen this build actually become a little bit more popular on Dawnbreakers as well. And it just kind of, like, escaped my thought, you know? I was like, yeah, you know, maybe he'll go just the Blade Mail to tank up. But yeah, it is such a good Orchid game.
Yeah. Some games I don't like it. Like, some games this Orchid build is like, okay, you get an Orchid and then what? You're not tanky enough, you're not really picking anyone off. Look at Bobuk.
Yeah, does he have a TP?
10 seconds. Not yet. Doesn't have it.
Staneko's like, oh, hello there! There's the Orchid. They don't give up the chase, which is a little surprising. I thought for sure they would be like, all right, yeah, he's out, right? But, huh? Really well done.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
16 to 10, but still a very close game. Almost no gold advantage. Cookie not gonna do a whole lot.
There's a DD.
The bottom wave. Tiny is so tanky though.
Yeah, the Frost Shield. Definitely making a huge difference here. So what's happening right now with the carries, by the way? We kind of forget about them for a bit. Jaro is farming very nicely. He's on top of net worth.
Yeah.
10k net worth. He's kind of ready to fight. Eki is kind of ready to die here, I feel like.
Kind of dodge. Yeah, very dodge. Is that max Sunray, by the way?
Yeah, actually, only 2 levels of dive. So he's getting...
Really?
This is like... Yeah, this is an old way of playing Boboka mid. He caught again.
Shows on the way for a moment. Avatos into the Starbreaker.
100 gold from the Blink Dagger. Of course he dies.
Yeah, that hurts. Sometimes you just get greedy. You're like, all right, I just need the 100 gold, guys. One wave. Just give me this one wave. It'll be fine.
Especially if someone steals that lane in front of you. And then you have to go a bit deeper. You, like, always die. Almost
yeah, that's
always.
when you, like, ping your carry and you're like, dude, I literally asked for this one wave, and look where I am now. I'm dead.
Yeah, yeah. And it changes the game. So many games get lost for that. But let's see bottom. Like, they might be able to dive this.
Oh my god. They can almost smell each other through the trees here. Oh, there we go. We're going to see them now. Ember Spirit coming through on the backside. Phoenix gonna pretty much leave immediately.
Yeah. Maybe they could have went on Phoenix and Zeal, but not on Ember. Without that Orchid being close.
They do smoke up. They see the Phoenix right now. The question is that the target they want to go for?
They will get the...
They know there's other ones behind. Oh, Avatos. They also find Emo. He comes right in, able to get away. No, they caught him. They have the Orchid to follow up, but Zeal's here. You gotta be careful of that black hole. The Chain Frost doing some work. An unlucky bounce, though, as it heads the other way. RP is gonna be used to find Eki. It's gonna be a 2-for-1 for the side of your Colts, bros.
Pretty good.
Pretty nice hold.
Yeah, pretty good fight from them. Tiny already on top lane. Zibe, is he dead here? Ah, he misses.
Off the mark.
There is a blink on Boboka. He still wants him. Never mind. No RP, no way to get him. RP used on a solo snap in that last fight. Like, they managed to catch Ember, but they didn't manage to take him down. They were too afraid. Too afraid of the counterplay by Magnus and Enigma, so it all kind of looked very iffy.
Yeah.
In any case, Smiley Knight.
You commit heavy.
Yep.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm just gonna say level 15 BKB Battle Fury. This man is ready to fight. That's all.
Oh yeah.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
All right. Tail end of the scan will catch them as they walk into the Roche pit here. They are already smoked up. Gonna try and intercept. Now they do have Egg. They do have Black Hole, so they have some really big spells. And you are missing Mortimer Kisses. This is not going to be a great fight for the side of Avulus. Down with the Dream initiation from your Tiny, and the question is, will they go for
haste.
it? Roche is down. He goes in anyway. The Avalanche, the toss, tries to just chip at them, but Bovika gets a nice pullback into the black hole. They just solo up onto the Tiny. Now Egg, Sion Ming's going to be able to get it off. There's going to be the BKB from Smiling Knight. They managed to take it down as now the PA getting some work, and Dawnbreaker's coming back in, holding down the gyro. They've lost the Enigma, but Smiling Knight needs to be careful. Looks like he should be able to get away.
There's a buyback on the Magnus, so they will just run. Emo does have Slight available. Maybe catches Suneko here.
Yeah, with Bovika for sure. Well, I was gonna say it was a 3-for-3. Hold on, Chain Frost. Okay, almost enough damage.
Dude, if PA stuck around, of course he probably dies. He has no BKB, but it would be cool to watch the two of them 2v3. Yeah, kind of a bad initiation, I would say, from Avulus. The way they jumped at the targets that they prioritized were not really that great. Like, they prioritized Magnus first, even though he doesn't have RP for like a minute. He just used it, literally, in the previous fight. So even if he dies, it's whatever. And then they kind of go on different targets, but they focus Phoenix. So he just tags. And then you have to waste all your time hitting that tag as well. It's a really weird fight from them.
I absolutely agree. I mean, it just allows Yakult brothers to do exactly what they need to in fights, which is, you know, get a full duration black hole, even if it's just onto a single hero.
Yep.
And if you get the egg off, those fights should pretty much just be easy wins for them.
And that's another one, like the Enigma. After the black hole gets focused, this hero does bring some auras at the moment, like Vlad's and stuff, but isn't as valuable after the black hole.
Yeah. Good stuff here from the Dire, and keeping this game very even. Now, if you guys want an opportunity to see Yakult brothers on LAN here in just a few days, make sure to type !ticket in chat to pick yourself up a ticket for me, you know, for yourself, maybe some friends. Join us in Belgrade in, you know, just a few days. Smoke up here from Avulus. Gonna see if they can maybe find a wraparound. Backside Ember would be a great target to start, and that's exactly who they found. The Avalanche, the toss, it's there, but they don't have the Orchid. And Orchid, though, catching the mag will stop the RP, but you've already lost the Tiny. The Lich in trouble, Smiling Knight. Gonna get caught from the solo RP now as the Cookie comes in, and they're just falling apart on the side of Avulus. They do not find the fight they were looking for. That is a 2-for-4, man.
Yeah, they most certainly do not find a good fight. This was absolutely a disaster for Avulus. The main, in my opinion, reason why it happened this way is like they're trying to go on Emperor without like a certain way of taking him down. That Orchid is there, but Dawn needs to get to him with Solar Guardian, and he doesn't have Aghanims on Z-Base, so it's not really that quick. And you have to... It's just so hard to time. Especially versus SNY, like he's got 25% resistance. Like, it's so difficult to pick him off the way they tried to. It gets easier with tags, of course, but until that tags, it's hard.
Yeah, if they were into any other hero there, it could have been a very different fight, but you're right. The fact that they tried to start on the Ember, he remnants away, your initiation is kind of spoiled at that point.
Yep.
Just becomes very awkward.
Now it's getting harder to kill Ame as well. He's got Satanic, of course. Aghanims, BKB, Satanic. This is very... this build is all about just staying alive, basically, in these fights.
Yeah, to be fair, that's kind of looks like the strategy that Emo's going as well. Like, they do just have a very tanky lineup if they can just itemize that way.
Yep. It's like, let's not get bursted down. And we have these big ultis we can play around. Lich bot.
Oh, that's a very unfortunate Chain Frost follow. One of the very funny things about the Enigma facet that he chose is that Chain Frost, if it hits him solo, just kills him 100-0.
That sounds like wrong facet to have versus Lich then.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound that
Every time
great.
he takes, how much damage is it? Like 200? 350 damage, spawns an Eidolon next to him.
Yeah, bounces instantly.
So, Every time the Chain Frost hits him, he's like, here's a new target to bounce off of. Thank you.
That's absolutely terrible.
Well, Snako walks into the wrong neighborhood here. Trying to cut the wave, will end up just walking right into the hands of Yakult's bros.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, I'm looking at these items that are coming up right now. Zibe, he does have the Aghanims in the backpack on one side. On the other... Zeal
that
again.
did not go exactly how they wanted, but they, you know, they still get the kill.
They need to stop bleeding. This looks like Shopify from yesterday.
Yeah, it kind of does, right?
Avulus is way too good at getting these pickoffs. But Smiley Knight might be punished here, though.
He needs help. He needs a lot of help. He does have the BKB. Does he get the Blink Strike down? He does. Gonna go for the TP now as Eki. Hey, gave him the out for a moment.
There's no way.
You're no
way.
Okay. Not punished at all. RP down. Trades for the BKB, of course, of the Phantom Assassin, but you don't even lose the Snapfire. That is wild.
It's crazy that he didn't even use Limmer on himself, and he, like you said, he survives. Stormer is hunting here, but he needs the Solar Guardian, I feel like, if he's gonna go for the Phoenix here. Might get the Wisdom Rune, though.
That would be really nice, yeah. They're definitely not expecting anyone to have stuck around after what just happened in the triangle.
It's kind of crazy how well Yakults have been playing these team fights, but anything besides the team fights isn't really going their way. They're not really controlling the map, and these pickoffs are still working for Avulus. Zibe creep skipping top, yep. They just
he's got the axe.
Yep. He's got it and 2,000 gold, but he just didn't want to leave top. He's just farming top. Mid lane though.
Alright, he's coming back now. He's like, alright, I got the axe, guys. Ready to go. Which, absolutely necessary, right? You need to be able to stop the black hole or instantly drop down and stun a hero. They do to the wards drop on the high ground. Snapfire will quickly clean those up. Ame continuing to work on the tower, but the toss back, they BKB. They're going to force Ame into a really rough but a huge avalanche, stunning up the back line. Now that's Satanic BKB down from Ame. I don't know if he's going to very easily get away. The Mortimer Kiss is just barely too shy.
Stormer, he's smoked.
They want more.
It's crazy how fast they smoked. Like, they smoked while the enemy team was still in their base, because they wanted this chase. Bobuka is in a really good position,
Great position from Bobuka, gonna pop that. And now they do manage to get their eyes on the Phoenix here. Orchid's gonna connect. She's dead. Zeal looking for an opening, but Chain Frost on the backside solos off Bobuka. And I think they got a glimpse of the Ember, but not an easy kill.
Yeah, they have to back out. Ame is well TPing away. Avulus, I don't know, there is something really cool happening with this team. I really like some of the plays that they've been making and how quickly they make the plays. Like this toss back on the gyro sure is cool, but the smoke afterwards was Ame.
He actually sees them here, and well, with the Dawnbreaker coming in as well as the Snapfire, you just don't have the damage. Ame is way too tanky. Popped the Satanic, he also has that Vindicator's Axe, getting all that extra armor when he's stunned up here, and now with Zeal rotating on in. Should be a easy pick off here onto the Lich.
That's a gem as well, like he just gave back a gem.
Oh, that was the gem!
Yep.
Oh, that's huge.
That was kind of unnecessary play, I would say. Like, even going on Gyro there, sure, I believe BKB was still on cooldown, but he has Satanic. Taking him down is not an easy task.
I was going to say, I think in the base, when they pulled the Gyro back that far and he BKBs, I almost wonder if it's just worth Dawnbreaker ulting to hold him there, right? As opposed to, like, potentially countering the black hole. And, like, hindsight's 50-50, of course, but... Or 20-20. Oh, my God.
Yeah, whatever.
But, you know what I mean, right? Like, it's... they're kind of like trying to be very careful about holding the Dawnbreaker ult until the black hole.
I really don't
But then they
blame
just
them.
throw it there to try and kill the gyro. So it's just a little bit odd. Blanche, Haas, Dawnbreaker, mid, the Orchid. They get him a big kill onto Emo.
And the gem back.
Set up off that Yules. That was huge. Oh, was he the one carrying the gem?
Yep.
All right. Switching hands.
I mean, I don't know. I expected Emo to have some sort of Orchid breaking item by this point. Maybe even a BKB, but just counting on Maid Slayer and... oh, there's an MKB by the way on Ame. Ame?
Ame? Gonna get the Satanic off, turn it around. There's the black hole, and where's your Dawnbreaker ult? You already used it. A gem back the way of Yakult's brothers, and that is a massive fight win
Egg?
for the Dire.
Perhaps not the most necessary egg usage there, but besides that, massive win. They just... they are not respecting Ame's gyro at all. Like
No,
this,
not at all.
he's not gonna fall that quickly. Like even, I mean, Soneko goes in with the shard ult, right? Like every Lich player right now tries to solo. But yeah, RP is there, Black Hole is there, everything is there. Satanic, of course, to keep him alive.
Yeah, the Satanic is doing so much work in this game right now. Like, there's 3 times he would have died if it weren't for the Satanic, and he's got a Daedalus nearly complete as well.
Yep.
Or is he switching it up to a Butterfly? I don't know.
It looks like, I'm not sure. I feel like either one is good here. His tank ability, survivability is high enough. We'll see what he goes for. He can get both, right? Like with the Aghanim's Blessing at some point. Lane, Neki.
Yeah, that gem. Can I? Well, actually, never mind. He's just. Oh, okay. I was like, does Boba make it in time? He does. Really good stuff there.
Nice try to Yule's TP out, but doesn't manage to do that. If you're Yakult right now, you just have to force them, not allow these creep skips to happen like they did before. At the moment you got your ulti, is just force aside. I feel like it's with this gyro, with the BKB, with Satanic and the Aegis, you can risk it.
Yeah. Interesting. So he disassembled his Chrysalis and he's going to go Butterfly. So opting not to go for the Daedalus this game.
Chop, chop.
Which, I mean, Butterfly is great.
Yep. The facet's kind of cool. I mean, the innate ability from Ame, from Gyro.
All right, here we go. High ground siege attempt here from Yakult. We saw this before. Ended up being a toss back onto the Gyro, so he needs to be very careful.
Smoke.
Continuing to poke at them, yeah. Smoke on the backside. I love the Eidolon placement.
Yeah, the Eidolon placement is really cool. I'm not sure even
They're
tossing
not going to
him.
find anything.
Yeah, tossing
Oh,
him
they
back
see the
is
Enigma
hard.
now. The Avalanche, the toss. Black hole for this fight. The RP does catch 2, but can they actually keep this fight going? Ame with the Satanic healing up quite a bit with the Chain Frost, just continuing to crush them. And Ame hobbling away. In comes Smiling Knight. He gets the kill.
He used Satanic, by the way. He only has BKB now to work with.
He's going to have to use it, but the Avalanche comes out. The Cookie Stun holds him in place. There's the BKB to get some distance, but the chase continues. Smiling Knight has his own. In comes Zibe trying to close this kill, but do they have the catch? They're just dodging. The evasion's actually working. The Satanic comes off cooldown. He gets some, but a nice toss in from Stormstormer to finish the job, but it's going to be a 4-hero death and a dieback on your Lich.
Yeah, they still have buybacks on Tiny and on Dawn, and they might have to use them. There is no going back. Hamburg can force this on his own. Enigma is coming back as well. Nice initiation by Avulus, finding the right targets, but this Gyro just proving to be way too tanky. They tried to go on him. Nice little counterplay by Boka. I'm worried that using Satanic that early on is going to get punished, like with the first life, and it did get punished. He did die in the end, but more than enough work done by the Gyro. And interestingly enough, no buybacks from them.
they're just gonna give up 2 lane. I mean, maybe just afraid of the black hole, right? Because they never got cast the first time.
Yep. There's a tier 2 on top lane, so if they want to go for more, they have to go for Throne. They can't just get Megas, so maybe a reason why they didn't use a buyback.
Wow. Really big fight win there from Yakult. They get themselves 2 lanes of racks. Top lane, only a matter of time before this tier 2 goes down.
Yep, absolutely. I really don't blame Avulus for attempting to go the way they did. It was a cool initiation on Enigma, but it's so crazy how strong Yakult's teamfight is. That even without the main centerpiece of that teamfight, they win. Phoenix top.
Yeah, that egg might just kill both of them now, because in comes the Dawnbreaker. He's going to get caught. An immediate black hole. That hurts a lot. 2 heroes dead, no buybacks. That is easily your tier 2. Well, Stormer doesn't manage to finish off Seal, and now he's in the wrong neighborhood, forced to BKB, and he has no TP for 40 seconds. So Stormer, he's also dead.
He has no buyback now as well. It's different now.
Yeah, this might have, well, I don't say it might be the end of the game, but it is looking real rough now.
Yeah, he's 200 short. This will be difficult to defend without him. They'll have Dawn in 30, or if she decides to buy back, of course, but they put themselves in a really bad position with these last 2 plays. They were in a good one from the get-go, but using that Shard plus ult on Phoenix is never gonna work. He's got ult. I mean, if Dawnbreaker uses Solar Guardian, instantly goes down, and Orchids maybe, but
yeah. Well, 1 tower remaining. They're going to buy back on the Tiny. More economic damage. It's kind of surprising the net worth difference is only 12,000 at this point, right? It does feel like it should be more.
No, absolutely. Like that last fight, the big fight around mid lane, the difference was almost nothing. It was non-existent. After the fight, 7k only for Yakult. This game is way closer than it looks like right now.
Oh, an immediate RP comes out. Doozy get the BKB off on the PA. He's been stunned forever. He just dies. He's going to buy back into this one. Zibe now on the run, trying to get away from this gyrocopter. Eki not going to get that opportunity as they now chase for Stormer. Avalanche is out, tossed into the base with the Orchid. Maybe they can get themselves a kill here onto Emo, but no.
That's game.
He's out, and that is definitely game. Smiling Knight going to die back. But gyrocopter, way too strong. Beautiful itemization, honestly. The decision to go for this butterfly, the disassemble, completely caught them off guard. And that was the start of the end for this side of Avalanche.
Like, I wasn't sure if he needed even more, because the way these fights looked, like he was always surviving for more than enough, or never really dying. But that one crucial fight around the mid lane, he definitely needed it. Like, he read the item progression very nicely. The countdown Tiny, of course, bringing some massive extra deeps to the table, and getting the butterfly prevented PA from finishing him off a couple of times. Very nicely done by both of these teams. A very enjoyable game, I have to say for myself. Like, the mid game from Avulus was pretty much on point. The way they stretched the map, picked them apart, and then again, of course, Yakult Brothers taking the W with some really damn cool plays. The team fights from them were exceptional.Maybe Avulus pressed it a bit too much, you know, like with the Lich plus PA go on gyro down bottom. I think that was a pretty huge mistake from them.
That was the one that really felt like the game was falling apart, right? The gyro just ripped through 2 heroes for free and ends up like absolutely crushing the net worth chart, right? Like, he is 10,000 gold above the Phantom Assassin by the end of the game, and it was pretty close for a while. Like, if you could see the graphs, you know, at 33, 34 minutes, it's actually Avulus in the lead by a couple thousand, and then by 40 minutes, the game is like 15K advantaged for the side of Yakult's brothers. So it's only took like 5 to 6 minutes for Yakult's to completely turn this game over. And yeah, a lot of it was their team fights. I will say Avulus, we were a little bit correct on what their draft was meant to accomplish, which was really strong lanes, and they did really well in their lanes. I think that Gyro still managing to recover top lane as well as he did was incredibly surprising. But yeah, it was a couple decision-making errors potentially on the side of Avulus. Like you said, not respecting the Gyro, I think was the big one.
Yeah, they every time they went on him, they kind of at the beginning it was good, but then they tried more and more and more. Once he had a Satanic plus BKB, that was no longer an option. They didn't respect it, and yeah, they have to go into game number 2 with a 0-1 score.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll see what happens. We'll be back in just a little bit, but before we throw to that break, just a quick reminder, grab yourself some tickets to the live event here in Belgrade. You can go ahead and type !ticket in chat and pick those up yourself. Join us for the first big event of 2025, man. It'll be a great time. So yeah, we're gonna go to a short break. We'll be back with game 2 of Avulus versus Yakult's brothers. Enjoy some highlights. We'll see you in just a bit.
Всем привет! Меня зовут Василиса, и мы находимся в Белграде, где проходит турнир FISSURE Playground по Dota 2. Вокруг меня уникальное место. Это Белградский ботанический сад. И здесь мы с вами поговорим с не менее уникальным игроком, а именно Санейк. Привет, Акбар. Как вообще твое настроение?
Привет, все отлично.
Ты вернулся на тир-1 сцену спустя 3 года. Вообще, какие у тебя ощущения?
Я вернулся в привычное амплуа свое.
То есть, как было раньше, так и есть и сейчас, правильно?
Да,
Никаких
все
изменений.
на своих местах.
Если мы сравниваем Акбара, который был тогда, и Акбар, который есть сейчас, что поменялось?
Лишь то, что я играю в европейском ростере, какой-то багаж опыта с прошлых там своих составов получил. Завел собаку. Вот.
Как зовут?
Амы.
А порода?
Порода чау-чау.
На турнире как бы заявлена такая команда, как Химера. И там должен был играть такой человек, как Дахакс, который твой бывший, так сказать, командник. Было ли у тебя желание на этом турнире встретиться все-таки против его состава и, скажем так, внести дифференс?
Мы с ним уже встречались не раз. Он в других командах был, и мы, по-моему, ни разу и не проиграли. Так что это все давно в прошлом.
Команда Avulus. Как ты сейчас себя в ней ощущаешь?
Все та же роль, капитана, плейстайл, структура в целом, да. то, что я обычно и делал.
В прошлых составах, возможно, твоя структура не работала на все 100%. В команде Avulus на сколько процентов работает твой подход?
Лучше, чем в прошлых составах, просто потому что, да, у нас многое получается, и, наверное, это можно как ставить галочку, то, что да, прогресс имеется.
Как ты думаешь, в какой момент может в твоей команде наступить спад, и как ты будешь с ним бороться?
Думаю, мы этот период уже много раз проходили. У нас в этом плане быстро все решается. Как минимум, каждый над этим стремится работать и решаем проблемы, которые у нас встречаются на пути.
Как вообще обстоят дела с коммуникацией внутри команды?
Есть у нас Эйки, который из Польши, и где-то в играх может закодить на русском, и это лишь забавит меня. Вот. Есть Штормер, он знает прям русский алфавит. Мы смотрели игры, и он прочел надпись, мы их даже не поняли, и потом, бам, и осенило то, что он умеет читать на русском.
2024 год вы закончили достаточно на хорошей ноте, да, вы в Бангкоке заняли 5-6 место. Какие цели вообще на 25-м?
Поучаствовать, наверное, в первую очередь во всех возможных турнирах, тир-1 турнирах, посетить Риад и Инт, это, наверное, самое основное. Формат подготовки точно, да, будет немножко, я бы не сказал, что сильно, но немножко, да, будет изменен, но в целом я не думал об этом еще.
Ты у нас ветеран профессиональной сцены Доты.
Я уже играю 10 плюс лет, даже не ощущаю то, что да, я играю так давно, и для меня ветераны всегда были это Дэнди, вот Хвост.
Ты думал о продолжении карьеры, скажем так, в киберспортивном сегменте, или ты хочешь, скажем так, поставить точку на роли игрока и все?
Все зависит, нравится, будет ли мне нравиться игра дальше или нет, когда я завершу свою карьеру.
Мы ждем патч. Вероятнее всего, скоро он будет. Какие изменения ты хочешь видеть?
Тут тоже стандартный набор, героев пофиксить, кого-то подбафать, карту поменять, может какую-то руну добавить, может снова CM-мод поменять, очередность.
Ты сказала кого-то подбафать. Кого бы ты хотел увидеть в мете в рамках 5-й позиции?
Виспа как будто бы давно не было, да, больше всего хотелось бы на Виспе поиграть, потому что это мой один из там наигранных, да и в целом любимых персонажей.
Кого ты считаешь самым главным оппонентом для вашей команды?
Нам сложнее всего, наверное, Спирит удается. С каждым ростером их команды были у нас какие-то проблемы. Против остальных нам плюс-минус как бы одинаково играется.
Мне хочется сказать тебе большое спасибо, что ты посетил в первый раз ботанический сад. Я надеюсь, что тебе такая атмосферка в душе. Конечно, пройтись, прогуляться, подышать этим прекрасным воздухом. Не забывайте смотреть FISSURE Playground по Dota 2, который у нас проходит в Белграде. На последние дни проходит LAN-формат, так что приходите. А с вами был Акбар Санейк.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Fissure Playground. My name's Cryptic, here with Lizard. We are jumping into game number 2 in this elimination series between Yakult's brothers and Avulus. And, you know, game 1, a very fun game. You said it yourself, really interesting, back-to-back a little bit, but Yakult's brothers come out with the win.
Yeah, they definitely do. Off of really good team fights, off of a couple of mistakes, of course, that they really nicely just took advantage of afterwards, right? Like there were a couple of jumps from the PA and Lich that weren't that necessary, but in general, just very good itemization by Yakult. And I also think a very nice read on what they need to ban. I think that's like, in hindsight, banning out Shadow Shaman and Lion away from Eki made all the difference. These pickoffs usually are available when you get hexed for 5 minutes and then you get stunned for an additional 15 minutes. Like he can just as well stand up, go to your computer and shut your monitor down. You know, it's the same effect. You can't play. But when you're a Snap and Lich, like the amount of control that they're bringing isn't really as unplayable against.
Yeah, and the Snaps is very unreliable, right? Like the Snapfire is mostly picked here as a response to the Phoenix. We never really saw that be a thing this game, and some of that is just Tianming playing on his Phoenix very conservatively with his egg, and except for like the one time where he just kind of threw it at half HP near Roshan, but it's whatever. Like it didn't really make a difference in the game. Like he's sitting so far back in the fights. The Snapfire is wanting to blink in the little Shredder and take down the egg, and that just doesn't happen. So you just have a far less useful hero.
I have to just slightly disagree here, because hear me out.
Oh, okay.
So basically, what you're saying is, like the Snapfire didn't really do much against Phoenix because he was playing passively and he kept the eggs far away. Well, he kept the eggs far away and he was playing passively because of Snap just being in the game, right? Like it just completely changes your mentality and the way you're playing the game because of that hero being there. There were many situations in that last game where a Phoenix player would just jump in and start things off with an egg, and then you just get this hot potato thrown at you or hot egg thrown at you, and you have to figure out what to do with it. Do we go on it and get RP'd an egg and black hold, or do we run away? Like you can't do that versus Snap, so it kind of changed it's changed the way they played a little bit.
That is true. You are correct. Yeah. I do agree with you on that one. As we jump into the draft here for Phase 2, they grab the Phoenix themselves for Avulus, banning the Gyrocopter, and they pick the Dragon Knight.
Kind of cool. Like this hero, just a week ago, it was popular in one region, I feel like, but that's it.
Just South America, yeah.
It's just South America, and right now it's first phase picked. I think it's also the team meta that brings this Phoenix a bit higher up there. But we'll see. Yakult, Dragon Knight as well. It went through the first stage, so of course they pick it up. This hero is kind of stupid at the moment.
Yeah, I think, you know, I'm a little bit surprised to see the Dragon Knight into the Phoenix because typically Phoenix is really good at these strength, you know, types of like have high HP heroes because Sunray is really good. Typically they don't have a lot of attack speed. Obviously Dragon Knight can be an exception. You can build the Mask of Madness or eventually just get an attack speed item. But in general, I feel like Phoenix is not that bad into Dragon Knight, but it is a safe pick for Yakult's brothers that they could move around. It doesn't have to be carry, but it eventually scales like a carry anyway. So yeah, I like it.
No, I completely agree. But like you said, he can itemize for it. I'm surprised if they picked Lion that they didn't ban Shadow Shaman, but okay, like they still let that one go through. But they snatched the other one, the one that they thought would be a bigger issue. Like with Dragon Knight, what's popular? Like SNY, Armlet, Mask of Madness, maybe SNY as well. I think Armlet and Mask of Madness, and you already soloed the egg until he's like level 18. At least you have that going for you. But like you said, a lot of percentage-based damage versus a DK that has like 4k HP. It does work usually nicely against him. Lion, of course, the next follow-up, and our Avulus gonna snatch a key hero or black hole first.
But like We saw what you guys did last game, and we liked that combination of Enigma Phoenix. They followed up with the Tiny, which, I mean, Stormstormer had a great Tiny performance until he didn't, right? And it was mostly just the team falling too far behind, lacking kind of some damage.
10 seconds remaining.
And
Yeah,
I still
absolutely.
think it solves a lot of the. It's a great steal because not
Kinda-
much you can do against it.
In that last game, at some point, you just don't feel the Tiny anymore, I guess. But that's also because of the way they... the 3-4 fights, basically, they started off with Lich and Dawn or Lich and PA, and then Tiny... You need follow-up, basically. Tiny needs to go first, and then you follow up. Not the other way around, I feel like, in that late stage of the game. Because if PA is dead, Stormer, there isn't really a lot he can do. But yeah, let's see. They still have an option to pick on mid lane versus the Tiny immediately now if you're a cult. If you want to show the Dragonite is... I mean, you can... It's still versatile between offlane and safe lane, right? Oh, Tide.
We're going to see the Watermelon. And the Lich. All right, we're seeing a little bit of Uno reverse from last game, but the Lich actually really strong against the Enigma. We saw that in the last lane, right? It's actually pretty decent at trying to slow down this
10
hero.
seconds remaining.
So you have the carry pick still to kind of go alongside it, which we'll see in a little bit
5 seconds
if it's not the DK, but it could very well just be the DK. Breathe Fire Spam and, you know, Frost Blast and Frost Shield might be enough to deal with the lane.
There's a lot of armor, a lot of minus damage as well. Like with the Anchor Smash, with the Breathe Fire, with the Lich's armor. It's gonna be hard to go through some of these guys if you're Avulus. But you do have the Black Hole at least to work with into Tide. Not something that he can Kraken off, at least. And you do have some options for the carries that are still in the pool, right? Monkey is banned. Into the Watermelon can't get that one.
Man, if Spectre wasn't owned by Tidehunter, it'd be a very good Spectre game.
Dire team ban.
Oh, I don't know about this one.
I'm so glad you feel the same way, because I am not a fan of Ursa and the Tidehunter.
Yeah, I really don't know about this one. Ursa is an amazing hero if you are playing Herald Pubs. If you're playing anything else, I'm not the biggest fan of Ursa. You can, especially like his other two cores are Tiny and Enigma. Most likely, I doubt that either one of these two is going to be a support. You play this Ursa as a core, eventually you just fall off. They just tear you apart. You get kited, you can't deal with the amount of mobility that heroes tend to get. But at the same time, Smiling Knight absolutely is a player that plays these off-meta heroes. And Tidehunter into Ursa, what makes you dislike the matchup? I think the lane shouldn't be the worst, right?
You just go Gush level 1.
Yeah.
Like this is the thing. Like Ursa's damage ramps pretty slow. Like he needs to get like 4 or 5 auto attacks, and what Tidehunter does is he just gushes you and walks away, or he gushes you and then Lion stuns you, and then you get bopped like 4 times with minus armor, and you don't get to have a fun time. So I just like the days of past where you're like, oh, melee offlaner, I pick Ursa and win lane. Like that just isn't how it works anymore. Like heroes are too good at making space in the lane and punishing your positioning, and Ursa is a positioning centric hero. So it just feels really rough.
Absolutely. I agree. What this Ursa at least does give them, it gives them this beast that eventually can chew through Tide and Dragonite. Like, no matter what happens, like, these heroes are killable now. That's what they said, right? And now you can play around these team fights that don't look too bad for Avulus. They just need to... Like, I really like the Sniper ban, by the way, from Yakult. What's up with that? So they are maybe thinking about some Tiny support, I guess?
Yeah. So I saw the Puck ban, and I was going to mention this. Why would you ban Puck if you have a Tiny unless it's a support Tiny?
Yeah, but why would you ban Sniper if you have last pick overall? and you can choose
They're
whatever.
really
You know
worried
what?
about something in mid.
You know what I mean? Because they have the ultimate last pick. Like
Yeah.
even if they pick sniper, I feel like okay, now we just find a way to deal with the sniper. But all right,
Dire team pick.
Ember banned out instead.
Radiant team pick.
Let's see, and it's just a position 4, right? Like as we kinda expected. Look, if it was reversed, if they didn't have the ultimate last pick, I'd be all down with this. Okay, we ban sniper, we pick puck or something like that, whatever they envisioned. But then again, it's a puck into tiny, so it's not that amazing. I don't know, kind of weird. Let's see.
I think the puck ban was a little bit of a bait. You know, been like, hey, we might move this tiny. You know, you never know. And at that point, I guess they are a little bit worried about a potential sniper mid.
And their reach
they
is...
go Invoker. All
Yeah,
right.
their reach was pretty bad. There's also that, right? Like getting on top of sniper would be really difficult. Even though I don't think there's a lot of space for Avulus to put that sniper in. You never know. Maybe it's something they did see in scrims. Do you like the Invoker?
I'm trying to think about that right now, actually. I think I do. I think we were talking about potential like solutions to hitting egg. Invoker is quite good at that. You know, has the double Wraithband treads build that we see a lot, gets Alacrity online, and suddenly you have great ways of dealing with the egg. You can very easily tornado off the overpower stack from Ursa. You have long range disable for Black Hole until he has like a BKB. I think it solves a lot of your problems. The downside is that they have really good reach on Avulus. You're saying there's a lack of reach on your Colts, but Avulus has great reach, right? You have Tiny, you have Tusk, you have an Ursa, and even like a Phoenix with dives. So might be a hard game for Emo, but I think overall the Invoker does at least offer a lot of good things for their draft.
Yeah. Some games it's Solar Crest, some it's Solar and Glimmer. This time around, it's all about the 4 staffs, I feel like, on both sides. Well, on Yakult's brother, that is. They truly will need 1 or 2. I'm not sure who can buy them. Like Lion doesn't really want to go for one. You can get a Pike on Invoker, of course, and maybe on Lich. We'll see. But they definitely will need some kiting versus the Ursa. Overall, I like both drafts. I feel like Avulus, they are kind of more focused on this skirmish-oriented kind of a game. Like completely on it with Ursa and Tiny. But they also have some team fight. On the other side, it's completely Yakult comfort zone, right? Like with the Invoker mid.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll see. It is time to jump into game number 2 here of Yakult Brothers versus Avulus. And a very close game 1. Yakult Brothers end up coming out the win, so they are very close to keeping themselves in the tournament and knocking out Western European powerhouses, that is Avulus. So we'll have to see as mid lane. We're going to see some wards dropped here. A smoke out currently from the Dire. Trying to see if there's any facets that are kind of standing out to me at the moment, but doesn't seem like it.
A tag team, kind of classic now as well. By the Tusk, we've seen a lot of drinking buddies back in the past, but no longer the case after the nerfs.
Yeah, giving a hero like a 900 range 4 staff for free was kind of dumb.
And making him choose if he wants to pull a target in 450 or he just goes all the way. Yeah, was definitely a choice.
It was one of the choices of Dota for sure.
Yeah.
You're right. Well, here we go. 2 and 2 on the bounty runes as we head to the lanes. Trying to look at the strength here, and yeah, the Dragon Knight Lich not as aggressive as the Lich PA that we saw last game. I feel like it should still weather the Enigma Storm fairly well.
Yeah, I think so too. Maybe with some crazy ice shards to block off the Lich, they can get some kills, but in general, it is interesting though. He started with Dragon Tail, level 1 on Dragon Knight, so maybe securing the range creep will be a bit more difficult and solely on Lich to do.
Yeah, Lich just has to Frost Blast it then, right?
Yeah, but they instantly ping. You see that? Like he used Frost Blast, they instantly ping the range creep and they deny it. So,
oh boy,
a bit of a mistake. Ame.
Ice Shard's level 1, holding Ame down in the bottom, realizing he Dragon-tailed, so does not have the Breathe Fire to reduce damage, and yeah, he takes a beating here from the Lich and the Tusk.
Yeah, was also Dragon Tail kind of cool. He uses it on Eidolons. He just instantly uses it on Eidolon to kill it off, but I'm not sure if that was really worth it there. He took so much damage.
Yeah. Top lane, we'll take a look here. It's the Tide Lion versus the Phoenix Ursa. Now, Phoenix is an incredibly strong lane here, and it's one of the reasons we see this hero get picked so much now. He's one of the strongest 5s in the game. There are certain matchups, obviously, that can be problematic, but in pretty much all phases of the game, Phoenix does feel very powerful. So
I would say all phases after level 3. Like he needs level 3. Up to, like, before, basically the way you abuse this hero in the lane is you own him until he's level 3. Because he's dealing almost no damage and doing almost no slow. So, once he gets level 2 Fire Spirits, he becomes so it's just basically in future, if you want to win against this hero, just go ham until he is level 3 and keep your distance.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Lion, a very strong hero, levels 1 and 2, right? So it's one of those things that we see in the matchups that ends up going fairly well. Ursa's still farming pretty dang good, and I think part of this is just the lane has been in a good spot for a lot of this.
Yeah, so far, this packet loss for me is massive. I hope the guys aren't feeling it.
I'm seeing it as well. I was like, what is going on? Looks like the players are feeling it too.
Yeah, I got like 30 packet loss, which was not great. But now it's on back to not 0, but 3, 4. I always have like 3, 4, 5 packet loss.
Really? Wow. Okay, yeah, that's rough. I usually sit at 0, but occasionally it will just spike, and I'm... Yeah, like I said, I hit like 80% yesterday for almost a solid minute and was just very confused. Because I didn't realize it. I was like rotating through the jungle and didn't really notice it until I went to go like issue a command on an enemy hero and then just kept walking past them, and I was like, oh, what is going on here? Like,
the worst feeling. Yeah, the worst feeling when you just run in. I know. But yeah.
Stand there.
I'm not sure. I think I've seen a couple of... I was watching Syndran last night. He had like 3, 4 as well. So I'm not sure if it's something that occurs to... Oh, and I saw someone else. I can't remember who it is. I think Dandy maybe. He had one. He had some. Not sure.
Huh. I wonder what's going on. That's super strange.
I was thinking it's my internet, but everything else works very nicely.
Yeah, I'm sitting at about 1 to 2 packet loss right now, so it's definitely there.
Yep. Well, it is 0 right now, I believe, for everyone, so we should have a
nice,
good game going.
Bobaka, he'll be fine. Yeah, I was like, maybe he's gonna try and contest the Lotus, but that's a scary go. So both the Lotus will end up going the way of Avulus. How do you feel about Lotus pools, by the way? Since you're a support, you have a little bit more, like, you have to fight over them more, I suppose.
I don't know, man. I play, right now in pubs, I play everything, right? And
okay.
I just dislike, in general, all the objectives in the game. I feel like
just timed objectives for the sake of it.
Yeah, it just makes the game less free. That's how I feel like I'm bound to these numbers that I need to obey. Bot lane, Rich.
Yeah, bot lane, very nice go, and yeah, that's gonna be first blood into the hands of Zibe. Like, Frost Shield mitigated a lot of damage, but tag team Eidolon split, that is overwhelming.
It's still way too much. Top lane, it's not a kill. It's not a kill.
That's the thing, like, if the Ursa goes on you, you just gush and walk away. That's always the problem.
Pretty much. And the slow, he might get him now, though. Ooh.
We're going to see them make a play potentially here on the top lane, or on the bottom lane as well. Dragon Tail onto the Enigma. They're trying to get these Eidolons before they split, but Ame maybe a little bit too tanky. Gonna now look for Eki on the Tusk. Does have a Lotus and a Salve to play with, so he's gonna have plenty of regen.
I feel like there was maybe a kill on Ursa on top, but Lion scared him. Bot lane, Lich has a shield again.
We've seen this before, the Frost Shield reducing a lot of the damage though.
Yeah, it was Frost Shield and Breathe Fire this time around, so they were dealing almost no damage at all. So Neko might rotate, he's going towards the Twin Gate, of course, minute 5, nighttime, much easier to gank with...
Mentioned that Euro very different when he has the upgraded Fire Spirits, Dragon Tail, but they fork the wave underneath the tower. They will get themselves 1, but it's 2 that falls on the side of Yakult's brothers. A very good rotation in from the Phoenix, but it's a rotation mid onto the Tiny. That's a much bigger one.
Yeah, killing off the 2 of them on bot lane is important, but slowing down Tiny is like imperative in almost every game when you're a support. If you can kill that guy once or twice on the mid lane, just delay his levels and blink, it will make your game a lot better.
Seal, yeah, he's still got the stacks. He's so dead. Wow, so he gushed aggressively for a ranged creep and just gets instantly punished.
Yeah, so far he's been doing a good job of at least making sure that he can run away and take damage from Icarus Dive so that Kraken Shell procs. Of course it can't proc versus Fury Swipe, so it's stacked up. Bobakar.
Got himself a little haste rune there. That's a nice creep drag. Get a little bit of a free wave to the Tidehunter here.
Yeah, a much more of a normal hero for him to play on a position 4 this time around, right?
Yeah, right. He's the Lion player, I feel like, for a while.
Just a casual Lion, not your Magnus, Monkey King or something crazy as well, so... Let's see, minute 7. Interestingly enough, minute 7 and Stormer didn't rotate, didn't try to contest it, like he's just mid.
Overall, I'm a little bit surprised at how well the mid lane is going for the Invoker. Well, we're going to see actually 2 heroes rotating into the bottom. They do want to try and maybe punish this Lich or find themselves a kill. Eki, again with a really good shard block here on the Tianming, and plenty of damage coming in from the level 5 Phoenix now.
Yeah, he got so much out of the first gang, so now both of them are level 5.5. Snowball was also kept. Yep. They're really dominating this bot lane.
Well, I mean, it should be the tower. He's pulled the Eidolons away, so the catapult may end up dying here, but they'll get it shortly after anyway. Stormer mid lane does see the Lich coming on in, but there's going to be some TPs though. Avalanche connects, tag team from Eki, just going to start beating into the Lich once again. In comes the Enigma, pops the drums, they get themselves 1 kill, dive in now for more. Great Hex out from Bobaka, trying to finish the job onto Seneko, he gets it. But it's a double kill for the side of Avulus, and Zebe is becoming a huge problem on this Enigma.
Yeah, he took down bottom instantly on the mid lane. Perhaps deals some damage to this tier 1 tower. Bobuka, that was a nice hex during dive, by the way. He catches and kills the Phoenix, and he gets the, not solo experience, I believe he shared it with Timo, but still. Like he gets the kill first, which is kinda nice for the Lion. Gets closer to the finger.
It's actually a really good point. Him getting that little bit of XP might end up making the difference on a kill here in a little bit. As we hit that 9-minute mark, everybody. Quick reminder, grab yourself some tickets for the main event here in Belgrade. It's going to be happening in just about 5 days. Type !ticket in chat to grab yourself a spot at one of the best and first events of the year. Smoke?
Radiant's middle tower
Boba's
is
actually
under
not
attack.
in the smoke.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yep. Not gonna connect, it seems like, for now.
Well, they're going to go mid onto the Tiny, but it's not doing a whole lot. Instead, they actually find Ame here on the bottom, and that tag team Malefice is ripping him apart. He's got level 6 on the Tusk. That Walrus Punch online so early. Even Seneko, level 6 on the Phoenix.
Yeah, there's just... This Enigma is doing wonders at the moment. With the Tusk, of course. But just took over the Radiant jungle completely. There isn't really any space for them to farm. And they need the Emo to break these chains somehow.
The Enigma just chipping away at the mid tower too with his Eidolons constantly.
Radiant are scanning.
Amplify damage going to be popped on the Tiny now as they have the catapults closing in on the tower, and just scouting for anything here on the backside. Dude, it is so scary to defend this. There's no way you stick around.
They just have everything. They have Walrus Punch, they have Egg, Black Hole is up and available too. And he's going for Blink, by the way, on Enigma. So, no Vlads, Boots of Bearing, nothing like that. He wants to be able to jump in.
That's kind of sick. I mean, it's a different build for sure, but I'm curious as to why. I know they're already very far ahead, but there is a lot that can cancel your Black Hole this game.
Yeah, he did go for Event Horizon. Different facet as well than
true.
What Zeal went for, so. By the way, Zeal just instantly into Aghanims. Phase Boots, Soul Ring, Aghs. That's the build.
They're about to get Ame again here on the bottom lane. Tag team into the Walrus Punch. They do see some TPs coming through. And it is Zeal on the Tide, so you force the big boy to the bottom lane now.
Ursa, though, he's around.
He's, hello, old friend. Nice rotation from Tian Ming. They're also bringing in the Lion, so 4 heroes here on the bottom side of the map. And I imagine Ursa's just going to go back through the Twin Gate, resume his farming top.
I feel like they used Finger on Storm, but while this was happening on bottom lane, because Lion has it on CD, and they didn't get the kill. Yeah.
All right, nice. That's great for Avulus, and I thought they were going to go through the Twin Gate to farm top. No, they send the Enigma, and they will go for Roshan #1 here on the Radiant side as well at 12 minutes. That's pretty unexpected, I think, and Yakult's pros probably not realizing this is happening.
They're just farming every single lane, and it feels like you can't stop them. Like, how do you... Yeah, it's a free, absolutely free Aegis. Enigma free farming top, Tusk free farming bottom, Tiny was on the mid lane. They just have all the control of the map right now. 5k advantage, 12 minutes in. A very different game to the game #1.
Dude, if these stacks get sniped, it is real bad for Yakult's pros. Like, we saw last game, Emo making a rotation into the triangle around this time and took away some of the stacks. And I feel like they need to... They're going to do the same thing, right?
Yeah, they know about the stacks. Yeah, they just scouted with Eidolons. They're going in.
Well, Ursa, Phoenix now here, also closing the gap on this top tower with the Enigma. And
maybe Tiny.
It's going to be really painful.
Right? Would they? I felt like they need a Tiny, but maybe they don't. They're just going in, the 4 of them.
He's not even that far away.
Yep.
Wow. That was like 4 ancient stacks, maybe 5?
I was like,
so much.
I was like, they need a Tiny for the splash, but they just used everyone else but the Tiny.
Yeah, just pop tag team, I guess. That works.
Yeah. Yep. It looks like Emo will snatch the Wisdom Rune, but that's it. Like, this Invoker is 0-0-1. Out of the mid lane, the only thing that he has accomplished so far...
He's actually too afraid. Enigma shows up.
Not even the Wisdom Rune. Emo is, I mean, not having a game right now.
No, not at all. The XP difference alone in this game is pretty overwhelming. Like, the supports are the same level as your mid laner. And this is an elitist Invoker, right? Who's supposed to snowball in terms of XP.
Yeah, he's supposed to do a little bit maybe more on the map, but the side lanes were just crushed. Even though they got that kill on Tiny.
And I'm not 100% sold on how this Aghanim Scepter is going to go for Zeal. A lot of times it's the Vlad's Mage Slayer build because it gives you so much to work with. The Blink Reveal out from the Tiny into a Walrus Punch. Egg dropped right on top from the Snowball. Will stop him in his tracks, and Emo trying his best to get away here. He might be able to. Great Deafening Blast. The damage, though, from the Phoenix is going to find him. A great Ravage will find two and punish this overextension, but here comes Zibe. He wants these openings. An Avalanche toss. The Ursa comes in. The Black Hole, the low ground's gonna find the Lich as well. Double kill for Smiling Knight. The follow-up is just there from Avulus.
Yeah, the follow-up was amazing, but everything up to that point was really good from Yakult. Like the way they disengaged, yeah, the Invoker, Emo just playing out of his mind. The way he just managed to stay alive for long enough to bait both Tusk and the Phoenix in a bad position. That was pretty cool.
Tide. Gonna get caught from the Walrus Punch, and well, they see Emo coming through and decide no longer want to really take the fight. There's also going to be the Dragon Knight, Lich. Smiling Knight's gonna lose this Aegis. He needs help. TPs are coming in. But will he make it in time? Yeet. No way.
Snowball.
Snowball's going to buy him some time. Smiling Knight trying to get some distance. No enrage for 5. And, well, Get Out only losing the Tusk at the moment. But Stormstormer's here on the backside. They want to pop this damage. See if they can maybe find themselves the Tidehunter. The Avalanche, the toss has got him. Tiny is here with this Arcane Rune. Emo will make it away under the cover of Ghost Walk. But
he had the dust. Yeah, he had the dust on Storm. On Tiny,
no spells,
that is.
though, I guess.
Yeah, didn't use it. He had Toss, I believe. In any case, still a pretty good save on the Ursa. You do lose the Aegis, but at least he doesn't die the second time. And this is like this crucial timing in which you want to keep Ursa alive, healthy and farming to get that BKB and Blink.
His Sunray is doing so much damage to the Tide as well. Like, it doesn't, like, Kraken Shell does not help you against that Sunray.
Absolutely not. Yep.
You need to be very careful if the Phoenix has still got that ability available, and if you're trying to sit on the front line.
Yeah, I really like the Shard as well for Tide this game. I wonder if he's gonna buy it or maybe wait from the Tormi.
It's amazing against the Tiny, so we'll have to see. Now, if you guys want to stay up to date with Fissure and all of the events they've got planned this year, make sure to type !F in chat. Follow them here as well in the main stream if you guys are not doing so. Dion Ming, well, he's getting front row tickets to the grave.
Yeah, very quick pick off from them. Just the Tiny and the Tusk. Eki is getting very close to the Blink, by the way. Oh, Ame.
He's already TPing, he's fine. That being said, mid lane, they will find the Enigma. Really good find and usage. I think that's the Blink, maybe, on Bobica?
Yep, that's the reveal from Bobica Blink.
Avatos, top lane, Zeal. Yeah, just gonna TP, nothing to do about that one.
Yeah, they have a lot of control on Avulus, but at the same time, TPs have been working nicely against them, in this game at least. I feel like Emo is activated a little bit now, just by Bobica having the Blink.
Yes.
Maybe one of the issues, like it's like your carry is a Dragon Knight, your offlaner is a Tide. What can you do as an Invoker? You need someone to play with. He didn't have that.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Smoke up from Avulus here. They're going to head straight to the enemy's like Tormentor area. It's actually kind of a smart play. You've got the Ursa, right? He can solo Tormentors very easily. But they don't find a hero, so they're going to double back. Clean up the triangle instead.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Emo
That's a really nice find from Eki, but he needs some help. Solar Crest into the Sun Ray. Nice tornado to buy himself some space, but the dust is still there. Good Deafening Blast going for the TP, but not going to be able to get away.
They do.
On the other side of the map, it's also Stormstormer with a solo kill.
Yeah, he gets the Lich. It's really a pleasure to watch Emo play Invoker. I know he's feeding and I'm praising him, but his spells are so precise. Like you can every spell that he uses, like you can see exactly why and what for, and it's precise. It connects. Sometimes it is the best that he can do, and he still dies, but it's still kind of cool to watch.
Yeah, they do make their way back to the Tormentor here at the 20-minute mark, and of course, as we mentioned, the Ursa very quickly grabs that, but they will lose the Tusk in the process. Really good snipe there off the Gush.
Yeah, they have Aghanims now on Tide. Huh? Let's see how much it will do.
It's a pretty long slow. Avalanche, toss backside, looking for the Lion. There's going to be the Chain Frost, though, into the Sunstrike. Stormstormer bit off way more than he could chew.
How does he not kill that Lion? That's crazy. I was certain he's going to get him. He had Echo Saber as well, just didn't manage to completely to get the kill. Pupil's Gift working a little bit.
Pupil's Gift, baby. That's, yeah, I was like looking, I was like, what is it? He has no raindrops, didn't even pop stick. It's literally just Pupil's Gift. Ursa gonna go for his own Tormentor now. Alright, Shard will go to Eki.
Two very good shards for them, right? Like both for the Phoenix and for the Tusk.
Yeah, that's true. They are really good this game.
Everyone
so
has
Avulus,
like a really good shard. Out of the supports, Lion Lich, like you generally want to buy them if you don't get them. Sorry, Avulus.
Oh, as I say, Avulus still managed to hold a pretty significant gold lead, even though, you know, they had a couple awkward deaths here, but still feeling very strong. We haven't really seen a black hole or an egg in a bit.
Yeah, it's all about like the next 10-15 seconds. Let's see if they even go and contest this. Roshan is up. Everyone knows it, right? They should be checking it. Yep. But Dragon Form is not 50%. You're not contesting this. You just can't make it.
Meant up. Second Roshan by 22 minutes, or by the 23-minute mark. This is a really good tempo from Avulus, and they need this. They can now run into Smiling Knight, try and force something. You're right, top lane. Avalanche into the Sinister Gaze, though. The Chain Frost, we've seen this before. Snowball will bail him out for the moment. Into the Walrus Punch, nicely done, and now into the back line. Smiling Knight with a BKB looking for his target, but that BKB is going to expire, and that Dragon Knight just chewed right through him. They're going to buy back now on the Lich. It's disengage time. Eki blink forward aggressively. Great tornado to catch the backside. Stormstormer trying to wrap around as well. They do not have the mana for a black hole quite yet. They're going to buy back again on the Lion, and they're just way overextended on Avulus. Two heroes dead and punished. Now looking for a third on the Phoenix. Smiling Knight blinks away. Eki gets the blink out as well. Pops the drums.
Zibe, yeah, he's out.
Or Zibe, like. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, the tornado. Like, because it is a Balkan tournament. This is what we call Naruke. It's basically a situation in which you're like 10k behind, but you just outplay them, just by the way you play. You know, you're just skill-wise you outplay them. You move a bit better. And honestly, Yakult, they just did that to Avulus, left, right, and center. It was a really good blink from Tusk. I have to commend that to save Stormer through Ravage. Like, he blinks over Ravage and saves him. But everything else, like Yakult, just overpowering them with the moves. The alacrity on Dragon Knight proving to be way too strong. The kites were all on point. Oof. That blink almost got broken.
Smiling Knight is going to try and chase here. Does get the Enrage off, but we saw in the last fight, like Smiling Knight, if he's not on the Dragon Knight, he will die. Like DK just ripped right through him, even through BKB.
Stormer is chasing Emo. Or actually going through Twin Gate, never mind. I absolutely agree. And this Dragon Knight also didn't have crit. Now he has a small crit and is working towards the Daedalus. Keep in mind he'll have a Electricity on him as well. This hero, for some reason, is good at laning stage, is strong at pushing, farms with a built-in Battle Fury, and also scales well into damage, so yeah.
This is one of those heroes that, like, it wouldn't surprise me if they came out and they're like, oh, we realized there was a bug with Dragon Knight where he was just doing 40% more damage than he should have. Oopsie. You know, like, that's how strong this hero feels in the late game.
Absolutely. On the other side, what's strong about Avulus is they do have the Blink BKB on Enigma, so maybe this is the bonus spell that they need in these teamfights.
I mean, they need to start doing something. The gold lead that they once had is almost non-existent now. I like the Ghost Scepter on the Tidehunter here as well. Pretty decent, at least giving him some time against like an Ursa or a tag team of the Tusk.
Yeah, he got it for the last fight, and now he already has Blink as well on top.
Yeah.
It's cool. No Nullifier, of course, on the other side. For now, Smiling Knight did purchase Iron Will. He needs the Relic. It's kind of interesting, though. Is there anything else? Like, any other reason to go for it? I mean, you can get rid of buffs, I guess.
I mean, there's going to be a Ghost Scepter on the Lion, Frost Shield.
Frost Shield, yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are going to be really annoying.
Yeah, definitely.
There's your Dead in the Water, the Shard out from Zeal, going to hold down the Tusk. He does have a Snowball, but... Oh, wait, no. Until he breaks that chain, he does not.
Can't use it, can't Blink, can't Snowball, can't do anything, can't dive away.
They're still here on the side of Avulus, but you gotta be very careful. They're gonna be able to toss back the Tide. Is that really who you wanted in the center of your team? The Vigor comes out, they just delete the Phoenix, and Smiling Knight doesn't finish the kill. He's stuck with no mana.
Zeal
and they jump in for more.
What the?
They're just dead. The Tusk can't do anything. They get the Tide. It's a 3-for-1, but the chase is going to continue, and Bobica, he's found the tiny Sunstrike on the mark, continuing to mana drain him up, even the Ice Spire, and now, where does Stormer go?
Tornado is on.
Tornado's going to connect. Zibe looking for the Black Hole option, but a Great Sinister Gauge going to hold him back in place again, but the damage from this Invoker is way too much.
Tag team?
He's back in on the Tusk, but they need help. There's going to be your solo Black Hole, the Snowball to follow it up, but Invoker...
Here comes Ame.
Here. In comes Ame, and he will survive. Now looking for more. The Ghost Walk to slow up this Enigma, and it's a double kill.
There's a gem on the ground as well.
What a disaster from Avulus.
Absolutely insane. Like, the way they played them once again. I am not sure if tossing Tide into all of your heroes is the best idea on Tiny. He just tosses Tide. He was kind of low, and he did have double damage on Tiny, but still not enough to take him down quickly. So they lose pretty much, like, they lose the Ursa immediately, and then they can't really connect with the Enigma. I still feel Tusk, you know, it's just a Tusk, but it's a massive, massive part of Avulus's teamfight, and trying to fight without him is maybe not the best choice. At least it wasn't this last fight, because just having the control, the Snowball as well to save you from some of these spells can be very crucial.
I 100% agree, and I think one of the things I'm noticing is the mana drain that's coming out from the side of Yakult Brothers between the EMP and the Lion is actually too much for Avulus to deal with. The Ursa never got to BKB. He legitimately just got mana drain EMP'd as he like tried to join the fight and just stood there with no mana, couldn't do absolutely anything.
Yeah, I feel like he needs
just
to
walk down.
That's why you have the magic wand, right? Like he needs to save the wand for the right opportunity, I guess. But yeah, absolutely. Like this game was what, like 8 to 10k advantage for Avulus. They were just playing so well when it comes to pickoffs, and then it all fell apart around that top.
Yeah, we're seeing a very different kind of like team fight focus from Yakult's brothers. Like they're just so good at dragging Avulus's heroes into the wrong position or forcing them into the wrong plays. And we haven't really seen like a black hole do a whole lot. Like this last one onto Invoker was kind of just like a prayer, you know. Maybe it'll get the kill, but
what's crazy about that last black hole, it would have been amazing if not for Deafening Blast that was just used by Invoker. So all the Eidolons were just standing there disarmed, and Invoker lives. He would have died in any other situation, but the disarm was way too big. And now they're hunting, of course. Now they have the advantage.
They're going to see the Enigma. Blink, Hex, Dragon Tail into the Sunstrike. This is, well, Avulus getting a little bit of a taste of their own medicine when it comes to this Lion.
Maybe if they set up on Emo on top lane. He does have a BKB though, it's a hard kill.
You just don't see him.
Yeah, no.
And meanwhile, Ame is just getting a tower mid for free.
They don't really have a lot of sentries. No?
Oh, BKB out from Smiling Knight. He's going to get aggressive here. He has to TP out, realizing there's way too many heroes. They do not have the backup, which... yeah, I mean, you could always just TP in on the Dragon Knight and then suddenly the fight's over.
Yep, pretty much. Right next to the tier 2 tower. Continuing that is... However, Ame is... well, he does have...
really deep. He has a Tidehunter behind him, but... he might need some help. Gets a nice stun out from the Walrus Punch, and yeah, he's still stuck inside them shards.
Okay.
We saw that last game, actually. A similar play going a little bit too far forward.
That's Rush as well. He has no buyback. Like, this is literally giving them free refresher cheese ages. They want to fight, though, it seems like. Oh, this could be bad for Yakult.
If they lose this fight, they could be back into it on Avulus completely. They're going to jump up onto the high ground. A nice Sinister Gaze into a really good Chain Frost once again. The Snowball going to bail him out. It goes in aggressively. They actually get on the backside for Emo. The Black Hole going to catch 2. That's the best part of this fight. Can they take down Emo, though? Both supports dead. He's got nothing left in the tank. No BKB, but a Deafening Blast will hold him back for the moment. That is the dream from Avulus. They finally get the fight, and my God, Eki. A perfect snowball.
What the hell just happened? I feel like Yakult literally said, okay guys, we're winning too much, let's chill a bit, let's have fun. I don't know, this... first, like, fighting, just pushing the tier 2 when you just saw the Ursa TP back is, I don't know, pushing a bit too much, at least, even with or without Tide behind you. Like, what's a Tide gonna do? He can't stop an Ursa from hitting you. He can jump in, Ravage through Enrage, sure. He's never going to save you. And then fighting 4v5 under the Twin Gate versus all the ultis without your DK. Well, we have a game again. Yeah, pretty cool.
They've definitely been finding the pickoffs into the Tiny, but a lot of time it's been...
okay, bitch. Yeah.
Tion Ming dead. They'll get that gem back, but Ame gets the shard. He's like, all right, sorry, buddy. Top lane, they have Ursa coming in. Nullifier's out. Great Hex though from Boba. That is a lot of damage. Sunstrike's gonna connect. Smiling Knight turns around with the Enrage, and he will just beat down the Lion. Nice Tornado though coming through. You will grab the Aegis. Trying to finish off the Tusk first.
Oh, the cheese.
Smiling Knight gets tossed the cheese. Really good move there from the Phoenix, and in comes the BKB of Stormstormer, trying to find an opening. Maybe they'll just settle for the Tide. He just gets chewed through by the Ursa. This Nullifier paying off big. They get the BKB now out of Ame.
Yeah, keep in mind, they do have Refresher Shard on Enigma. They don't want to use it yet. Nice little cheese trade happening in the middle of that fight.
Yeah, that was really slick.
Saving
We're like,
gears,
oh,
so-
okay, he's gonna be on 1 HP. He can't do much, but yeah, just drops the cheese, quick pickup. That's such a clear, like, such a clean play.
Yeah, there's one thing that needs to be said. I went a bit harsh on them around that rush fight, but they do still have a lot of damage even without DK. Just
Yeah.
yeah.
That's kind of what I was going to say until that fight broke out, is like, the Invoker has shown that they have a lot of damage, especially with the 2 supports.
Right.
And the fight just didn't quite go their way. Now, they do manage to get the Ursa's Aegis here. In comes the Black Hole from Zibe, right onto the Dragon Knight. It pulls in both supports! Oh my goodness, the Tiny just takes him out on the back line, and now Ame on the run does have a BKB. He should be fine. Oh my lord, Stormer, and the shard from the Enigma. What a grab.
Just so much work being done by that refresher shard as well. Now he has another black hole to work with. They can force this high ground. No mana right now on Enigma though. So that could be a bit of a problem. Plus the Psychic Headband. Extra range to cast everything.
Getting the water out very quickly, cleaned up here. They do not want to risk it. Zeal getting burned alive here. They drop the egg. In comes Flying Knight, gets a bash here onto Emo. The Walrus Punch disarmed though just in time. You've lost the Tidehunter. That means no Ravage for 70 seconds. He does not have a buyback.
Yeah, they're just continuously pushing in, even though they don't have resources on Tiny. 3 versus 5. What can they really do? I like this decisiveness from Avulus. Like, they're just not backing out.
Like you said, he's got, if he can get the mana, he has the black hole. Big Sinister Gaze, great stun opening here for Boba. Gonna get the BKB, the snowball in. Goodbye, Lich. Bobica will join him.
Where did that Chain Frost go?
They haven't taken the racks yet.
Yeah,
I actually have no idea where the snowball, I think, ate it. Just chewed it alive. Ame, he's gonna go in aggressively, try to take down Eki, but Smiling Knight on the Ursa. Scary, there's the second black hole. Oh no, Yakult's brothers, you lost 2 big heroes. The patient Zibe finds his mark.
20k advantage now. The game was absolutely even. They do not have tier 2s, by the way. They don't have tier 2 mid or tier 2 bottom. So, like, Yakult, they were forcing fight after fight, even though at best what Avulus could get is just the side. Like, they could have gotten one side and they would have to go back afterwards. So you could have been a bit more passive and just waited, but this game is just absolutely in Avulus's hands. That Chain Frost, by the way, went all the way back. That we when they initiated, it was a nice initiation, but Chain Frost just botched. Like, it was
Just
that
got unlucky.
Very unlucky, yeah.
And that sometimes be Dota. Well, they get the tier 2 mid. Still got some time before the heroes and Yakult's brothers are going to be back, so they're going to reset from the fountain and look to push out these other lanes. Enigma having Aghanim Scepter as well is wild. It is doing so much damage against this like Tide, DK, right? Like, it's not the standard build we see from the Enigma, but it makes a lot of sense in this game. You talked about their damage reduction that they have. This ignores it completely.
Just having Aghanim Scepter plus the Facet, the Event Horizon, you can't, you just can't run away from that black hole. And all these items are coming up. Like, you have a refresher on Phoenix, by the way. He's the one that also has the 4-staff for the kiting. Your Ursa just finished off Abyssal. All these items are just making this almost an impossible battle for Yakult.
Yeah, I mean, it's double refresher now. Phoenix refresher and Enigma refresher are done.
Yeah, Enigma as well? Or,
yeah,
okay,
Enigma's is on the courier, I think, right now.
He only has a recipe for that. Yeah,
okay, he's not buying out for it. I see.
Yeah. I mean, he's close. He's very close. He might purchase it very soon as well.
I guess it's one of those things. They're like, we'll see. We'll kind of play slow, see if we get a free refresher from the Roche, and then we have a a buyback potential of the Enigma.
Just having two eggs in these fights can prove to be massive because of Abyssal and Ursa. No one can BKB and just hit the egg, right? Like you can just pop it and make sure that Ursa can rescue if needed. Zeal.
Plus more sun rays. There's so much damage coming out from the sun rays. Ooh. He is under a ward, his own ward, so he has a little bit of information. I don't feel like he's that tanky versus a Nullifier Ursa anymore, though, is the problem. He needs to be very careful. Stormstormer gets caught from the Hex on the front side. In some trouble. They jump on the backside trying to grab Zeal. Sibbe gets the blink. The Black Hole's caught too. Can they finish them off in time? They can. Snowball looking for more. Chasing onto the low ground. There's going to be the dive in. Second egg now onto the high ground. They're going to be able to do a lot of damage here to the ledge, but they bought back on the Tide. A big commitment from Avulus.
Absolutely beautiful as well. Like Tide jumps behind, but he gets clipped by the Ursa immediately. He manages to get the Ravage off, but I believe it was a bit too late. Tiny already BKB'd, so they don't manage to kill off Stormer immediately. This is just high ground. Protecting with these three is possible, but hard.
Do you like going high ground here because Ame's dead, or do you think they should be patient for the Roshan? I guess you don't really know how long it's going to be till it's up.
I think you just, if they try to defend, you jump one target, you can maybe even end the game if they're not careful.
Yeah.
You definitely pressure here.
Oh, I didn't realize they have the Roche banner still. Wow. Okay.
Plus, it's tiny, right? Like pushing with tiny, it's very scary to defend against it, basically.
A little bit of annoying damage here, but they can't kill this back catapult. It is sitting underneath this banner, so they have to respect.
Yep. They didn't, in the end, manage to take the Raxes, just the tier 3. Could have maybe went for the range to finish it off, but Rush is up in 2 minutes. And Yakult, I love this. Just one smoke after another. They're like, I didn't hear the bell. I'm not done yet, you know. Got knocked out like 5 times in a row.
There is a good ward on the backside here that if the fight broke out, they would have vision. Eidolon's scouting away, and there it is. They go right onto the backside. In comes a big Ravage, as well as the Cataclysm. They take down the Phoenix Bow, coming with a great mana drain on the high ground, but there's the Black Hole. It's caught the Tide Hunter. Smiling Knight takes him out. That's going to be a dieback, and now Ame versus Ursa. Who is going to win? Well, I'll give you a hint. It's the Ursa, baby. This guy is way too far. GG's come out as Emo joins his brothers in the fountain, and that is going to be a tied series. We got a game 3, baby.
Yeah, we do. We do have a game 3. Look, game number 1 was close, fun, and enjoyable to watch in a way that both teams strategically approached it in a really good way. It was disciplined. Where am I building? I'm building up to the fact that this game wasn't it. This game was a game of throws more than anything else. Like, one team is winning, doing very nicely, and then gets super outplayed by Yakult. Like, Yakult around that top lane brought themselves back into the game. That was camera, just a second. That was like really well done by them. But then this bottom tier 2, I'm not sure, like Dragonite pushing in and the Roche fight, that was so dangerous.
After?
Yeah. 4v5.
The decision to go for the Roche fight or try and bait them at the Roche fight, like they're like, oh, maybe we'll find like one hero kind of poking forward and get a pick off, and then that'll delay Roche, right? There's a lot of things that they could be discussing there, but it's the fact that all of Avulus show up and it just wipes Yakult. That is probably the worst thing that could have happened at that point. Like they were still in a pretty good spot before that, I think.
Yeah, I really think that even with the DK dying, which was very unnecessary, they could have just left that. Okay, DK died, let's fight after the Aegis, right? Like, let's get the fight going afterwards. But they go for that 4v5, maybe they felt a little bit too strong at that point. They got Omega punished by Avulus, and ever since then, like, it was all Avulus completely in control of this game. Have to commend them. Smiling Knight as well. He died only once, and that's it. Like in a game which most of the time, for me at least, it looked kind of rough for them.
Yeah, I agree. I was not a huge fan of the Ursa pick in the lane. You did say over and over though, like it gives them kill threat as the game goes on into the Tidehunter and the Dragon Knight, and his itemization is absolutely perfect. The Abyssal Blade, the Nullifier, completely essential, like you said, for protecting the egg, being able to kill off the target he actually wants to kill with the Nullifier, these like Ghost Scepters, as well as even the Alacrity bonus like onto the Dragon Knight. It removes a lot of essential things from the fight. And boy, yeah, really solid performance from Smiling Knight this time around. And it's gonna be a toss-up here for game 3, man. I don't know which team I like more going into this. I think both teams have showed really good strengths.
Yep.
But the Enigma, we'll see if this one gets banned. It's looking pretty solid. Both teams play it really well.
I'm not sure. Like Enigma may be one to ban, but both of these teams, I feel like after watching game 1 and 2, maybe Yakults are a bit stronger. However, mentally, maybe it's Avulus, like just the discipline and everything. But let's see. We still have one more game, right? After the break.
Yeah. All right, everyone. Enjoy some highlights. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Hi everyone, we're at FISSURE Playground in Serbia, Belgrade. And today we're trying some traditional Serbian food in a traditional Serbian restaurant with a man who I suppose never tried any of it. It's Zil from Yakult Brothers. So I'm here with Zil from Yakult Brothers. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Ame has joined your team. He is a Chinese legend, a big player. How do you think he fits your team, and how do you think he will change the gameplay of your team?
Nothing really changed that much, but it's a pleasure to play with Ame since he's a legend. We are trying to decide the playstyle. Like there's like difference between our previous carry, Fly and Ame.
Maybe you want to try some meat? I can put a piece. Do you like the onion? Green onion?
No.
No? Okay, I'll remove it. So we have the ribs, the sausages, traditional Serbian sausages. Chivap.
Sure, let's try that. Thank you.
So speaking of Chinese Dota itself, you had a lot of great teams like 6-8 years ago. Now it's not like that. We have much less Chinese representative on some tournaments. Why is it so?
There isn't any like younger players, and the older generation seems to be still good at the game. So there won't be like very new players around.
And why are there not many young players?
Previously, there's like a bandwidth of match fixers. So maybe youngsters like to play mobile game more than Dota.
Yeah.
And League of Legends. I don't understand.
So many meat is on the plate. Maybe you want to try something interesting.
Let's try the rib, I guess.
The rib?
Yeah.
So you liked the ribs more?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
It's very alike with Chinese cooking.
Mm-hmm. What do you think should be different in Dota? What should we change so it could defeat League of Legends in China and become popular again?
Maybe better environment of like tournaments, because last time there is a lot of Chinese tournaments, then youngster will look at it and like, oh, there's big tournament, we should try to participate.
What goals do you set for yourself and for your team on this tournament, on Playground, and for this season?
So for our goals for this tournament, we will hope that we can finish top placing, maybe top 4, better than last time. For future tournaments, of course, we hopefully can take top 2 champions, but it will be a long journey because we are kind of still new in terms of chemistry.
A lot of teams made most of roster changes. So who do you think made the best roster change of them all?
Maybe GPK back to BetBoom.
Mm-hmm.
It's a change that makes BetBoom a more scary team because GPK is really good.
Maybe you want to try anything else, or you are fed up?
Bacon, maybe? Is it a bacon?
Yeah, I think it's bacon with something wrapped. How do you find Serbian cuisine? How do you rate it from 1 to 10?
It's pretty good. I think like 8 out of 10. It's kind of similar to the Western foods, and I like it.
Šta bi mogli da pevamo za goste?
Hvala. That was Zil from Yakult Brothers. Thank you for this interview.
Thank you.
Best of luck.
back to the Fissure Playground, everybody. It is game number 3 of Avulus versus Yakult brothers about to begin. It's an elimination series. One of these teams get to stick around. The other is going home. My name's Cryptic here with Blizzard. What is up, my guy? What do you think's gonna? What are we in store for in game 3 here?
I have no idea. Like game 1 and game number 2 were way too crazy. Game number 2 was crazy, I would say. Yeah. I think it's like game number 2 for me was a game in which perhaps Yakult's bros just proved to be maybe a little bit cleaner as a team, and then bam, that tier 2 that by the Dragonite, it all falls apart. The cameras after the game, they look completely drained, like they look like they just lost TI game number 3 of Grand Finals, and not a game in a major. But in any case, I feel like these guys might have an upper hand. Just looking at the motivation, looking at how the game was played, coming off of that really big deficit and striking back, winning the game, I think that always puts you in a good position in the next match.
I absolutely agree, and we talked about it. Like, Avulus has been the team that's like winning the lanes for the most part, and then it's a slip up that kind of happens here or there that really hurt them. And if they can avoid that from happening, it might just be a clean push to the end of the game for them. So we'll see as we get ready to jump into game number 3's draft. And this time it's going to be first pick for Avulus, Radiant for Yakult brothers. And we'll see this time the Phoenix will get a respect ban in phase 1. A little bit of a spoiler, but neither team going to be able to play the hero this time around.
Yeah, one other hero that you might have heard right now does get picked up. It's the Bat. What is true though? So Dragonite isn't banned out, Alchemist is, Monkey is, and Gyro is. Okay, so Dragonite is in the pool, Bat Rider, they get their hands, Eki gets his hands on the Bat, and that's the trade-off, right? Like, I forgot about this guy. He one of them always goes through, and now it's both the Magnus and the Dragonite, I feel like. And what else?
And
there's a
Enigma.
Morphling. And the I mean, Enigma is only in this match, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's just a thing here.
It's like in general, cool. Bat and Mag. Let's see what they continue with here. It's
Dawnbreaker also an option.
Definitely, and a big good option for Avulus, I feel like right now. Nice hero into Magnus as well. In the lane, after the lane, I feel like it could be a good option for them. There's also maybe something like a Lich, just very stock standards for Suneko, or some save into the RP is also an option. Keep in mind that Yakult, they have played position 4 Mag in game number 1, and that worked very nicely for them, so you can't say for sure which way and which lane this hero is going to go to.
And they're really taking their times on these bans. Okay, they get rid of the Muerta. Pretty standard support pick. It hasn't actually made it through the draft in this game. Are you worried about Bobaca's Lion?
I think Bobaca's Muerta is very scary. So banning that hero away from him is definitely a good option. But Muerta right now for me does the best when she's either against a Spirit for the calling with Atos or versus a Bristleback, so that shot does very well. But just as in general, I feel like Bobaca Lion or something like that is maybe a bit scarier. I have to say the Tusk in the last game did a lot of work for Avulus, but Eki will be the Bat, right?
Yeah, likely. I mean, there's still things like the Dragonite that you mentioned earlier. They go for the Ember Spirit again, so a little bit of respect against Emo's Ember. And there's the Enigma ban. They'll go back for the Lich on Yakult's brothers.
No,
so very different drafts we're gonna have from both teams now.
Some good combos, right? Like Magnus and the Lich, always pretty good. Not that you need a setup with Lich anymore, you have it. I feel like every hero back in the day, what they needed is like some sort of a You know, like, you needed to complement it with a different hero. And now these heroes just do everything on their own. Like, Lich, yeah, I don't care. I just tossed Ice Shard and that's it. I'm gonna kill you anyway. I don't need a setup like a big stun. Atos as well, of course, doing a lot of work for different Sky Rats and Huertas and stuff. But what do you need into this guy? You usually need a nullifier, right? Like later on down the line, you need a nullifier into the Frost Shield, or perhaps you need a hero with Purge as well on your side. Like you were calling for Lion before.
Oh, the Avulus Classic. The Pugna. Okay. This is something we've seen Seneko do a lot of work with in this event so far, and they've gone through so much of the reserve time. I just realized they're down to 20 seconds. They're going to have to blaze through these last set of picks.
It's kind of like you get this decrypt. It's good versus Mag as a save. It's really good with Tiny for the amp, but at the same time, Lich just does very nicely against you.
Remaining.
We'll see what they want to do to respond to the Tiny mid pick. It's going to be the other Rock Boy. And then the Beastmaster into the offlane. So, looks like we're going to be last picking the 4 position, unless it is going to be Bobica Magnus again.
I think so. I think most likely. Unless it's like you said, like Ame's Magnus.
Phantom Assassin.
The PA pickup.
That's a really good pick.
Yeah.
Radiant team ban.
Oh, yeah, I can't wait. Like, these guys are still playing. The booths are very close to each other, like a couple of feet away, but I can't wait for the main event. It's gonna be a lot of fun with all the crowd watching in Belgrade. These heroes will be played live. Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Impossible.
Team ban.
There's your Dawnbreaker ban. Now, they've done something like an Underlord as well in terms of something that they really like with their draft, and I wonder if that's good enough with this type of team. And you have like the Batrider Tiny. It's a little bit of, you know, some catch.
Yeah, I think it's okay. Like you have Tiny to catch, like you said, or Bat to catch even better, and then the global presence. The pipe is really good, like the pipe builder, so they ban it. Good call. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see some sort of an aura creep from the offlane for Avulus.
Yeah. I think it works. It fits their playstyle really well. It catches teams off guard because they're just not really... There's not a lot of teams that play the Underlord. But it's also really good against the Beastmaster and, you know, the Earth Spirit. Like these heroes that want to get into the fight, you just drop the pit. It becomes very difficult to play around.
Until you get the BKB, it's, yeah, almost impossible. There's like this one chance for it. Oh, that's a guy I haven't seen.
There's your Aura boy that you're talking about. You get him.
That's a very interesting one. Okay, haven't seen him in ages. Anti-mage, right? I mean, versus PA, probably not gonna happen by Yakult, but so do you still put like Mag 1 and you pick something like an Oracle here? Like you get a Purge versus Bat, Purge versus Pugna, you destroy the Iron Shell with it. If you wanted to.
There's a Shadow Demon still.
A Shadow Demon, okay, an option as well. I'm just thinking what destroys Iron Shell and Darks here in the lane. Like,
yeah.
And, I don't know,
Can
like
Dragonite just sustain it?
they're just gonna go for Troll. Okay, so this is like a Axe Rush Troll, and Bobica will be playing the Magnus in the end. I mean, having Lich and Oracle as supports, I completely forgot about Lich. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, Lich Oracle support would be a little rough. I wasn't sure if like they would go for something like the Troll, but I guess you're right. Going Axe Rush, if you have the Magnus and Power, is actually not that bad of an idea, because you'll still have the farm speed, and then you'll now have the Self-Dispel as well as the Ally Purge. So, yeah, it's good. It actually makes a lot of sense.
No, it's a really good pick. Like, this Troll is an amazing pick this game. If they manage to make him work, and just bring him online, I feel like this is a game-winning pick. At the same time, the Dragonite was also really strong last game, and then they just kind of didn't play very well as a team together around the Dragonite, around the 5-man stack instead of 4-man. So we'll see if the same thing happens in game number 3. I do believe that they have got themselves probably out of all the carries that were left in the pool. I think they got the best. Maybe not the most meta, but definitely the best with the Aghanim's rush. It's not only like the Darkseer, you know, it's also about the Pugna. Like you have the spell versus Decrep. Like no other hero would have done this for you.
Yeah, unless you're playing for like a late game nullifier builder, which the Beastmaster will a lot of times build a nullifier eventually, but that's pretty far down the line. So I agree with you. I like the idea of getting the Aghanim Scepter early for the troll. So we'll get ready now to jump into game number 3. It's the final one between these two teams. Your Colts brothers versus Avulus. Should be a lot of fun if the first 2 games are any indication of what is to come.
Let's see, full on smoke.
Out. Will they find anybody? The ward's getting placed in mid. Gonna check the high ground. Gonna look for facets here. If anything's really I think Quick Wit probably gonna go to Darkseer facet if you're gonna pick him up. He's opted for Methodical this game.
Do you like Quick Wit like on Darkseer instead of having some movement speed? Like
yeah, I think Quick Wit is better because you need it for farming. Yeah.
Okay.
It helps increase your farm speed like pretty dramatically.
Okay. Okay. I don't know. Like for me, Quick Wit is a meme facet.
I see. Yeah.
I like it when I'm gonna actually punch some plebs, but when I'm I mean of course it does improve. All jokes aside, it does improve the farming speed a bit. Some more DPS in general is always nice. But yeah, let's see how they fare on bot lane. Lich plus Troll seems like a pretty nasty lane even for Darkseer and Bat, especially until you're level 3 on Darkseer.
Yeah, I'm trying to think like what the Bat is going to be able to offer to this lane. Eventually, like you said, once they have, I think they're level 3, you could potentially find the Lich in a pretty rough spot because it is a lot of magic damage from these 2 heroes, right? It's not going to be, really reduced by this Frost Shield.
Yeah, you can look at this lane down bottom and see this probably happening, but basically what you're waiting for is level 3 and then tower dive with the fortification. Like, that's usually how you play this lane with Bat and Darkseer. These are some mini things that you go for, and then you can get some kills, get the ball rolling, also get some stacks maybe afterwards.
Oh, wow. Manages to get the block on the small camp just in time, so not bad.
He didn't really manage to... Oh, he did manage to double Iron Shell, never mind. He's actually pressuring Ame quite hard. Even behind the tower, Zibe did this very nicely.
Now, Lich is just going to do Lich things. Now, I don't think I see a bunch of mangoes on the Lich here, do we?
Yeah, there's none. He only has a stick, and that's it. Also,
he needs to be near the creep wave then.
Yeah, and Batrider did an amazing job of half pulling, so he denied a lot of the first wave, and now he's probably gonna deny a lot of the second wave as well. Some lane shenanigans basically happening here, which isn't that great for the Darkseer. He's getting no levels on the mid lane, and we've seen this matchup. Like Stormer played it yesterday, and he actually died. He fed a couple of times. Wasn't great.
I think it was the other way around though, right? Wasn't it Yopaj got a solo kill as the Tiny versus the Earth Spirit?
I think so. Yeah, you're right. But didn't they play it on both sides, like one end?
Oh, you're right. I think they swapped the matchup immediately after too.
Yeah,
you're right.
We had both matchups exactly. And he won the one where he died first blood, so...
Easy clap. Overall, pretty quiet top lane, though. There was a lot of creep dragging happening with the Magnus as well. Emo's got himself a big wave. He's running away.
Yeah, mid lane creep dragging, not really what you see. Unless you're playing versus some Huskar, but yeah, he ended up having to do this.
Zibe taking that Lotus away from Lich is actually really big.
A very silent, by the way, lane so far. Don't you think so? Like, no kills, that's what I mean. Just creep shenanigans, trying to pull. Understandable, they're really weak on bottom until they get level 3. You can't really just stand and fight the Lich. Top lane Boboka is taking so much damage, it's crazy. You gotta be careful,
He's
man.
dead. Yeah, that is a very sick turnaround there from Seneko. He dodged the Shockwave Skewer because Pugna is just a fast hero, and he's just playing right on the edge of the limit there.
I have to say, this isn't the first time I see Soneko get first blood on Pugna this way.
Yeah.
Exactly this way. And he just knows the limits of the little Skelly boy way too well.
Now, one thing I'm just noticing, look at the CS on the offlane Beastmaster. He's at 9-2.
PA is one of the best heroes, I would say, into him in the lane, so they're just trying to creep skip. Soneko probably not gonna fall, yeah, he's fine. Looked dangerous for a bit. Like, it's kind of hard for Zeal to do a lot. Like if you go for Call of the Wild, right, and you use your boars, they just die to the PA. She uses 2 daggers and they're almost dead. Yeah, so far the lanes from Avulus, yep, better lanes from Avulus, right? Like in general.
All 3 games, right? That's what we've noticed.
They got the level 3 now as well on the Bat and on the Darkseer.
Yeah, the Bat can start stacking up the damage. You're gonna have to respect this. You can just surge run them down with the fort, like you said, but they're just gonna pull the wave back because they forced it into the tower.
Yeah, yep, that's what they did. They forced the wave a bit too early.
All right. I mean, it's working. Avulus just slowly building themselves a lead here. And the mid Tiny is really starting to pull away from this Earth Spirit. And this is kind of what we've noticed in this matchup of the Tiny. Typically ends up winning the lane, but we're going to see a potential rotation mid. Bobica going to find his arch nemesis, the Pugna. Skewer. Oh, no! All right, goodbye.
And he secures the rune. It's on top lane.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Bat is just zoning Emo out. Won't be able to zone him out of the bounty rune, I believe, yeah. He'll take the bounty, but he's taking so much damage.
Does he get that
the cliff?
Stack? Oh, he does not. Yeah, but he does get a cliff there on the Tianming. Magnetize is out. Time to disengage. They get the kill.
Actually,
Emo,
he's got the fat wand.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if he actually wins this. This is just a solo kill for Eki.
Ooh, that's massive.
And Lich, does he have a TP? He does. He's going mid.
Maybe.
Meanwhile, Zeal top lane, he is very stuck in the trees here. A nice skewer away will buy him some space. Can he finish the kill? Doesn't get the vision. He's just going to dive. Stormstormer with an Invis rune, though, will snipe him. And guess what? It's the 7-minute rune.
Once again.
A blood grenade is out. You know, just trying to slow them down, stop them from doing whatever they can. And, well, he goes for the kill instead of the rune. Another cliff? Wait a minute.
What's happening?
Yeah, I don't... This is the most cliffs per minute, I think, of any Dota game ever.
The spirit of Arteezy is in this game for sure. Smiling Knight. He has managed to get away, for now at least. Might have some issues. Okay, they just gave away the wards, so they know that there's a ward there for sure now. Should be dewarded soon.
Yeah, that's a... Yeah, something... didn't really consider at the time, but at least it gets the PA out.
Yeah. I mean, they probably knew because of the way they dove Zeal earlier as well. Tiny was there, sure, but they were diving, and literally you can see that they're right-clicking on the hero. A lot of stacks, by the way, on Dire. Darkseer and Bat. Bat's just farmed an Ancient stack, and now he's level 6. Like, this man is...
Yeah, that solo kill onto the Earth Spirit, dude. He got like a full level from that.
Isn't it one of the best feelings, by the way, killing the mid laner on your own as a support? Like, oh man, that feels good.
Oh god, Eki! He's playing with fire. That's a lot of creeps. I don't know how they managed to make this stack with everything that's been going on, but congratulations to them. That is impressive stuff. He's just going to stand here and burn them with the Ion Shell. That is hilarious. I did not know you could do that.
I absolutely didn't know as well.
Top lane, they take down Zeal. That is an amplified damage. That tree toss will easily clean him up. Now here comes Emo. Magnetize out onto Snako. He's just going to TP. There's no way to stop it. The toss out gets him to safety. Smiling Knight. Blink strikes up. They're not connecting on any of these ganks.
Just not working for them. Stormer might just kill the Lich or maybe even the Troll. Let's see. The Lich definitely. The Troll.
Okay, I mean, that is a level 9 Bat Rider. Excuse me? Eki ends up dying in the process. They get Aurora to the backside of the Tiny, overestimating their strength and really underestimating the Troll Warlord, but there's the vacuum back, the wall doing some work. Skewer's gonna bag some space. Emo on the backside, getting low, tries to roll away, but gets blocked. Seneko will finish him off, and now Bobica on the run, trying to get to safety, but Smiling Knight will finish the job.
Absolutely boss plays from Seneko to block him. By the way, I know you mentioned it in the back, but have to reiterate. I don't know what this is. Like, Bat's just coming in with level 9 after farming that big-ass stack. By the way, there is no way that should work the way it does. Like the Iron Shell. There's absolutely no way that...
I have no idea either. That's really funny.
And I also can't believe I never saw that before. He wasn't smoked or anything. He was just standing with Iron Shell. Yep. Okay, you learn something new every day, but I really believe that's some change that just happened recently. I don't know. I don't know if I've ever seen it before.
Hey, if you guys want to see more things like that at the main event, make sure to type !ticket in chat. Pick yourself up your entry to the first major event of the year, and maybe you'll see some more of this weird Bat Rider sitting on Ancients shenanigans.
Yeah, maybe you'll learn something to win your pubs with. If nothing
The thing is that's wild... Go ahead, sorry.
No. Continue.
I say the thing that's wild is he's level 9, but all of the gold went into the Darkseer, right? So he doesn't have that much net worth at all on the Bat Rider. He's just sitting on treads.
So he's basically a free experience piñata, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. Emo. Whoop. Oh, almost connects on the flame break there, but he's fine.
It is Aki after all, like he knows this hero inside and out, like he's playing a lot of Bat, and Lich down bottom.
Vacuum to the other side of the wall, nowhere to go. Now, he's gonna survive for now as they're looking to grab Seneko, the Death Ward. Not the Death Ward, but the
PA gets him.
Yeah, the other ward, they get it. Well, they're going to continue more with the Magnetize. The Lasso takes down the Troll Warlord. That's what you're looking for. And now Emo. The Magnetize is out, but he is completely alone.
They're just ready to fight. They have the Iron Shell level 4. You have the mech, of course, and you're just bringing numbers. They're outmaneuvering them just by bringing sheer numbers to every fight. And of course this is possible because you got so much gold out of all the stacks. Like, this is a 6k advantage. I haven't seen a game in which stacking made this big of a discrepancy between two teams in a while. Usually one team stacks, the other one as well. This time around it's all Avulus.
Yeah, if there was a way for me to see how... this is one of those games where I would love to go back and be like, how the heck did they make these stacks? Because there was so much fighting happening, and then we look back and there's like 8... There's like 6 or 7 Ancient stacks and like 6 hard camp stacks. It's like, I don't even know how they did it.
Keep in mind, that's only in the triangle. Bat already farmed the stacks. Yeah, he already farmed the stacks on the right side. Bat.
Goodbye, Tianming. Now, Zeal, he might have to pop the roar to try and get some distance and run away, but the slow from the dagger is just way too much. He's back in, baby. Toss for Storm. Storm will give him the double kill.
Maybe they
time
can
to
get
just
Zibby.
top off his allies here.
Maybe they can get the Darkseer down bottom if he's not careful. Baboka is setting up, but he has no RP actually, so never mind, I take that back.
He's got wall too, you know?
And the mech, and the cloak.
Dude, this is what happened in all 3 games in the lane stage. They just crushed the lanes, and Avulus is up at 8,000, this time at 13 minutes. This is the biggest discrepancy of all 3 games. Now, the big question is, are they going to be able to maintain this, or are we going to see another scenario where like they take maybe a couple bad fights, get a little too overextended, and give Yakult brothers their avenue back into this game?
I'm not sure. This time around, it looks very difficult for Yakult to come back into this one. This is like you said, 8k is maybe a little bit too much, especially when the pipe comes online on the Darkseer. Like some pipe, maybe a blink on Tiny, blink on Bat. Like these are all heroes that just continuously choke the map if you give them an advantage.
They did manage to at least get a Wisdom Rune this time, so maybe, you know, he'd be able to do something with that, but I think he just threw the Chain Frost in mid.
Yep, he
to
did.
try and dodge a gank, so...
Let's see, there's still, like you said, Chain Frost was used, but they still have a lot of magic damage. There's no pipe, so maybe a Roar plus Magnetize. Once Ame gets the Aghanims, that's a big power spec for them, because you can remove a lot of these buffs.
And he's
from
close.
Avulus.
He's not that far away. Oh, but he's under a ward. Oh no. If he gets found bottom right now...
Does have ult.
He does... They see him... The wave was being cut, right? Yeah, Storm was chasing. He's, you know, quick, but not quick enough. Don't want to chase that far.
Yeah, there was no way. Top lane, however, definitely away. Zeal.
Yeah, that's the lasso. Right into the jump for the Phantom Assassin. More than enough damage between these two. How often do you see a level 12 support Batrider at 15 minutes? Actually, I don't know if it's a record, but it has to be close.
For sure. It is mid lane, Suneko. They're going on him, but this is very slow.
They're also looking for Ame bottom. Yeah, they just don't have an answer for the Pugna quite yet, and well, now in comes Eki on the Batrider. Blood Grenade out, Tianming trying to at least get the Watcher, I guess, with his dying breath.
That's a 504 PA right now.
Yeah.
Pugna almost has a Yules, by the way. This position 5, 16 minutes in, 300 gold away from Yules.
How do you kill him? Once he has Yules, you know?
Just another Dispel for himself. Or maybe even you can use it on the Mag after the RP.
Yeah, true.
Troll as well, of course.
Yeah. If Troll ults, you're just like, whoop, into the air. Have fun.
No, that's the main one. I'm being crazy.
Yeah.
That's the one you go for.
We don't really see that item build that often on something like a support Pugna, but yeah, it makes a lot of sense. This game, treat it like the Ursa, right? Pops
Same.
in rage, just goes into the air.
Yep. Same answer, basically.
And the lasso in 6 seconds. They're going to roll in aggressively here. Get on top of Smiling Knight. The BKB, it's available, but he doesn't get a chance to use it. Whoa, wait a minute. The blink out at the last second. Bobica trying to get a range for the RP. The vacuum going to slow him down. He jumps. He dodges it to the other side. In comes the roll. The Magnetize out now, though. Smiling Knight, he's fallen low. He needs to get saved from Emo. The roll's going to get dodged here as Bobica is just burning to this Darkseer. Dies to the Death Ward, and somehow Smiling Light lives. The Pugna with the life drain keeps him alive.
Absolutely illegal that he lived through all of that. Like, Darkseer saves him for a bit, and then Pugna finishes off the job. Of course, nice blink as well from Smiling Knight to dodge the RP. I mean, that's just illegal.
They clipped Ame in the middle of that, too. I didn't even realize.
They did everything to kill off the PA. and didn't manage. Emo, mid lane,
Emo.
is blocked.
Yeah, I mean, Lich coming in comes Bobica. The wall is down, though. So is Yame, as he's trying to find his entrance into the fight. Does get his hands on the Tiny, but not the best hero for him to fight against. The Avalanche, the toss. He's going to be forced to pop that ult. No. We'll get the distance away.
Yeah, they have...
Meanwhile, Bobica suffering another death here on the support Magnus.
And that's the buyback as well from Lich, and they do have Lasso now. They didn't use it in that last fight, so 3 seconds for the blink. Lasso is available.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they're just pinging out the Beastmaster. They know exactly where he went.
They're like, guys, he's up here somewhere. We're gonna find this guy.
Yeah, Zeal.
Ooh, does he? Nice TP out. Very nice TP out.
I mean, it's a nice TP out, but we're not getting anything out of this map.
Yeah, it's mostly just at least I'm not dead moment, you know?
Yep. That's a 15k difference, 18 minutes in. Absolutely.
One thing... I was gonna say, one thing I haven't really talked about, but is actually really sick this game, the Darkseer Shard is insanely strong in this matchup.
He purchased it very early on, by the way.
Yeah.
He just went for it. I like the shard in general on Darkseer. It's a pretty good item to go for. I would have still went like Mech Pipe though, but this is definitely working out for them.
Yeah, it is owning. Like the Magnus in that fight top when he was trying to get an RP onto the PA, it was actually, the Darkseer Shard was online there, and he was surged in front of him, and he was too slow to close the gap.
Yeah, even through his innates, right? Like even through the solid core, it still doesn't help enough.
Yeah, this is a massive, massive difference in Avulus in terms of game 1 and 2. Like they've definitely tightened up, you know, the screws that were, you know, kind of making the ship a little shaky here in those games. But this is a super slick performance in top lane. They're going to try and jump onto Ame. He's in so deep. Avalanche toss. He's forced to pop the battle trance, but who does he hit? You know, the evasion on the PA. You got a Tiny, which just gives damage reduction as he attacks. Like, there's no real good target now.
Yeah, for now there isn't. He needs at least an item or 2 extra until he can actually dish out some damage. Smiling Knight needs to be a bit careful here.
Ooh, if he crits, okay. Yeah. I was like, if he crits and doesn't have help, he will die to that Tormentor, but Zibe shows up just in time.
This is basically Avulus' game to do whatever they want with it. It's, you know, pick and choose. Top lane Suneko gets gone on, but
Homie's got Yules, drops the Nether Ward into the lasso. The damage just from the supports is going to kill Emo. Now Bobica's coming out of the backside. RP will catch the Pugna as well as this Darkseer, but where is your damage? 4 heroes dead across the map, and Avulus not even breaking a sweat.
You know what we talked about post-game after that, well, actually pre-game now, that maybe mentally Avulus are in a much better place. This is definitely looking like it. The game is... It's never over until it's over, right? But 23k advantage, 21 minutes in. 2 supports basically killing the mid-beast and the Magnus. It was... Well, the majority of the work was done by the Bat and Pugna.
Yeah. I just gotta say, Eki is almost the highest level hero in the game. He is only second to the Phantom Assassin.
Yep. There's I have to say there is a high difference between his top tier heroes and everyone else's, like in this game. Like if he's given the
God,
bat,
Tianming not again.
Close.
They really don't want to pop Troll ult for this. Okay, I was like, they're really trying to save Battle Trance because otherwise he would just do it himself.
It's a really good shard to get, right? Like they got it on Lich. The Ice Spire can do a lot in these fights. The movement flow does help as well.
My God, dude, the net worth is just so problematic looking at the 5 heroes of Avulus. Oh, there's your lasso. An avalanche toss will delete. Oh, he gets the ult off in time. They did not throw the toss.
Yules.
But yeah, there's your Yules, and you know, there's just no help coming anytime soon. That is 45 seconds without a troll.
There's
And then
only
the next
now,
farmed heroes are all of Avulus, you know.
they only now got the blink on Mag. 23 minutes in. That's Naked Brown Boots blink, position 4 Mag.
And that's one of the things you talked about the last time we saw it. It's just not a super popular pick on the 4 position for this reason.
It works. Sometimes it works, and when it doesn't, it looks exactly like this.
Oh, avalanche, toss, no, not on the mark. He's gonna get skewered into the fountain. Okay, Stormer.
Okay.
A little bit lost in the sauce there, but with this kill and Troll respawning, they won't get a lane of barracks.
Yeah, the moment I talk badly about the Magnus is the moment he does like the skewer into the fountain, you know, like the best play possible in this situation.
To be fair, that was a little bit of a gimme kill, you know? Oh, they're not done. That's the fake back. The lasso, they've managed to find themselves the Beastmaster. The wall's down. They found Emo. Can they bring down Smiling Knight? Not once, but twice on the backside. In comes Ame, pops the Battle Trance, but he's beating up Illusions! Oh, no! That is not where you want to be! The Darkseer wall completely clowns on the Troll Warlord ult, and with that, 4 heroes dead.
Just the worst possible situation to be in. Even 4 versus 5, by the way. They didn't have their mid laner, right? Like there was no Tiny even. And the fight was still that simple for Avulus.
He literally popped ult standing on on the Darkseer wall. And at that point, it's just, you're going to be sitting there fighting yourself for your whole ult duration.
Yeah, meanwhile, Smiling Knight just cleaned up the backlines. Like, he got the Lich, forced the Beastmaster to completely back out. He does have Aghanims, but this is not a tanky Beastmaster. The advantage is just way too high on the other side. There is a tier 2 on bot lane, though, so maybe they can at least hold.
There's still a minute on this Aegis, which is shocking. And Seneko gonna try and top off Smiling Knight. In comes the Bad Rider. He gets the lasso, but an immediate roar. There's gonna be the Avalanche Chain Frost as well. The BKBs will get them to safety. And that's just that's the part that's so difficult. They just have BKBs to bail them out if they need it.
Yeah, look, in any other game, this kind of initiation, you're losing this fight as Dire. Like, you're instantly losing it. That is very punishable, but this game, they can basically do whatever they want to.
A BKB on a Bat Rider, bro. What is this?
BKB Bat, Greaves plus Pipe on your Darkseer, of course, with the Shard. Your Tiny has a BKB, PA, Bat. Pugna just way too much mobility with the Yules and Force Staff.
Oh boy, Ame realizing a nullifier now suddenly exists, and well, now his life doesn't. And it's 40 seconds of that Ame now, and yeah, you still have that bottom tier 2 for the moment, but they're pushing in with the Tiny.
Yeah, the way they were playing around mid, it looked like they were too lazy to go and take down the tier 2 tower, you know? So they're just like in pubs when you just want to end the game immediately. You don't want to go for the towers. Now they will get it though.
Oh, 6-33. This is, to quote another great caster, a shellacking. There is not much left that I think you Colts Brothers can do. They're really aiming for a pullback from the skewer. Smiling Knight with the BKB magnetizes out. Tiny deletes Tiana. Goodbye. Beastmaster and Troll, well, cleaned up by the supports. They're going to skewer Smiling Knight into the fountain. Is it enough?
Got him.
Oh my gosh, the wall to the low ground, though. And that's a double buyback. They're going to die back on the Lich. Smiling Knight could rejoin his team if he wants.
GG.
But that's GG. Too far gone, and Avulus completely crush Game 3.
very well deserved by Avulus. This last game was... I don't know where this kind of a playstyle was in game number 1 and game number 2, because they look like they're out of Yakult's league. However, it's a bit up to the draft, right? Like a bit of a draft advantage, a bit of a laning stage advantage as well, the way they played around the PA. They just crushed them post-laning stage. I mean,
yeah,
not even post-laning stage, just the PA moving through the twin gate, going bottom, helping out the kills, moving back top. The Bat Rider having way too much. The Bat and the Darkseer, I feel like these two basically won them the game, right? Made the difference.
Yeah, this was one of those moments where it's just we saw the play of they get a couple fights and pickoffs with the Bat Rider Darkseer that were playing around bottom lane, and then Bat Rider backs with like 10% HP and just clears an 8-stacked Ancient Camp, and your brain just like suddenly just like, how is this possible? Like how can he do this? You know, and all the gold goes to the Darkseer, but we saw he immediately goes to Fountain, comes top, and he's level 9, the highest level hero in the entire game as a 4-position Bat Rider after doing so. And he never slowed down. It just accelerated their game beyond control.
There is a reason why almost every series, when you're playing versus Avulus, you're going to see Bat in the first 3 bans. And yeah, they just play way too well with it. I feel like Bat and Tiny, whenever they're available, they will be picking these heroes up. So they do get them, and they perform. I think they max them out. Like, this is Bat maxing right there. In the last game.
I love it, dude. It actually is. That is the definition of a Bat maxing game for sure. I mean, between these two heroes, they had 19 stacks created. Like 5 times more, or I'm sorry, like 3.5 times more than the entirety of Yakult Brothers. Right? Like that is how much efficiency they got out of the map. And this was all early. They didn't bother stacking later on. They were killing people.
Yeah, I'm not even sure. Like it's basically when the Bat was creep skipping, I feel like he had to have made a couple of those stacks, right? Like when he was pulling and creep skipping. So in any case, if you are position 4 and you want to play some Bat, this is probably one of those games that you can dissect and learn, because of course a winning game is always harder to learn a lot from, but this truly is a very good example of the economy game being done right.
Oh, absolutely. This there was no better case study. So let's go ahead and send it on over to an interview with Jenkins.
I'm here with my boy Zeal from Yakult Brothers. Unfortunately, you guys are knocked out of the tournament. Tough day, but that was a very close series. Can you tell me, in your opinion, what you think went wrong in those games?
So game 2, we went in the same picture in terms of taking the Roche. Roche was spawning, and we tried to take the tier 2 and end up some mistakes here and there. We did get a good comeback early game, but not good enough. And game 3, our draft was a bit rough, and the Bat Rider was doing some ancient clearing, and he's level 9 like so early. So yeah, that's kind of their hidden strategy, the Darkseer Bat Rider. Speaking of heroes, how do you feel about your heroes on this patch? Like, do you feel like your hero pool is very good, or are you looking for a patch to come out soon? My hero pool is pretty good, I guess. New patch is fine too. Maybe something new to play. Yeah.
And for the format of this tournament, have you played a Swiss format tournament before this one?
I did. It's PGL last time, and this is the second time. Swiss.
How do you feel about it?
It's not bad. It's like new format, and we get to play against different team. Maybe best of 1 is a bit weird, but overall it's good.
I hear Yakult is a really good guy, really good coach. What's it like working with him?
Very happy. He is always making jokes.
From an outsider's perspective, looking in, you guys are like the team that's carrying China with no sponsor. Like, you're kind of like the boys. You know, does it feel that way with you guys? You're just like friends playing Dota?
Of course. It feels really good to play with like friends, even though we are not bounded by contracts, right? And it's not bad, yeah.
Any final words for the fans that have been following you guys this whole time?
Hopefully we'll do better next time. Sorry to disappoint everyone, and see you guys next time.
I think you will, man. Thank you very much, and see you in the next tournament.
Yeah. Well, well said from Zeal. You know, it's like it's one of those things that they weren't super confident in their draft game 3, but you know, he's right. They had some moments where they nearly pulled it back in game 2, almost got the 2-0, which would have been, you know, huge for them, but falls just a little bit short here. And then game 3 was just not their game.
It's so unfortunate for a team to almost have the game in game number 2, right? Like that's the only problem. And you can see that mentally, like he said, they weren't as confident in the last game. I'm sure that game number 2 played a part. It's one thing to lose a game that you're kinda even with the enemy team, or you don't believe in your draft, or you messed up early on in the laning stage, but it's a completely different deal when you're kind of battling it out. You just start winning and you get that lead, you get a massive lead in your favor, and then you do just one bad decision after another. That stings, and that stings for longer than one game. Yeah, I hope that they can really refresh until the next tournament.
Yeah, I agree. They're a fun team to watch for sure. They're definitely a fan favorite. So best of luck to them, obviously, in their future. For now, we've got another series coming up next, and it's going to be a big one. It's another Chinese powerhouse, right? Xtreme Gaming taking on Aurora, and another elimination one. So my name's Cryptic. I'm here with Lizard. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with our final series of the day, everybody. We'll see you then. It is the final series of the day here, everybody, as we jump into an elimination series, of course, between Xtreme Gaming and Aurora. China has one last hope to stay in this tournament after your close brother was just eliminated. We'll see if they can do it. My name's Cryptic, here with Lizard. Are you excited for this one, man?
Nah, yeah, of course I am. It's a cool one. It's a regional matchup, more or less, right? And it's always fun to see, always fun to watch. A lot of big names in this series as well. A lot of very cool players matching up. A lot of cool matchups that have played together back in the past. So yeah, let's see how it goes. The last series definitely didn't leave us wanting for almost anything. We had our share of stomps, our share of throws, our share of pretty disciplined sick Dota. So I don't know. The most I can expect is something very similar.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a super high impact game. A lot of times, Aurora, just a really fast team. They love to play aggressive. That's just kind of like something Abed and Jabs, I think, brings to the table quite a bit. So I have hopes for this series. I think it should be a lot of fun. When it comes to Xtreme, though, this is one of those rosters. I think we got to cover them earlier on in this event as well, right? And they looked pretty good. They got a 2-0 over Chimera, so
yeah,
solid team.
It's kind of like when I was making the introduction, I thought we were doing Aurora Talon, but now that I see it's Xtreme, I guess everything that I said still kinda.
It's still right, yeah. It's kind of regional.
It's kind of regional, mostly because of Oli, right? Like there's been a little bit of movements by him, Polosin as well, of course. The rest of them on Xtreme have been more or less just tied to the region. Yeah, overall, they like you said yesterday, have they impressed you, or have they been like the games that we cast from them? That is.
I think Xtreme impressed me. They looked pretty good, and they actually made pretty good, like, clean work of Chimera. I wasn't super sold on Chimera's drafts, though. I think was the main thing. So we'll see what happens in their next series here. They've had not an amazing run, but both teams sitting at 1 and 2. So this is a big one for each of them.
And of course, like Chimera, they did have a completely fresh new offlaner, someone that's absolutely different from what they've had before. Yeah, let's see how this matchup goes. Like, I don't necessarily have any clear favorites here. I think we might get another game number 3. What I do like is I like the fact that Phoenix is gaining popularity, because between these two teams we have a lot of really good Phoenix spammers, so we might see that hero a little bit more, especially after the last series, and we might see albeit aggressive Dota, I think we might see a bit of a different approach to the playstyle than what we had in that last game. Like Avulus, I feel like they just force teams to play a bit. Say what you will about them, they do force you to play on the timers, like it's minute 7, minute 14. You just always have to be there on the runes.
That's true. They do. I mean, we saw that as a trend in every game. They massively out-collected those wisdom runes, and it makes a huge difference. You can't really afford to let that happen. Now, before we get into this game, everyone, I want to remind you all really quick that you can follow Fissure by doing !F in the chat. And that will give you a link to all of the different social platforms to stay up to date with what we have planned for this whole year, because there's a lot of stuff Fissure's working on. You will not want to miss it. I will say, I think for me, when it comes to looking at the matchups that these two teams have played to get to this point, Aurora's seems more challenging.
Yeah.
Right? Like they played Paravision, Heroic, and Gaming Gladiators. They beat Paravision, which is a really big deal, because Paravision has looked really good. They've already qualified. They lost to Heroic, who is already qualified, and then they lost to Gaming Gladiators, who is on the verge of qualifying. So it's one of those things where I feel like Aurora has had a little bit of a more impressive run at this point. And so, like, on paper, if they are playing at that level, we haven't really seen that from Xtreme quite yet.
Yep.
Their only win is over Chimera. They also lost a game in Gladiators, and then they lost a wild card. So we'll see how they step it up. You know, it's I think Aurora might surprise people. This is a very strong team.
Yeah, absolutely hard agree on your read from the games. Like something that I did see the first time we were covering Xtreme as well is the fact that they lost the wild cards, right? And that's something that instantly makes me feel that they aren't in the best form ever. Not taking anything away from wild card, of course, but you know, like there are definitely teams that you can consider favorites when they meet these guys.
Yeah, they got completely caught off guard by a offlane Broodmother that game, if I'm not mistaken, and got shellacked like 3-20 by 24 minutes. It was not even close. So, and one of the things people learned after that is Broodmother was banned in every single game against Wildcard after that moment. I'm pretty sure. I don't think they got it for the rest of the tournament.
So they did the good old, we're gonna show you our best at the beginning and then we're not gonna win a single game after because it's banned. I mean, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. For Wildcard, of course, in this tournament so far, and not only so far, it didn't work, right? They're out.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. But there is still a lot of hope for these two teams. We'll see which one manages to stick around. I'm not sure. Like like you said, Aurora definitely have won against a stronger opponent in the current state of things, right? Like the current state of affairs.
Yeah, that's kind of how my read is on it. But I mean, if we want to judge like regional performance as well, at the moment, SEA is looking pretty strong. Like Talon's looking great in the top half of the groups, right, or of the group stage right now. Like they, I believe, just won game 2 over Team Spirit, so that series is now tied 1-1. They're looking real strong, you know.
Yeah, SEA. I had a lot of faith in SEA and SA. I thought these two regions are gonna completely take over the world in Dota eventually, once they get a couple of good captains, but it never truly happened. I guess Heroic is kinda making a stance right now, and there's a couple of SEA teams through the years that have been better and better, but it never truly happened that they took over. It's mostly Europe right now. Chinese scene for a bit, and now just mostly Europe, Eastern or Western, whatever. But when it comes to these two, let's look at the drafts. So far, the drafts, they don't scream SCA or China, because, you know, like, everyone is more or less picking the same.
Yeah, a lot of the same bands to start things off. Now, we might see some interesting first picks, but the Doom actually getting a little bit more attention here in this draft. So Xtreme will not have that option, but they will have first pick. I'm curious if they're going to be favoring the Phoenix as much as we saw previously.
Yeah, maybe
it's
not.
just seeming like such a strong hero.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I still think that there's just so many position 4s and 5s that are just as strong as he is. In some situations, definitely Phoenix looks amazing. In some, not as much. And there you go, the first difference.
That's a hilarious respect ban. XM Sniper.
Sniper first phase, right? I mean, XM, he has a couple of extra heroes, not only the Sniper, that you can respect, but okay. First and foremost, the Peeper is out.
Yeah, I'm curious if they, you know, maybe I'd have to look through Xtreme's history of games and if they've played the Sniper at all. But yeah, to see it banned first phase, that is so random, or so rare, I guess. But I don't think we've seen them play at this tournament, so maybe I feel like we would have noticed a first phase ban earlier as well. But they do ban out the Phoenix, so a little bit afraid to give that one up. They will grab the Tiny overall first, a hero. Just tried and true, man. I feel like this hero is always in the meta.
And keep in mind, like, banning Phoenix versus Aurora, because they're also a team that's versatile. One of I think the only teams, there are some that experiment with mid Phoenix, and they usually fail, but the offlane Phoenix is something that has worked for Aurora in the past, so getting that banned.
Jabs, right?
Yep, exactly, so getting rid of that guy is probably your best option. But they do get a very solid first phase. Are we gonna see an Earth Spirit and a repeat of the last series?
Yeah, how many times are we going to see the Rock Boys in the mid lane?
You can only go mid if you're made out of stone or rocks. That's the rule right now.
Okay, you were just talking about the fact that they flex the Phoenix. They also flex the Terrorblade. So this is a very early response pick. Now, this could be offlane. It could be carry. We'll see as the draft develops, but similar to like grabbing an early gyrocopter in the sense that like it doesn't technically reveal your hands, but you still have to draft against it accordingly.
Yeah, personally, at least, I don't like the TB on offlane anymore. I feel like the hero was good for a short while on the offlane, where he kind of caught people off guard. It was spammed in pubs as well, quite a lot, and then he just became useless. The moment people realized what he does and how he does it, it became kind of useless. In the majority of competitive games and in pubs, sure, your reflection is cool on a low cooldown and pipe is nice, but you're not bringing any stuns, not a lot of utility to your teams besides that. And if you get crushed in the lane, there's no recovery, basically. So
yeah,
it's a very early pick though, so like you said, they still might believe, they still might have faith in it, because right now it's on Xtreme to completely counter it, right?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they actually ban out the Dragon Knight, anticipating that there could be either a DK mid or a DK carry, both a little bit annoying. There's going to be the Bat Rider ban. And now for Aurora, I'm curious where they want to go, because you could just ban out something safe like the Muerta or some of the other strong 4 positions. Could also go for a Lich ban if you're worried about Lich making its way into the game.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of options right now. You can take the draft in almost any way you want to.
Yeah.
You can also prep for some of the counters that are going to be happening for TB. This hero, if he's a position 1, you'd like to at least not be playing into something like a Shadow Demon per se. It will be creating a ton of illusions. Pugna is also annoying to play against, but playing with it, it's much nicer. On Extreme Gaming, like if you see TB and Pugna, magic damage galore is all you need, right? Like burst magic damage is always nice into these two. Getting some sort of a dispel, a nullifier or anything like that into Pugna, of course, is nice. But when we were starting to cast this tournament, you mentioned that you did see a lot of Zeus position 4. I know into Netherworld it's a dangerous pick, but into TB it should be nice, right?
Yeah, it's one of those things that, like, I was wondering if they would want to go for a Zeus support here, just because you see such an early TB, and now there's the Pugna, and it's like, making more of a consideration. They go for the Clockwork. Okay, good hero against the Pugna in terms of the support matchup, so that's actually quite nice.
Yeah, one of the best, right? Into TB it's not amazing because of the illusions hitting your cogs if you are playing in the lane against them, which most likely you won't be. It will be Muerta +1 into Terrorblade anyway, and you're on the safe lane with someone. So, most likely. I'm not saying that's 100% the case, because it still could be the offlane TB.
For those of you who are watching now, you can get yourself a ticket to watch live at the main event in just a few days. Type exclamation point ticket in chat and pick yourself up, your entry for yourself or your friends, maybe your family. Maybe they don't even know what Dota is, and you're like, hey, it's time to show you guys what this is all about, you know?
Yeah, I mean, getting people to watch live Dota. Oh, we're gonna see Rock on Rock mid, by the way.
God, it is Rock v Rock mid.
Once again. What rock is stronger? One is kind of green. He has some emeralds, right? Like he's infused. And the other one is just solid rock, solid stone.
5 seconds remaining.
No? You're not gonna go there?
I think, sorry, yeah. I think the Tiny is still, like, it's just showing, like, it's the better mid laner, which is weird that we keep seeing the Earth Spirit in the response, right? Because, like, this is how it always is. It's Tiny first, then it's Earth Spirit, and then Tiny wins the lane, like, almost every time. But the Earth Spirit does provide you a lot of mid-game momentum.
Yep.
Magnetize is always great. I'm gonna see the Dark Willow here, which I like a lot. This is my favorite lane counter to the Clockwork, and you know it's position 5 Clockwork now, so I think this is a really smart pick from Aurora.
Yep. I think Tiny versus Earth Spirit kind of, on paper and in general in the game, is very even. What they do in the mid lane and what they do afterwards. I think it's, like, Tiny is just a very difficult hero to, how to put it. Like, you can counter him. It's not a problem, like, to really counter him in the lane, but you need to also make sure that the hero that's countering him can do something afterwards, and not only crush the lane. And Earth Spirit is a hero that evens out and then still has a game of his own afterwards. It's not amazing, of course, but let's just put it, it's playable. Let's put it that way. And I think this TB is gonna be put on offlane for some reason. Like, after I see Morphling picked up as well, I don't know, but but they also need. It's not like they covered themselves in the catch in the aura creep department. They don't have a lot of reliable stuns besides Earth Spirit rolling Boulder, I guess, which isn't very reliable. So you kind of need an offlane here, I would assume, if you're Aurora.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one. Dude, what if they actually still move Terrorblade to the offlane? Would they do it?
If you move TB on the offlane, like, you're a safe laner that needs to tick a lot of boxes. It needs to be...
Yeah.
What's the pros are you can get a better counter to the Morphling, right? Like, you can get a hero that's better into the Morphling matchup, because TB really isn't that great. But then the cons are just a huge list of cons. Like,
you have, like, the pipe rushing Terrorblade, who's kind of slow to really help out the team.
And
I do like the Enigma ban quite a bit. That would have been a fantastic grab for Aurora.
Yep, definitely, like, a hero they wouldn't be able to deal with in the lane itself.
10 seconds remaining. Extreme Gaming's turn.
Looking at...
There's, like, the combo of Dark Willow plus the hero that we saw in that last game, Darkseer. It's a nice combo. It's not like a hero that's amazing into Morphling, but you can vacuum into double Brambles and stuff if you wanted to go that route. Like, Iron Shell on Earth Spirit is really cool. But then again, you're kind of missing BKB piercing disables, and you're just missing stuns in general.
Having some form of forced movement with the Dark Willow is always really good. Like, Magnus Dark Willow is like a big combo, but we're not going to see that. It's going to be the Enigma and the Beastmaster ban.
Yeah, Beast was a perfect ban, I think, as well. So,
yeah, would have given a lot of tempo.
Is there something
What
like...
do they want?
Oh, the brew. Yeah, into the TB. This is... The TB, look, it was a first phase first pick, and they definitely answered it. Like, they answered it in multiple ways. Like, not only is the carry good against him, you have a soft support that's decent against him. That's the first time in my life I said soft support, by the way. And there's brew as well, like,
5 seconds remaining.
to dispel all the illusions. So it's really a difficult TB game. Maybe just
You're
put it on
really
the
making
offlane.
a case for offlane TB now.
As
I don't know, though.
As it should happen, right? Like, if you first picked it.
It's just, like you said, I don't know what you can pick as the carry. Maybe Spectre, actually.
Spectre is a really good pick into Morph.
Yeah.
You can
I feel like
scale
that's
nicely.
your play if you're going to do it. If you want the TB offlane, you go Spectre or something.
Or
Okay,
Slark.
Slark. I thought about this, but I'm not a huge Slark fan in the current patch. I feel like it's too slow.
I think Palace is, though. I think he's a Slark
Yeah.
fan.
Yeah, Palace is definitely a Slark fan.
Yeah. What makes you think it's slow?
It's a feast or famine hero a lot of the times, and you're against an evasion hero. It doesn't do super well against heroes like Tiny either, because Tiny will just outpace you with like Blink Dagger and Conda a lot of the times.
Yep.
And I mean, it's a decent matchup into Morphling, of course, but I think the other heroes make it really hard, because like you don't want to build MKB on Slark, but he's gonna have to build an MKB if he ever wants to kill the Brewmaster.
Yep. I would say it's still a pretty good Slark game, like in general.
Yeah.
But I absolutely agree. Overall, we aren't seeing a lot of Slark, and we aren't seeing a lot of Slark for that reason alone. And if this was their big gotcha, I'm not impressed. Let's put it that way. Like to first phase Terrorblade, like if you first phase Terrorblade, like you're fooling no one. If it gets countered the way it's got countered, you're fooling no one. Of course, you're gonna get some gimmicky position 1 instead of him and put him on offlane. Now the question is just how much will he be able to achieve from that offlane? I think he might be able, honestly. Like this Terrorblade might have a decent game from the offlane, that he in a way that he's gonna get the utility. Besides that utility, I'm not sure, because you are still playing into a Brewmaster with the spell Radiance. You're playing into a Morphling, so you're gonna get a pipe and maybe drums or something, but that's it. I don't see you doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. It's going to be game 1 of Aurora versus Xtreme Gaming here as we get ready to jump into the action. And I'm kind of with you. I feel like offlane Terrorblade, it's one of those heroes that can catch people off guard. I think Xtreme have addressed it extremely well. I think it's going to do fine in the Morphling lane, though. Right? Kind of like you said, like it's really not going to struggle. Like he should see us pretty decently with the meta when it's up. The Clockwork doesn't really threaten this hero, and you have Dark Willow, who is probably one of the best direct lane counters to the Clockwork in the game. So I feel like his lane's going to be okay, but it's mostly what he does with that, because you're going to need some space for your Slark this game.
Yeah, that's how I feel as well. Not sure. What's the build even? Like, do you still go for Yasha Pipe?
I think it's just double Bracer Pipe, legitimately.
Okay, let's see.
It's either double Bracer Pipe or like single Bracer Wand Pipe, and then you'd go for, you know, Yasha and everything after that. Like he's gone the Soul Fragment, which is, you know, the offlane build. And if you go Soul Fragment, you typically go the double Bracer. After that, it's you just turn into a carry. You know, just go Manta or SNY depending on what you want to have. And right now he's got 2 circlets and a slipper, so I guess picking up a Wraith Band for the lane, but yeah, it's all stat items.
He's gonna go Wraith Band Bracer. It's still like 1 Bracer, 1 Wraith Band, whatever. It's the same idea that you just talked about. Nothing crazy gonna happen. From Aurora though, there's like a lot of skirmishing potential from these heroes and very low cooldowns besides the meta that you can play around. And I think that's like the plan here. Play around your low cooldowns when New does not have his form up. By the way, New is a really good Brewmaster. That also needs to be said. Like, this man plays a mean Brew, and I think that Brew is actually in a pretty good spot right now. He's not played a lot, but this hero is not bad.
I agree. I don't think he's bad at all. He's really strong into certain matchups because of the Wind Brawler stance, and if you don't have a way to dispel Brood Up, you just have to build an MKB. Like there's no alternatives, because he'll have like 88% evasion, and I don't know how you deal with this as a Slark. So it's going to be a little bit difficult for now. They've got, you know, some potential answers with the rest of the heroes, right? A lot of magic damage in from the supports, the silence, and potential stuns from the Earth Spirit. But if he gets to the point where he's not burstable anymore, I think New's going to have a great game.
Yeah. Maybe something that Palos can do as well. Like, they do have a silence from Abed. Maybe he can buy an Orchid too. I'm not sure. Like, I really don't know what the build is going to be on him. It can also just be like some Axe Rush with the Diffusal. But in any case, if you're playing Slark, you want to be active, right?
Yeah. And that's the thing with Slark. Like, he's not a hero that plays very well from behind. And so his item build needs to be perfect. He can't really afford to to get an item that doesn't advance his game.
Yeah, just go for that first nighttime. I mean, second nighttime, and already Pugna down bottom. Oli might be dead here.
Yeah, that's a really nice grab. Stuck inside of the calling, and PYW getting himself first blood on this Muerta. He's going to be very happy about that.
The first moment he stepped out of line, he got instantly dead-shotted and into the Cinder Brew Thunderclap combo. Which is also peculiar, by the way. I've seen 044 the most on Brew recently. Like, playing even without Thunderclap. Or maybe getting one level at most.
I think you're right. I think the same thing is what I've been noticing. I mean, the Brood Up with Brawler stance combo is just so good. It's very hard to ignore. For the, the reasons we've already mentioned, but...
Yep.
Right now, it's CSing very well on the side of Xtreme. Slark struggling at the moment.
Yep. Top lane, what's happening here? Morphling and TB kinda even. Morphling pulling ahead just by a little bit, of course, being hit by himself very often.
The classic stop hitting yourself.
Yep. Exactly that. Reminds me of my childhood with my older brother.
Yeah, right.
Literally.
It's you can never escape those things, apparently. It follows you even to Dota.
It's everywhere, like all across cultures, like the older brother play is the same. Oh, that's a really good dive on bottom lane.
Yeah, that's a huge dead shot. The blood grenade out as well. They fort the creep wave to just get a little bit more chip damage. But, I mean, they're just pounding tangos in this bottom lane here to try and sustain.
Cool attempt. Cool attempt to die with the fortification.
Wow, he just gets the nether ward for free there.
They're just punishing them. This is a fun lane to watch, you know, because one team is just constant aggression, and these guys are just like, okay, can someone help us? These beasts are non-stop aggressive.
We haven't really seen a whole lot out of this offlane TB yet. I don't think he's even popped meta once. He's just been sitting, spamming reflection, and farming the lane. Oh, he finally popped the meta at some point.
He did, yeah. He just had it. Just ended.
All right. Yeah, so yeah, Wand, Bracer, Wraith Band. He'll go straight to the pipe. Maybe like treads in the process or something, right? But he's fine. He's going to have a great time.
Yeah, so far, for sure.
We'll see as the time progresses, right? Like when we get closer to like level 6s, that's when things might get a little scary, especially the rotations in from heroes like Tiny or the Earth Spirits can shake up the game quite a bit. One of the reasons we see these heroes a lot is the fact that they can rotate early.
I also think that he needs to itemize, like you said. You asked for double bracer, he went Wraith Band bracer, which is also fine, but he needs to have HP. He needs to maybe even buy a range draw, because these tiny rotations are eventually going to be pointed at the TB. Wagner rotating top. They don't have meta though. Not sure about this. Meta is up in 12 seconds?
Okay, we're going to see a Magnetized solo out in the mid lane to try and push back XM. Blood Grenade as well. Polosin coming in though. Gonna try and close the gap here. Stuck's inside of these cogs. Does have a couple creeps though to help. PYW with the silence. Blood Grenade. Dead shot back into the calling, and Abed's dead instead.
And look at that rune on top. He gets a regen.
Oh my goodness.
That's like
Never.
Absolutely. So sad.
They just get top tower for this too. They force these rotations mid, and as a result, Pugna, TB, catapults, your tower's gone.
Yeah, when Oli rotated top as Pugna, it was obvious that it's very hard and very unlikely that they're gonna get a kill, but you can go for the tower, so yep. They get the tier 1.
You trade Earth Spirit for the tier 1. It's, I guess, not the best trade, but at least limiting the map that this Morphling can potentially play on, or the help that he might be able to get in the lane.
And they needed to help mid anyway, right? Like, if they didn't go, Tiny would die, and then you'd have a very big Earth Spirit. And that's what I meant. Like, last game, Tiny was completely dominating Earth Spirit. This time around, it's Earth Spirit pressuring the Tiny. It's like about the players as well. Like, the matchup, I don't even know if it's... I don't think it's that one-sided, all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Depends on the players. Many matchups do, though.
So, in terms of late game scaling potential here, we've got this, you know, potential tri-core lineup of the Slark with that Terrorblade, who is actually just getting ran at by Polison, but will survive. The Slark TP Earth Spirit, how do you feel about that compared to, like, the Beastmaster Morph, like, Tiny, like, on an equal playing field?
Yeah, I honestly like Xtreme's core trio way more. Come late game, yeah. I truly believe that they are the stronger ones, but of course it comes down to the execution once again, and that's the main part of it all. It depends on the itemization too. We'll see what they go for. Like, Slark is a funky one. Okay, he's actually going for Orchid on Slark. That's the build.
He is? Wow,
yeah.
Okay.
He just wants to be active, and Orchid has become like more of a common item on a lot of cores. You're playing into Morphling, you're playing into Brewmaster.
It's a good item for sure. You're right. Even Muerta, it gives you kill threat, because otherwise you just pierce the veils, right? And then you just can't do anything. So, yeah, it's actually a pretty smart grab. I like it a lot.
Absolutely. If it doesn't work, though.
Ooh, uh-oh. If you guys are just tuning in while we're paused here, a nice time to remind you that there are tickets still available for the main event in just about 5 days. You guys can type !ticket in chat to join us in Belgrade for the first major event of the year. There's going to be a lot of great games, man. The teams here are looking solid.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, like, everyone is fresh and everyone wants to... It's the New Year resolutions, you know, you want to start the new year in a good way. You go to the gym the first Monday and then you never go again. You want to start
I did it the opposite. I didn't go to the gym for the first, like, 3 weeks of the new year. I was too busy. But it's fine, all right. I could start my resolutions now. It'll be good, right? I can do that.
It's better than to show up on the first day and then not do it afterwards. If that's the trade-off, if you just don't go, if you just didn't go for the first 3 weeks and you don't go again afterwards, then it's bad.
Okay, I see. All right, I'll do my best. Bottom lane rotation from the level 7 Earth Spirit. They have a scan there that is scouting out a hero. I think they know it's the Tiny. Yes, they do. They have that Magnetize available. Will they go for the roll? They just don't think they have the damage for the Tiny. You don't have level 6 on the Dark Willow, so no Bedlam. So this smoke just used to place a deep ward in the enemy triangle.
Yeah, he's level 8.
That's going to be about it.
Level 8 on Tiny. He's got one in Grow and Phase Boots, Soul Ring. Like, he's kind of tanky. Going on him, like you said, without Bedlam, probably just wouldn't work. I love that Brewmaster is one singular hero that you like to buy Talisman of Evasion first. Like the Tally, and then you go for the Relic.
Yeah, he might be the only, like you said, the only hero that does this.
Just too much.
It just works so well with the Brood Up and the Wind Brawler.
Too much evasion from him.
Yeah. I don't know how many times I've seen this hero picked into things like Troll Warlord or other types of heroes, and, you know, they just stand there, miss, like over and over as he just laughs at them.
It's like you try to dive him. You always feel like you can kill him, but you're never really sure. And that's something that's very annoying about Brew, because it kind of plays a major part in what moves you make across the map.
This is actually a kind of a cheeky play here with the illusion rune mid, getting a lot of damage into this tier 1 tower. They brought it down like half of its HP. Nicely done.
You know, defending the Carti. How are the levels looking? Paulison still 5, not getting that 6 yet. Huerta does have it.
They just got... Yeah, they're still missing the Pugna 5 or the Pugna 6. Both position 5 struggling a little bit.
Yeah, they do have the clock now, so maybe there's a potential play here to be made. You could wait for the tiny blink, sure, but if you have your ultis and supports, I think there's a play around mid.
I mean, he can threaten almost any of the 3 cores with hookshot now. Like Terrorblade will have Sunder, of course. Slark has, you know, Shadow Dance, but you can force those abilities out really easily. And it looks like they are exactly smoking straight to the bottom lane here. They might run into the Dark Willow, which is not the hero you want to grab. Clockwork goes for the hookshot. They get the silenced off in time, though, and with that, they will find the kill. Nicely done there from the Muerta.
Absolutely nasty combo.
Yeah.
The cogs and the calling.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, if he gets the Shadow Realm off there, he might just leave. Like, he might just walk away. But, yeah, really well played by PYW. And mid tower, I'm surprised, not going for the deny quite yet. Maybe baiting. Actually, just barely off the mark with the roll, so... Tower goes to the Dire, and they'll just disengage. Kind of a slow game for this one. 0 to 3, 3k gold lead from Xtreme. They're doing a really good job farming, but...
I definitely agree. Like, after the last series, this one is a bit of a snooze. Mostly due to top lane, like Terrorblade is just farming the jungle, getting his pipe, morphing as well, and the supports aren't necessarily doing a lot. Like, they do have some stacks, at least in the triangle now. They're gonna take on the Radiant side. Slark and Brew just left alone to chill. Both of them.
Yeah, they're both just kind of farming their own thing, you know? I mean, this is a really big stack to take for the side of Aurora. The question is, you know, what are they going to do with it? It's just some XP, most likely, for the team as a whole. Oh, okay. Well, that's the trade-off. You go for these ancient stacks and you lose your carry Slark. And this is as he finished Orchid as well. So the reveal of your Orchid not looking super hot now.
He can maybe use it after he respawns if they want to def bottom, and they are smoking up, so that's probably going to happen.
Yeah, they need to punish this somehow. The Clockwork they will see here as he's hanging around this bounty rune area, but they're going to dodge him and instead look for the heroes maybe further down. It's just going to be new on the beast, on the Brewmaster. Terrorize into the silence. Magnetize is out. They need to burst him and fast. Can they do it? In comes the Slark. They barely get the job done. Now in comes XM.
Slark is dead.
Your Slark is dead again. Instantly dies to the Avatos, and the roll in now here from this Morphling Abed will be able to get down to the low ground, but will they decide to chase is the question. Nice dodge on the Cursed Crown, but a Bramble will connect, continuing to chase her on jabs. Hook shot in, the turnaround. XM's got himself another. Oh boy. Yeah, looking real good on XM.
Absolutely. XM and the Morphling. Like, Morphling did some serious work there. Like, he decided to join the fights very early on. I love when Morphlings do this. When they're capable and able to buy the Vlads and go straight Manta, this kind of a build allows you to fight early on, especially if you get it on time, of course. They wasted everything they had in the Brew, just taking him down. And I'm seriously surprised that they even killed him before split. He's such a difficult kill to make, but at least they did that. If they didn't manage to kill him, it would be an even bigger disaster.
Yeah, that would have been like a 4-0 if that happened.
Slark's
actually TPing back in. They're going to get the silencer onto the Morphling, but off the mark with the roll. The pounce tries to connect. They're trying to burst him in time. They get him. Paulos pops the Shadow Dance, turning around onto XM, but he's going to actually retreat instead. Hookshot off the mark as here comes the Brewmaster. Doing a decent chunk of damage. The toss will help finish off Q. And with this, Ollie now on the run. Not looking too hot for him, though. Oh, it's just a 2-for-1. You get the Morphling. It's a pretty good kill.
It's a pretty good kill, but double kill for Mr. Brewmaster, so he has Radiance now to work with as well. Nothing to be ashamed of, though. Like, getting that Morphling was definitely necessary. It also buffs up Slark a little bit, because he's the one that got the kill. He's getting closer to the Aghanims, so definitely a good trade for them.
Yeah, they're going to have to get something big out of this pipe and Aghanims that comes out from the Slark. Like, that's pretty much their big timing. Bottom lane, Q, Terrorize is out. Muerta just trying to finish the job. Curse Crown will stun up both of them. And he's dodging it out, but they're looking for the Slark here once again. He's trying his best to survive. Barely makes it out the flare. The tree toss, not enough.
Barely. Like, the way this fight worked for Aurora is the best way I feel like possible, because they the Cursed Crown connects on the Brew as he's terrorized, so he stuns both of them, and then Slark as well survives in the end on the left side.
Well, some moments of peace here for Aurora as the Slark's continuing to try and farm towards his next items, but, well, not so peaceful for Ollie. XM is just going to keep hunting on the Tiny, and this is the reason Tiny is just getting first pick. Top lane, we're going to see them make the play here. The Bedlam should be enough damage to finish off New. It is. No split for 20, so... I mean, that's a good trade again from Aurora. You'll sack that Pugna for the Brewmaster any day.
The Pugna was there intentionally. You have to protect the Slark a little bit and his farming pattern. And you know, like you said, XM is just hunting. That's what Tiny does, and everyone knows that, so you need to be the bodyguard.
Oh my god, such a long TP. Such a long TP! The Slark gets caught bottom. But top side, they managed to get down the clockwork. Paulos still in so much trouble, but good jukes on the trees here.
Should be fine. He's actually turning now, even thinking about going for the Morphling. He misses.
Does he have Orchid?
He does. He misses the ward though, which is weird because he does have Barracuda, but still. Yeah. He wasn't sure.
That was so close.
Yeah. You see where the ward is down next to Rosh Pit, so PYW put a sneaky one next to the outpost. It's hard to find.
Well, your offlane Terrorblade has the completed pipe, and he is eventually gonna scale. Bottom lane though, Silence into the Atos. The burst damage, the dead shot sends him right back in. And Slark bites it in the bottom lane.
I feel like Slark should... When you're picking Slark, you're not picking him to be hunted, you're picking him to hunt, right? And
yeah,
so far he's definitely... He never left bottom lane, so... And he died 3 times.
Yeah, he's the small fish in the pond right now.
Yeah, not perfect so far from him. They might go new again though, top lane.
Well, the whole team's smoking up behind him. They've got to get new fast, and they missed the Silence. He's going to turn it around, and now with the rest of Xtreme Gaming coming out on the backside, the pipe's going to buy Pugna a little bit of space, but it's still so much burst damage coming in from this team. Jabs on the run here on the Terrorblade, but the Cyclones caught him. They will surround him. His Sunder will even be able to use it. No, not this time. 2 more kills for the side of Xtreme.
They didn't connect with the Rolling Boulder, and you saw how fast he triggered his ulti. Like, instantly, he was spamming it. Like, the moment he saw the Earth Spirit. Every time they go on him, you can be sure that it's, like, the full team, or at least 3 heroes, so gotta pop that ulti fast. I believe they have a BKB.
They were anticipating it.
Yep.
Yeah, they just read that rotation so well. They're like, yeah, they're probably ganking Earth Spirit or our Brewmaster, and just smoked the whole team behind, and they had no idea on Aurora.
Can they rush though? This ward has scouted them. They don't have Brew Split, but they have Vlad's Manta on Morphling.
They just went for a D ward, and the ward expired as the courier came out to the high ground. That's always a sad feeling.
This is the pit for them, yeah. There is an Earth Spirit with a BKB though. This could be kind of rough without a split.
Yeah, you definitely need it. Earth Spirit has Arcane Rune as well, so a lot of damage potentially in this fight. Yeah, it looks like Xtreme's actually gonna do exactly what you said. They're a little bit afraid with this Brew Split being on cooldown, so they're gonna back up.
Yeah, they can.
Aurora, I mean, not a great Roche team, you know? So they get nothing, and they get the Tormentor.
One of many flaws that Slark has, right? Like he's
yeah,
one of the worst Roshan taking heroes. And the rest of them aren't that great as well.
And that's the thing that's so like weird about Slark too, is because he has to play fast. Like this, like you said, he wants to be the hunter, especially during nighttime. And yet he can't take Roche. So you have to have other heroes that can offer it. And like you have Tierra Blade, who can pop meta and stuff. You have a little bit of magic damage from the or from the Pugna and the Dark Willow, but Slark, it doesn't do any of it. So
my problem is like this matchup between Slark and Morphling, one-on-one. Of course, it benefits Slark, but when you add up all the team and what the heroes do, 90% of the time Morphling is just ignoring you and going for the backlines. He blows your teammates by the time you stack up.
Well, and now he has an Aegis, so if you do manage to find Low, you're gonna have to kill him twice. Now, the long fights are always gonna favor heroes like Slark and Earth Spirit that love to just keep chipping away, but you have burst damage on the side of Xtreme. So for them, like, they're playing a very different game. They just want to get one quick kill, maybe a second, and then they'll just back away, or the fight's already over, you know?
Exactly. They don't want to play your game. They want to play their own. Like, we've seen exactly the same combo, by the way, yesterday. The Tiny plus Morphling. They did lose that game, but not because of the heroes. Some plays were really awkward.
Well, we're closing on a butterfly here for the Morphling. It's a little bit surprising to see a butterfly, I think. Just because I feel like the Slark's gonna need to build an MKB for at least the Brewmaster. But, you know, maybe his idea was gonna be Bloodthorn for True Strike, like with the Orchid. And now that you have a butterfly on the Morphling, it actually makes it pretty rough.
I just wouldn't mind even seeing an earlier BKB.
Yeah.
No, it's not like the best item on Morph. This game I wouldn't mind seeing it. Just a lot of magical damage.
It's a really good shard for Q. Dark Willow shard is very strong.
They have another shard that they need. It's not only on Q. I feel like Slark needs his. He's queuing it up, and it kind of changes the way the fights are played. It helps quite a lot, saving your teammates. Might be a bit helpful.
I absolutely agree. His Morphling is so farmed, dude. He has 5,000 gold over the Slark, and it's not going to slow down. Like, Morphling massively outfarms the Slark, especially at this stage of the game. So, Butterfly is done with Vlad's Manta, and he has another 1,400 gold in the bank.
It's not only him.
He's gonna like double up the Slark at this rate.
Absolutely, and you have Manta on Bruin, 200 gold. Like, your Tiny already has a BKB completed. He disassembled Echo, bought the BKB, then assembled it again. Your supports aren't struggling. They're buying 4 staffs, maybe a Shadow Blade for Muerta. Like, right now, 11k advantage for Aurora. The way to win this game is basically some crazy outplay. Maybe chip, poke, force a Brew ulti, and then fight afterwards, but it all looks very difficult to me. Xtreme definitely have the upper hand.
Especially with an Aegis for another 2 minutes and 49 seconds, right? Like, there's so much time left for this Morphling to play aggressive and probably not get punished for it. So we're going to see him likely just push in the tier 2 top. They take the outpost mid. Yeah, this is getting a little bit scary for Aurora. And it kind of comes back to the Slark pick for me, where it's just... this is not a hero that's gonna win the Brewmaster lane, right? Like it just can't. And so now you get put in the situation of, well, if we're not gonna win the lane, we have to at least fight and win fights, and they still haven't done that either.
Yeah, it's just like also the fact that you're playing with DB offlane, right? Like this hero isn't
exactly.
Like through all history of Dota, just how many times did you have a TB on the offlane, and how many players and teams can actually adjust properly to? I know all the theory behind it with pipe and stuff, but it still doesn't make your gameplay any easier. And like you said earlier, why is this game so slow? Why is it feeling so weird? It's because one side has a TB on the offlane and they're just farming, waiting for that next item.
And this is just going to keep happening. Like, XM sees a hero and reliably kills them. Now, that being said, he's going to have to immediately BKB and TP back to the mid lane. And that's magnetized down, which means you could potentially threaten high ground.
There's no BKB on Tiny, so that's the plus side, right? Like, at least you force that one out. But they are threatening the high ground, like you said. They still have the Aegis, drums are popped.
Morphling's just going to destroy this tower. Like, it's not going to last. It's already down to, you know, a third HP. I will say the reflection spam is getting very annoying for the Morphling because he does a lot of damage, but the butterfly helps him in that regard, right? Gives him a little bit of evasion against himself.
Yeah,
and your tier 3 tower, still standing, just barely, but you have brought all of Aurora back into their base. Tiny's farming elsewhere on the map, and they don't even know this. So, oh, they do actually. They have a ward. They have a ward. They see him. So now they're looking mid lane, trying to grab the Brewmaster, but everything's off the mark. He just walks away.
Even if you do catch him, he has Manta. Oh, the hookshot.
Yeah. Hookshot off the mark, but the Atos not so much. The root into the primal split. Now, here we go. They're going to try and get their hands onto anything, but the Brambles just slowing up all of the Brewlings.
Now, this is perfect for Aurora. This is actually the best case scenario for them. They force the primal split and then nothing happens. Like, they don't lose anyone. I think this gives them an opportunity to fight. But they probably should. Slark is buying out the Bloodthorn that you talked about, so...
Is he going to? Wow.
Yep. But there is a Morphling BKB queued up already.
Yeah. That's the thing. You already have the Dispels. Like, Brewmaster has a Manta, Morphling has a Manta. He's going BKB anyway. Like, you're not going to have the True Strike when you need it.
Yeah, maybe a Lotus on someone as well. 20 more seconds, by the way, on the Aegis, so not a whole lot. And
Drums
you don't have
to try and take down the tower. Still not enough Manta now to dispel that reflection.
Slark?
Backside of the fight, Slark is just in, gets scouted instead, and well, that's Shadow Dance down. Continue to roll in for more. Will find PYW. Great dead shot away, but here's the Veil now to dispel the reflection as well. They're chasing, trying to get their hands on anything here. They know there's no Brew Split. The Aegis is expired. Next roll from Abed. Will it connect? No, but he gets close enough. The damage should be there. They get him. Goes the jabs here on the Terrorblade.
Meta has been used. If you're looking at it from the positive side of Xtreme Gaming, and you didn't have Primal, so you didn't use it. But then again, Aurora, they're realizing, okay, this is our time to go. And nice fight from them. At least managing to punish the overextension without the split.
Yeah, I am mostly just really curious as to how much impact this Terrorblade is going to have from this point on. Because the games that go later and later, like offlane Terrorblade can definitely be an issue. Because he just becomes a whole carry. And that could be what the Slark is lacking at this point in damage, is made up by the Terrorblade. But, you know, you're at a pretty big disadvantage right now. 12,000 gold behind, and the Morphling, I don't know how you're going to kill this guy once he has BKB.
Now, my problem with the illusions as well is the Brewmaster. If he manages to split and you use meta, I'm definitely putting my chips on Brewmaster. The Dispel is too strong, plus the Radiance.
Yeah, the Radiance as well is just so good. All right, he's finished Sanj and Yasha. He's going to go for a BKB. Abed cutting the mid lane with the use of that Invis rune. Actually kind of nice. Will prevent the push there, but there is a bottom wave pushing in, and they're going to get this tier 3 tower. Yeah, they don't need Aegis, apparently. That is tier 3 dead. Turns his attention to the melee barracks, and Morphling is just making quick work of this.
By the time they come back, they won't have a base. Slark is still just on top lane. He has a TP, but he just wants the Blood Torn. I mean, they're gonna lose another side. He needs to go back.
Yeah, I mean, Primal Split, these things do so much damage to buildings, and you do have these Brambles, which are really annoying for the Brewmaster to deal with, but Morphling just going to pop the Manta, finishes off another tier 3 tower. You still do not have a fortification available, and Paulus is going to come back in. The silence not quite there, and he just turns himself into an Earthbird. He's going to get kicked back, but he waveforms away. He's looking for more. Abed, backside of the fight, managed to get on top of New. There's going to be the Magnetize, but where's the rest of the team? They've got to find an opening, and well, XM finds the opening instead. He just goes in, takes down that Pugna, and now here comes the Morphling, looking for more dead shots, sends Paulus outside of the Depth Shroud. There's no roll to safety, and thanks to the buyback from this Pugna, they're going to back away. But Aurora, they need more here. They cannot afford to let them back out. The silence does catch the Morphling. Paulus trying to go in, but where's his target? He actually hasn't found anybody. The whole Shadow Dance just being wasted. Clockwork's just gonna fly away on his jetpack, and you buy back another hero here on this Dark Willow.
They're just desperate. They're so desperate to get the pick-off, to get the kill, and they can't manage to get a singular one even after the Primal Split has been used. Like, Stark goes in, but he has no slow, no diffusal, no Scotty, just this Orchid, and then he just gets bounced from cogs left and right. That's why he couldn't get to the Clockwork or to the Morphling on the right side. Yikes. Just a rough one.
Yeah, I think desperate is like the perfect word. Like, it literally, it looked like complete desperation from them to try and get something. And instead it costs you 2 buybacks. Tormentor for Xtreme. This one into the hands of XM. A great shard for Tiny, right? Like, he loves this thing. It's not something you prioritize, but when you get it from Tormentor, it feels so good.
What's also cool about Tiny, he didn't go for Kanda or anything like that. He went for full Daedalus, by the way. So his right clicks are actually going to hurt. Maybe an Aghanims down the line as well. You never know.
Yeah, I feel like that's the case, right? When you go for this Daedalus on this hero, you're typically looking for the Ags, right?
Yeah, I think so. Eventually. But first and foremost, Roshan.
Yeah, and speaking of Aghanim Scepter, Clockwork has it. Good luck winning the Vision game from now on. Polosin just going to be constantly scouting with these triple flares, cutting waves. Roshan, obviously, they know what's happening thanks to the Roar, but will they even make it in time?
They're running, they're trying.
They're going to find Tiny here on the Slark, but he's actually just afraid of the Tiny. The roll in, it's too late. He's forced to BKB, pop the Magnetize, will get the Muerta. A really nice grab. You're going to pop the split, looking for an opening. Slark is dead. He just got soloed by the Tiny. Okay, rightfully scared. We were saying, you know, he's backing away, and well, he's dead. XM just going from one hero to the next, it seems.
I mean, this is game, right? Like, there's no
they're all dead.
buybacks. The tier 2s are all down, and arguably maybe you can hold, but for what? This Morphling has a Satanic and Aegis. They don't have Primal Split, but all I'm saying is basically I'm being very diplomatic and PC towards Aurora fanboys, but this game is a few minutes away or a few seconds away from being over.
Yeah, a few minutes is optimistic, I think. The Slark took 2,000 damage from the Tiny within the first half second of toss and died.
Yeah. Does happen.
So.
Does happen when all you have for stats is a Magic Wand and Ags. Sorry, and a Branch.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing I was talking about, where it's like, I don't like Slark into Tiny for this exact reason. It's like Tiny has historically been one of the hard counters to Slark for years. and you pick the Slark to try and win at 20 to 25 minutes. Like, that's your game plan when you pick the hero in a draft like this. You have to win your other lanes. They're going to go in, jab, silence up, hobbling away here. Slark does survive the burst this time, but you've lost the Terrorblade. They've got Abed stuck inside the cogs. He gets the magnetized with his dying breath, but you popped all your BKBs. You got nothing left in the tank. That's GG. Game 1, convincingly going the way of Xtreme Gaming.
Very convincingly. I have to say that this game 1, even though Xtreme Gaming won it like very easily, 32k advantage and all that, I want to see game 2 before I make my final conclusion on the power levels of these two teams, because
yeah,
I just didn't see anything from Aurora. This lineup was not playable. Like, this draft that they drafted for themselves, your two supports have no stuns. Earth Spirit is the only one in the game with sort of semi-reliable initiation stun. Everyone else is just like, it's so hard to play. I just look at this draft and it's so hard to play and make this work.
There's like a dozen heroes I would have picked before the Slark, I think. You know, it's like, if you're gonna commit to this Terrorblade offlane, I'm like just trying to think like
Spectre,
like how
Naga.
you play. Yeah, like
maybe.
Naga would have been a great one too. Like, but to me, it's like you need a hero that is going to join your team and not reliably just get popped by a Tiny. And Spectre is a hero that can do that. Like you said, Naga Siren's not that bad. She builds tanky. She also is a natural Orchid builder that you needed this game.
Yep. The problem
could
is,
have just ran TB Core. You know, you could have just ran him as a carry and got a different offlaner.
I think that's the best bet. Like, because the problem is, like, you have this Morphling and Brewmaster. Morphling hates illusion heroes, but Brewmaster deals with illusion heroes. So you have the TB that's eventually going to be useless. If you pick Naga, she's not going to do a lot. So you are down to something like a Spectre and Slark. They go with the Slark. It doesn't work out, of course. Spectre at least maybe could have had that oomph with Abed. It could have played directly on the Earth Spirit. You initiate, you get the pick off. She would buy almost the same items like Orchid early on. I'm not sure. In any case, not impressed with the draft from Aurora. I think that they can do way, way better.
Yeah, I agree. I think you're correct where it's like we just really didn't see much from them in this game. We know that they're a really good team. It just seems like a misread on the draft. And going into game 2, I really hope they clean that up, because Xtreme didn't really seem like they even felt challenged here. Like, they kind of just walked their way to victory. They have like 6 kills, right? But this was a very slow-paced game where we didn't really see much happening from the lanes. It was like 0-3 at like 7 or 8 minutes, and then it's just, yeah, there wasn't much of a fight being put up.
Yeah, absolutely. No fight. Just forget about this game and draft more accordingly. This is a team that likes to experiment a bit more than the others with their offlane. This experiment just didn't work.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. It's just an experiment. Now, not necessarily the best time to do it in an elimination, but it is a best of 3, right? So they have the opportunity now to change things up, come back with a fresh draft in game 2. And try and bring it to Xtreme. But I think this is just one of those ones, like, you're right. Just forget about it, run it back, shake it off. You know, you've got other plans, right? And I'm curious to see what they're going to be, because I would love to see a much more interesting game from Aurora. But if we see a repeat of this, it would just be such a rough way to get knocked out of a tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope for their sake and for their future sake, you know, in the future tournaments and their morale as a team, that they just find a different way and different approach in game number 2 and put up a fight. Because this is a team that definitely can put up a fight against Aurora. Against Xtreme. Perhaps even take the series, but not like this. They need to step it up, because Xtreme are 100% going to abuse any sort of weaknesses in your draft.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, we've got game 3 coming up in a minute. Before we send to a break, just a quick reminder, everybody, you can join us for the main event. It's happening in just 5 days. You can type !ticket in chat and join us in Belgrade. It's going to be an absolute blast, so make sure to do that while you still can. But we're going to go to a quick break. We've got a content piece with Abed, actually. So go ahead and enjoy that, and then we'll be back with game number 3. Or game number 2.
Hello guys, I am Saksa from Tundra Esports, and today I'm playing a custom game, Dota Run, against Abed, and let's see who's better.
Hello everyone, I'm Abed from Aurora. We will be playing Dota Run, but we will be making a rule. My rule will be he has to play with one hand for every 20 seconds.
Alright, my rule is that he has to lift his hands up and clap every minute. Holy combo.
Where is there?
Oh, look at this combo.
Oh no.
No, I need to use 2 of my hands.
Come on.
Look, I don't want to boost my ego too much, but I was like a master at this, so even if you lose, it's not that big of a loss, don't worry.
I haven't played this in like 5 years or something.
Yeah, it's been a long time for me as well. Oh, maybe Miran is fast. Oy, oy, oy.
Okay, I have Surge, winnable. Actually winnable. Wait.
Sorry?
Game's over?
Yeah. I mean, if you get 2 first places, you get 10 points.
I didn't get 1 point.
Hey guys, it's Saksa. We just finished the Dota Run game. I managed to squeeze out a tight victory against Abed. And we will see you guys at FISSURE Playground. See ya.
Bye. Ooh. Ooh.
We're back, everybody, here with our final series of the day. It is Xtreme Gaming taking on Aurora, and a very impressive game one from Xtreme, but also just a lackluster performance from Aurora in game one. So hopefully they bounce back here in game two. We'll kind of get to see how things change up in the draft, Lizard. I think we kind of both agreed it was a little bit of draft oversights, right?
Yeah, for sure. Maybe not oversights, maybe trying to be a little bit too cute at times, you know, experimenting a little bit. That hurt them the most, in my opinion. But I do feel that they can bounce back. In this game number 2, I want to see just a simple draft. It doesn't have to be anything crazy good. Just something that kind of ticks all the boxes. Because last game, they just tried to go completely off script. They tried to go completely into like a different playstyle, different kind of Dota, and it didn't work for them. But certain teams, maybe even this same exact team, can make that work. But in that last game, it definitely did not work out.
Yeah, I'm excited to see just a more competitive game, I think. Xtreme are smiles, man. They are super happy after what they just did. They're like, yeah, you know, no big deal, guys. Complete stomp in game number 1. But I don't think Aurora's going to give that to them in game 2. I really don't. I think for the most part, this is still a very good team. We didn't really get to see what they're capable of there. And they've shown like they're a good team in their other series, right? Like they've looked really good in some of their other games. But we'll see if they want to go for this first pick Terrorblade again. I think that's where the big question lies. Like, are they comfortable enough going for this early Terrorblade pick, or are we going to see something different? Because there are some really strong heroes that you can grab, and in game 2 they will have first pick instead of second pick, so that will change up the draft a lot.
I'm not sure like what was the idea, honestly, like in hindsight, because it's like, we got you, we have a TB off lane, you know, and then okay bro, but it doesn't really do anything to the heroes that Xtreme Gaming have drafted. So it's a nice little attempt to be cute with the heroes, but I feel like it works way more when your heroes aren't as punishable. Like when you're playing something like a gyro and then you switch it up on position 4, or 5, you know, it's like whatever. That hero is very difficult to miss on as a support, but TB on offlane completely changes the way you play the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And just the Slark is not a great pairing with it, right? It felt like you just don't have 2 heroes that are doing anything on the map. So we'll see what they end up changing in game 2 here as the draft is underway. We see the Alk, the Magnus, the Gyro, all banned from Xtreme at the moment. Being second pick, you don't usually want to give any of those options to your opponents.
The standard bans. The only different thing last game was like a sniper first phase banned, right? And we'll see if Aurora thinks so highly of it. Yeah.
Aurora Gaming's turn to
There's the Phoenix. I mean, this Firebird is looking pretty good in this event, so I'm not surprised that it's banned. I'd have to check and see if I can actually find the statistics on it. But just from like personal bias and what we've been seeing, I feel like it's got to be a pretty good win rate.
From my personal experience, I gained like 2,000 or 3,000 MMR with it just in the last patch when I started spamming it. Although I didn't play for a bit and my account kind of went into the gutter, so it wasn't really that hard, but it does do a lot. Like and it's kind of easy to play in this patch. Shadow Demon banned out by Aurora, by the way. That's kind of interesting from the first stage, right? Like, and the Viper.
Bristleback. Now they go Tiny. Wait, can't you just pick Bristle now? Isn't Bristle super free? No Viper, no...
I mean, it's not super free. There is
Shadow Demon?
There is Muerta and there's PA that can be picked. But I think
there's also a Nyx.
There's also a Nyx, yeah. A lot of heroes are true. Like, these two teams are in a meta of their own. Like, they're just not playing what everyone else is.
So I found some Phoenix stats. You ready for these?
Yeah. Hit me.
So, 5th most contested hero of the event so far. 5th most picked hero of the event so far, and it has a 75% win rate.
That's a huge win rate right there. But keep in mind that it's very early in the event, and if a team that is doing well picks Phoenix, you know, like
skews it for sure.
It gets skewed a bit, but we'll see by the end. I still feel it's gonna be really high up there with the stats.
Yeah, Tiny's is even scarier. Tiny currently sitting at over an 87% win rate.
Okay, that's dumb, right there.
Yeah.
That is how many games?
16. I mean, but more, because these stats are as of I think last night, maybe. They're not updated like super live, so I think it's higher today from what we've been seeing. This hero seems to be winning almost every game.
Yeah, like we've maybe seen one Avulus game where they lost, and that's it. Like it's just Tiny is. Crash Landing is silly. It's as simple as that. Like, it's a hero that jumps in and blows up any hero, any support that is. And then Dragonite as well. I feel like there's a reason why this guy is also banned all the time. We'll see just weird lanes and how they pair it up, but Aurora did ban it, I believe, in the last game, right? Against Xtreme, so...
Yeah. The Dragonite win rate is actually really bad, but he's very heavily contested. And it's just, a lot of times, the win rate can be like 23%.
Yeah, that's pretty low.
But part of it is because Dragonite is one of these heroes that gets picked really early in drafts, and teams come up with ways to counter it. He's also been one of the go-to carry picks for a little while, so teams might be a little bit more creative in dealing with it than they used to. But yeah, I don't think necessarily looking at that and being like, oh, Dragonite's a bad hero. Like, clearly he is a very good hero.
Oh, Enchantress.
Wow. Yeah, that's a little bit of a new style in this draft here.
Yeah, they did ban out the Nyx, right? So they ban out the Nyx, and because of that, Enchantress is a possible option.
10 seconds.
I mean, Bristleback has to be on the minds of these players now.
No, absolutely. I feel like it's good on one side and the other.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it's easier for Aurora because you don't really want to run a PA and a Dragon Knight. You could put Dragon Knight mid, but it's not amazing. So you get the reliable Bristleback here. Mid, you can put him safe lane or off lane. And now you get your support pick without revealing too much. I like it. I think it's just a good draft so far from Aurora.
Honestly, I'd take these 3 heroes over the last 5 that they had in game number 1.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I'm fine with that.
Just add anything that you want for the last 2 heroes, and I'm still in a happier spot. For Extreme Gaming, okay, Clockwork just got through, and you know that you will be... You actually don't know where the Bristleback is going, if he's safe lane or off lane. But like, these heroes are nothing to really be afraid of, per se. Besides the Bristle, like, you need to find a solution to the Bristle. The rest of it, I still feel you can go for Earth Spirit of your own and play that matchup like vice versa and still be fine. You can also just put Dragonite mid. Like, you can put DK into Tiny. But like you said, I know that when you said Dragonite can be mid, but it's not maybe as strong. I completely agree. I like this hero way, way better on position 1 right now.
Yeah, I agree. They could steal the Muerta, because Muerta is also something Aurora could go for. It's great with a Bristleback off lane. It's just great with a Clockwork, like we saw last game. It's decent enough against Bristleback because Deadshot, like you have mentioned before, does force the Bristleback to face you.
Or the
we're
Dino.
Gonna see Primal. Yep. That's bold into Tiny Clockwork, though.
Yep, absolutely. It's really cool because of the break, right?
Yeah.
But you are playing into probably your worst support counter, which is the Clockwork. It's between Clock and Dark Willow, right? Like, those are probably... Shadow Demon, sure, is also nasty.
And there's your Muerta. Yeah, I like the Muerta. Okay, hear me out. Pick Spectre right now. It's actually the freest Spectre game of all time.
For Aurora?
Yeah. You run Bristleback off lane, and I mean, they may not even ban it on Xtreme, but Primal Beast cannot ever contest a Spectre. You build Blade Mail on this hero, and Primal Beast takes like 3 times damage from Trample. It's so bad. He has to rush BKB as his first item, which is not that uncommon, especially since he's already against like Clockwork Tiny. But they don't have an answer for a Spectre right now.
Yeah. Could they get it out of their last pick? They could maybe get something like a PA, right? But you have some bans. You have some bans to work through, so... No, you convinced me. Like, I'm not the biggest fan right now in this game, but you convinced me single-handedly.
Nice. I've done it.
I'm like, yeah, sure. Yeah, let's go, Spectre.
I love the Spectre. It's such a it's a really like niche pick, but there's certain games it feels really good. And I thought they would go for it last game. This one, anytime I see Primal Beast, dude, this hero hates playing against Spectre.
Yeah, they get the...
Oh, okay. Well, that one works too.
Yeah, absolutely. Another one, Primal Beast and Dragonite don't really like playing into. They don't really have a lot of good catch or burst. Like, it's a free Timber game for now. And
10 seconds remaining.
actually, I'm thinking if there's... Nah,
5 seconds
there isn't. If there was a world in which Muerta is like a core and you play off of that, you get a lot of damage from her ulti, but just isn't that great. If you put Primal on offlane and Dragonite safe, you could pick Storm last pick on the mid lane. And I feel like you kinda solved all your issues. You get overload with the shard, you get a lot of damage into Timber. You might lose your safe lane, of course. But Dragonite actually into Timber isn't even that bad. The lane is very playable for the DK. If the Timber is off, that is, which I believe it is, like Timber off, Bristle safe, and Tiny mid, right?
Yeah.
Like there isn't really...
It has to be.
They're not hiding anything anymore. They just need the support on Aurora. Yeah, so... I'd actually really like from Xtreme just to put the DK safe and up. He can buy Silver Edge as well. He's a natural Silver Edge builder. Just, yeah, Storm, something like that on the mid lane. Even a Void Spirit maybe is playable. Like, you get another way of turning the Bristle back around. I think both options are okay. If this was a different patch, something like OD would be cool, but that hero is just dead.
Dude, I forgot that hero exists. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Get rid of 2 really strong 5 positions. I think, to me, those scream Primal off lane, and they're looking for a potential mid lane here. They do ban out the Templar Assassin, though.
Yeah. The support bans mean Clockwork 4 as well, which is...
Yeah.
Okay.
Aurora Gaming's turn to
probably better for Aurora to get a ranged position 5, right? Like, they have 4 melee heroes anyway.
Yeah, I don't think you want to pick something like an Earth Spirit in the mid. It just doesn't solve your damage issues right now. For Aurora, what do they want on this support pick?
They could also put Clock on 5 and pick a different 4.
Mm-hmm.
They played...
Go back for the Dark Willow?
go back for the Dark Willow. They don't really have a lot of time.
Xtreme Gaming's turn.
Let's see. Elder Titan. So 5 melee, okay. Instant.
Wow, they did not think about this at all.
Yeah,
you were right.
Yeah,
solves a lot of their issues.
It's also it's also an XM special. Just now I thought of that as well. Like, he's a really good Storm player.
I like the Storm Spirit a lot, and they definitely lack the catch at the moment, but there is always the tiny question of, will he one-shot my hero? You know, you roll the dice, sometimes you live, sometimes you die, but the Elder Titan is going to make things a little bit scarier, because all he has to do is throw the spirit out, and then suddenly Tiny's doing like pure damage to your hero.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I absolutely agree, but honestly, I once again feel like Xtreme Gaming have the upper hand with their draft. Like, the Storm pick was kinda obvious from distance. Maybe Aurora already counted on that, but they didn't get enough catch. Like you have the hook and you have the tiny combo for the Storm Spirit, which on paper shouldn't be enough. And then eventually the Storm Spirit takes over the game. Like they just solved every problem they had, I believe, with the Storm. So the way I see it, at least, this is a winning pick.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. I also am with you. I think the Storm Spirit it might be too much for them to handle. As long as XM gets through the lane and has like a decent timing, gets like some early galvanized charges, I think he should kind of be able to run away with this. He can punish the supports super easily, especially the Elder Titan. Like you just can't get caught by Stomp unless you're out of mana.
Yep.
So we'll see what happens. I like the draft. I think Primal Beast has some late game potential, but he needs the BKB right away to really contribute here. So should be a fun game to watch. Hopefully more fun than game 1, you know?
Yeah. Keep in mind that no matter which lane Elder Titan goes, like if you're playing into Ench, your spirit, once you retract it, can be dispelled by enchant. And if you're playing on the other side, if you're playing into Muerta, you get that spirit and then you just start running in the opposite direction with max movement speed because of that shot.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah, exactly.
So we'll see. Of course, all things said, it is Dota. Drafts do not decide the outcome of the game. They just impact it a little bit, or a little bit more. There is definitely a chance for Aurora to take this one.
Well, here we go. It is game number 2 of Aurora versus Xtreme Gaming. And looking at the facets, like everything kind of seems standard from what we've seen. The drain on natural order from Elder Titan can make a big deal in fights if he's able to stick around, you know? But...
Do you like the boots on PYW, by the way?
I love this, actually. Really smart pickup against the Elder Titan.
Yeah, absolutely. Hard agree right there.
You're playing in a lawn lane against Elder Titan Bristleback. If they go goo level 1 and you don't have boots, you are dead.
The battle begins.
Yeah, I'm not sure if your offlaner got the memo, though. He doesn't have boots, so... 3 bounties for XG, though. A little bit of a boost to their economy.
Primal doesn't need boots. He's got 800 health and Uproar. He'll just walk away, I'm sure. All right. This mid lane, Storm versus Tiny. On paper, with how good Tiny has been looking in this event, I'm just thinking to myself, like, Tiny should win the lane.
Nah, I think this is like... This is one lane where Storm does well, right? Like,
yeah,
you're gonna farm on Tiny for sure, of course, but maybe some toss back, of course. Let's just say I do believe that there's more kill potential for the Tiny than there is for the Storm, but overall Storm should be the one bullying, perhaps, you know, with all the remnants. The static slide is very annoying.
Yeah, that facet made Storm Spirit a like 100% better laning hero. He suddenly just didn't lose to like the majority of matchups he used to lose to. Nice cogs out bottom lane from Q. Just gonna burn a little bit of Polison's mana.
Yeah, meanwhile in top lane, nothing really happening, just enchant the Muerta pulling the wave under the tier 2. The classic shenanigans. Didn't manage to deny a lot. That's one benefit for Palace, like one good thing that the full wave is gonna come his way. Love how they're trying to farm the cogs, you know, like they get sent at them
every time. Yeah, whenever cogs are down, I mean, that's just free money if you can manage to get like 1 or 2 of them each time.
Especially with heroes with illusions. Or
yeah.
Like Meepos, Arc Wardens, illusions, you just instantly kill them.
I feel like this off lane, you know, Timber saw. I don't feel like he should ever be under pressure by this DK Enchantress, but at some point when he gets closer to 6, I think the DK needs to bail out of this lane.
It's actually kind of funny. This matchup, DK into Timber on mid, is DK favored. Even though you wouldn't think that, right? Like it's DK strength versus Timber. How is that possible? But on the mid lane, DK is favored. On the side lanes, I feel like with maybe a difference of a position 4, Timber can, with all the trees, of course, around, do a bit more.
Yeah, I was gonna say the tree's making a big deal, right? I suppose you actually can use your Timber Chain.
Yeah, you can use your Timber Chain, and of course, whirling that deals more damage, right? Like
Yeah.
Utilize that properly.
They've got the lane in a really good spot topside. This Primal Beast farming decently here. All of the core is actually fairly even, but they're actually just going to go for a kill here onto this Bristleback, and he nearly dies.
Yeah, there isn't really a lot of duos that can do that to a Bristle. But Primal even has 16 wand charges. Like, he's still strong enough to keep on fighting.
Yeah, he's not worried at all.
Yeah. How's mid so far? Kind of even, right? 25 on Storm, 22 on Tiny. Nothing
He's got
crazy.
a full creep wave as well.
Yep.
Ooh, mana burn creep bottom. That's a nice pickup from Polosin. Gonna be very annoying for Jabs and the Clockwork.
Yeah, it's only level 1. Actually, level 2 enchant, never mind. So it lasts a bit longer. It is annoying. Level 1 creep is kinda, you get to the lane and it's already almost dead.
Ooh, Paulos, top side, trying to hobble away. The damage, it should be there. First blood goes to PYW once again on the Muerta.
Bot lane on Q at the same time they're trying to get the clock. But he should be alive. He did get away.
Yeah, nicely done.
Why? I don't know. I'm just gonna say, don't you just put the clock into the Primal Beast lane?
I mean, it's the question of, like, are you going to get anything out of your...
Yeah, the Elder Titan isn't gonna do a lot on the offlane or anything. I guess that's the problem.
Yeah, it's like you get nothing out of Astral Spirit. I was like, forgot the name of the spell.
Yeah.
He gets nothing out of Astral Spirit in the offlane, but it's like...
I was thinking more down the line
he still
of...
just hits her, I don't know.
I was thinking more down the line of not picking the Elder Titan at all, you know. Just putting Clock versus Primal, which is like a tough matchup for him. Bot lane Timber, they're going on him.
Silence for the slow, in comes the Dragon Tail, Blood Grenade, they get the kill.
Nice rotation by PYW. Like, he gets the top kill, now he goes bottom, gets the Timber Saw kill. Really solid plays by them. Abed does get the DD.
Respecting Abed there, yeah.
That damage. Even through the raindrop.
Yeah, this is the part that's just really bizarre to me, is like, you see this Primal Beast, it's likely your offlane matchup into your Bristleback. You gotta have a hero here that shuts him down. Otherwise, like, what's the point of, you know, running the Bristleback as the carry?
Yeah, I guess they are counting on Elder Titan late game potential.
Yeah.
A little bit more, right? With the natural order, they're making some stacks for the Bristle to recover. We'll see. But I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just trying to figure out the same.
No, 100%. I get what you're
reasoning,
saying. Yeah. It's like I'm trying to figure out the reasoning as well. So that's what I was wondering, and I think that's actually a really good point. You know, natural order in the late game is pretty dang strong, and they do actually have a decent amount of stacks being made for Paulos. He's just farming up behind the tier 1 tower here. That being said, Polosin's just in the enemy triangle, stealing their hard camps.
Yeah,
it's level 5 and almost a half Enchantress.
Versus a level 3 Clock, by the way.
Yeah.
It's kind of a big difference. Plus, he's really playing the clock. Basically, Q tries to go for the creep with battery assault. He wastes his spell. Oh, top lane.
Manali's just dead. There's no stun to stop this
Avulus?
Primal, and he's got to pulverize. Finally, the Clockwork's going to come through, and they will potentially punish this Primal Beast. 15 wand charges, trapped inside of the cogs.
Oh.
They got him, and this is what the whole lane could have been like, I feel.
Oh, look
You
at
know?
that. There's a hero that completely shuts down the Primal Beast in the game.
Well,
crazy.
They get him. Took him a moment, but...
Yeah. It's a good kill for them, of course. At least he was busy down bottom, so he couldn't rotate jabs. This could be a problem for him. Storm is strong and hasted. That's the most BM rotation I've ever seen. Goes there, denies, creeps under tier 1 tower.
He's like, I know my Dragonite wanted these, but what if I wanted them more? Here comes the toss in. Avalanche, XM, gonna get cogs pulled back in. I mean, they just don't have the damage.
Or the catch, right? Like the...
Yeah.
There was a little bit with the toss, Avalanche, but nothing to keep him in place. If they stick around, though, another salve of Tiny's spells is available. Thinking about going for that Storm. Still have to respect the burst damage that they're bringing to the table right now.
Absolutely. I mean, Timbersaw's got the ult up. You have the Tiny here as well. They're actually able to scout the Dragon Knight, and with the natural order, Drainin, he's losing a lot of magic resistance. And with the Clockwork rotation, they get him. That's a fantastic find. Polosin will just TP out. All right, pushing for the tier 1 tower, but whoop. All right, no, New's not going to go for this kill. So while that's going on, you guys can be reminded that there are tickets still available for the main event here in just a few days. Type exclamation point ticket in chat and join some of the best teams in Belgrade for the main event.
Top lane.
Now Paulos in some trouble. Does get the pulverize into the fear. Storm Spirit comes in, gets himself the kill. Now looking for Q as well. We'll do it. Double kill on the Storm Spirit. And now your Timbersaw's in trouble. Constantly silenced by the calling. Triple kill for XM.
No TP.
The early galvanized stacks. Oh no.
No TP.
Oh, he actually just doesn't have a TP.
And
You're right.
and no TP on the other Titan. Like two heroes that are literally the most important in this situation to have a TP. Because they can counter-attack, they can counterplay. Elder Titan, one of the best heroes to counterplay with Echo Stomp. And you see that circle right now that was made? That's not a happy circle, that's a very sad circle right there.
Yeah. They get mid-tower here at least, but yeah, you're right. Not having a TP on the Tiny, I mean, that could have shut down the Storm completely in this fight. But, I mean, this is exactly what you said. Storm Spirit, if he has a good game, if he gets off to a good start, he solves every problem they had on Xtreme. And, well, he is now top net worth at the 11 minutes. Bottom, they're going to gank the Enchantress, it looks like. But she is under a ward, so she will see the Clockwork here.
Yeah, she will most likely die to the Tiny, right? Like, it's pretty much burst for her.
Toss in, loses half her health to crash landing. Very, very normal stuff there. Gonna heal up a decent chunk, but jabs, chops her down at the end.
The problem for Aurora right now is this Enchantress was here exactly for that. You know, you're just defending this tower until you die, and you know it's coming. You're just baiting as much as possible, making space for your Dragonite to almost die to neutrals, by the way. But, he's fine.
Sorry, you're getting mid-tower for this, right? Like, that's a pretty good trade.
It's a massive one. Still no signs of a Blink Dagger on Tiny. He's sitting on, what, 1,200, 1,300 gold?
He's got a ways to go. And Pyrune's going to be an invis for the Storm Spirit. Not even the best rune, but it's something.
By the way, if you click on Q, you're going to see the Sage's mask that he has. He doesn't have anything else queued up, but I would bet that he is going to try and buy an Orchid. Maybe. His game wasn't...
Really? Okay.
His game wasn't great. If his game was much, much better, then an Orchid would make a ton of sense. We'll see if he manages to go for it this one. But it would be a nice solution maybe to the Storm. To at least pressure him a bit, but it's gonna come too late.
Clockwork's definitely been a hero in the past that would build things like the Orchid. Paulos in the top lane, gonna get scouted here. The Invis rune is just doing so much work. They get the trample. He's so dead.
Yep. It's too easy for them at this point. I feel like you talked about the Primal Beast rushing BKB. He loves to rush BKB and he's gonna get there. 2,000 gold on top of Ogreax. Like, he's not too far away from it. How is this tier 1 tower on the bottom lane still standing? I don't understand this.
Dude, I don't know. I was just thinking the same thing. He held this tower for so long on the Enchantress.
Yeah, but when he died, there were like 4 heroes around it. Yeah. In any case, they do get it.
One thing I will say, the cores on Aurora are actually staying pretty well farmed. It's the supporting cast that is really excelling on the side of Xtreme Gaming. PYW has an Atos, fully completed now.
Yep. Q.
Oh, Avalanche toss. The silence out from PYW. There's going to be the Atos. Hold on. Earth Splitter. Hook shot in. They got the damage, but XM still lives. They cannot control the Storm as they will go ahead and find themselves their first kill of the fight now. Looking for more. Another dead shot sends back the backside. They take down that Elder Titan.
Oh
my gosh.
When it rains, it pours, because this Storm dies if he gets almost any other rune, but he gets the shield rune. And all of that damage, I mean, he probably just zips out if it's not the shield rune, to be fair. But in any case, that shield rune just keeps him alive. There's a blink on Tiny, but unfortunately not used aggressively as of yet.
I mean, he popped in that fight to start things, but just didn't really get anywhere. And Tiny, well, he's going to be able to toss the Primal Beast up into the Clockwork. And once again, you just need this hero that can find these kills.
And he is queuing up Orchid, by the way, on Clock. I was waiting to see what he gets, but he's queuing it up.
Really good call on that one. It makes sense, right? Like, we've seen it in the past, and maybe it'll work. Storm Spirit has the Eternal Shroud queued. This was an old school item for Storm for a while because it was just broken in so many ways. But this game, with how much magic damage you're dealing, seems pretty solid.
He might still need, considering, maybe he's not considering the Orchid just yet on Clock. But he might need that one. Might need some way of dealing with it. And Eternal Shroud helps, but it doesn't dispel.
Yeah, true. Yeah. He might hold it. Like, he's got the Ogre Axe, so he could just get his BKB if he wants to go BKB and then go back for an Eternal Shroud or something, but should tank him up a little bit. Plus, it'll solve a lot of his mana issues in these fights, right? It's the mana bonus, I think, is calculated based on spell damage, not magic damage, so even heroes like Timbersaw and stuff like that will give him a lot of mana.
Dire are scanning.
Top side, Flair's gonna connect. Avatos from Abed, trying to get the kill here onto PYW. He gets the Pierce the Veil off. In comes the Clockwork, but guess what? XM is here again on this Storm Spirit, and he just cleans them up.
It's insane. 13 galvanized stacks after that. And they cannot kill a position 4 Muerta that fast. It's a problem. You pick Tiny to be picking heroes off, and it's not even on the Tiny, is the Timber and the Clock there. Yeah, unfortunate. But you will be punished. The tier 1s, at least that tier 1 was up, so a bad place to get pick off.
Yeah, I mean, this Muerta having a full Atos and items, like, it makes it too hard of a kill now. Like, she's super tanky from the support position.
The drums, the raindrop, right?
Yeah, which is itemized really well this game. Now, if you guys want to continue to enjoy all the great Dota action that we've got going on here with Fissure, make sure to type !F in chat. Follow them on their social accounts and see what they've got cooking this year. This is just the first of many to come, you know? So it's we're in for a good ride this year. Yeah, he is just going to finish the Eternal Shroud. XM, he says, screw BKB. I'm doing it.
Fair enough. Maybe the only problem is Clockwork actually is getting there. About 100 gold away.
Ooh, that's an Arcane Rune for Storm. This guy is going to be looking for a kill any moment.
I love how they're giving the safest play. Like, look at where Q is farming all the way up. They're giving him the safest spots. And now that we look at DK, I forgot that we had a DK in the game.
Does he have a BKB? He does. Yep. Okay. That's scary.
I literally forgot that there's a Dragonite in the game and I'm casting this game. Just didn't see him for like 10 minutes at least.
Yeah, he's just been chilling, you know, farming it up, doing Dragon Knight things. We're going to see a smoke out from Aurora. This is them realizing they need to get active. You got the Aghanim Scepter now finished up on the Bristleback at level 15. XM's going to go right in. The Avalanche, the toss, and just like that, they finally get a big kill.
Hook.
Great hook shot onto both supports, but the silence preventing him from following it up. There's going to be the Pierce the Veil, the Cogs holding him in place, and the rest of the team needs to close the gap. They got it. Big wins here from Xtreme now. Or, I'm sorry, from Aurora. not
Aurora,
Xtreme.
yeah. Really good fight by Aurora. Storm Spirit kind of zipped on the low ground. He had some vision there, like the to check, but the ward scouted him. He gets blown up instantly. The hookshot follow-up was even better. And they weren't ready for it. They weren't ready to re-engage. Primal was on top. DK all the way to the right. There you go. Like, he instantly queued up at the BKB, by the way.
Did he? Yeah. Not surprised.
On Storm. Just instantly queued up.
I don't think his Eternal Shroud was in his inventory when he got ganked as well. I'm pretty sure it was on his courier in the base, in his stash. And this gonna come out bottom. Pulverize, the silence, the chain sense. Jabs
BKB.
pops his BKB.
Can they chase this? It's running out.
He's a tanky boy. Well, they're gonna try anyway. Primal Beast going in pretty aggressive. They now trap the Clockwork inside his own cogs, trying to finish the job here, but Q will push them back.
Yeah, he didn't have Pulverize there, but even if he did, there is a hookshot, so going for that play is not 100% a success. Getting closer to the Shivas. Enchantress also scaling, even though he has overprotective Wisps. He's going for Dragonlance into Pike afterwards. Your Muerta will scale. She has a Mage Slayer queued up. There's absolutely no reason to do anything rash if you're Xtreme Gaming. Oh, they scan Tiny, by the way.
They scan him, yeah, going for the Wisdom. Will they make it in time? He goes for the Avalanche. He gets the rune, but I don't know if you're making it out of this one, Abed. You do not have a TP. And Pulverize, more than enough. I mean, if it's a support, I'm not against them usually dying for those types of runes, but your mid laner, that one can be costly.
Yeah, he played his chances because he does have a blink, right? So you go in, you try to blink out. Didn't work this time. I agree with you, though. Very costly. Very good for the Storm, though. He got a lot of gold. And so did the Primal Beast.
Starting to pull away a little bit in net worth here from Xtreme. Now, this is a much better game from Aurora from what we saw in the first one. Like, they're definitely like holding their own here. Once Storm has BKB, though, is when I really worry for Aurora's chances.
Absolutely. It's going to come more or less at the same time that Abed gets his Kanda. So you still kind of have a play. It's not an easy play to be made, but you still have a play of maybe jumping him with Tiny and Clock at the same time. There's enough control to blow him up, but it's like a situation in which generally you don't want to be in Dota.
There's a Mage Slayer coming out on the Muerta as well, so that'll be a nice way of reducing some of the damage output of these heroes. Smoked up on Aurora. We're going to see Timber cut the bottom wave as they head into the enemy jungle.
Radiant are scanning.
Hoping to find someone either farming behind, you know, the Roshan or like near this tier 2 area.
They can.
Did they just take Rosh themselves?
I think they could. They might. The Bristleback is really strong. Like, he's got Aghanims and Bloodstone. Should be able to take this Roshan down very quickly.
Yeah.
A smoke is coming though.
Yeah, I think Xtreme are reading this one pretty good. Well, there's an Enchantress Centaur walking by like, all right, guys, I think they might be bottom. They're going to try and make it back to their ward. Smoke. Gonna pop. They see them. Jump in from Abed. Avalanche Toss finds both of the supports. A great way to start this fight, Q. Able to silence up the Primal Beast, but there's going to be his BKB. Primal split. Or I'm sorry, the Split Earth off the mark, but your Primal Beast BKB is mostly just used to retreat, and now the chase continues. The Timber Saw doing so much damage. As Bristleback has built up a lot of goose stacks, and I don't think he's making it out of this one. That is 3 dead. BKB now out from the Dragon Knight, and that, well, Aurora's back, baby. Huge one fights back to back.
Absolutely. Wards win games. Vision wins games. And I love the way, like you called it out. They left the pit and just ran towards the ward. They ran towards Vision. Because if they have Vision, this Tiny can jump targets. And, like, of course, he made the way they moved on Xtreme Gaming, it gave them the perfect opportunity. Like, he jumps both the supports. And then they just disappear, both the Enchantress and Muerta. Positioning-wise, maybe a little bit off from Xtreme Gaming, needs to be said.
There we go. Roshan drops Aegis into the hands of the Bristleback. And there is a Silver Edge now completed on your Dragon Knight. So you do have a break at the moment. It's probably still not enough to kill this hero without like a serious commitment from the rest of your team, but eventually you can get to things like the Primal Beast Aghanim Scepter.
I think you need
you still have a... Go ahead.
I think you need like Aghanims on Primal that you mentioned, and the Shard on Storm, and then you have the damage. XM top lane silenced actually. Might be dead against Tinies here.
It's going to be close. The avalanche damage is not enough. Now they're going to try and turn it around, maybe find the Tiny here mid, and, well, they do. They bring the numbers. This time, XM absolutely 0 mana left in the tank.
It's crazy that he even turned for that, but, you know, like he goes back in. That was
very bold.
Just understands the limits of his hero very well. Unfortunate for Aurora. Anyone would have taken that bait. You see the Storm, he doesn't see you. You Orchid from Fog. You, top lane?
He's got a BKB and run here, but there's no hookshot quite yet. Actually just doesn't need a BKB at all. Okay. Simply walk away.
Just run, lol. Easy.
They are still building a net worth advantage on Xtreme despite losing that fight bottom and losing the Aegis.
Yeah, they're gonna have an Arcane Rune maybe as well now to work with. Primal Beast is kinda ready. He has a BKB, and Timber is out of position now. But they're going for Tiny mid as well.
They're gonna just pop the BKB in back, and like you said, yeah, they found the Tiny in mid, and that's a much bigger kill. No BKB to protect him. That Arcane Rune paying off right away.
Yeah, really
that
cool.
Mage Slayer's already done.
Yeah.
Wow.
Really cool the way they split them. They used the items defensively on top, like the BKBs, and then they just went for the Tiny.
Bristleback? He's gonna go in, try and grab this. I mean, he just doesn't have the damage. He tried to grab the Enchantress, just dies, and instead XM's on the backside. He's found Ollie. Taking a ton of damage here. Gets silenced up for the moment, but the Pulverize, the damage comes in from the Dragon Knight as he just chews through the side of Aurora. It's suddenly an 11,000
Impetus.
gold lead,
Ooh.
and those impetus from downtown just don't arrive in time. It was so close.
It was really, really damn close for Q to die. Like, he needs to... he's such a instrumental part of Aurora. He's the only one that can mess New up. Like, he's the only one that can Earth Splitter a little bit, but it's very unreliable. So, if he isn't there, this new Primal Beast is just winning the fights every single time.
Yeah, I look at Enchantress, actually the highest damage. Just sitting there throwing impetus the whole time.
He's the one that started the fight as well, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of cool, the way she also works versus Bristle. Like, he has a lot of overtime damage, but she just heals through most of it. And a lot of mobility between the Sproink and Hurricane Pike. She can get that distance.
Oh, I was like, man, XM's really just wasting his mana here. And then I see he has a regen. Classic Storm Spirit.
Has a regen and a
Scan's
gem.
gonna connect. He's just gonna go in, look for an opening, and well, he's found Q. Gonna get caught from the Orchid. Nice hook shot away. The Shivas will not connect, but
he's trying. He's juking.
Dude, he doubles back. Dude,
TP.
what a juke from Q.
Headshot, no!
Oh my god, PYW, man. He doesn't miss. Atos is out. Force staffs into close range. And yeah, that Ghost Scepter's not gonna protect you.
Yeah, definitely
Oh yeah,
not.
why not get some cogs as well?
Definitely not gonna protect versus Pierce the Will. I've never been so sad for someone juking and then dying afterwards, you know? Like, the jukes were nice. He had no business even juking for that long, but gets caught in the end. What can you do? PYW way too good.
It looks so good. I like that TP would have been so sick, and then it's just, yep, dead shot through the whole tree line. We'll see what happens. That was sick. Well, 13,000 gold lead. You know, like, we lost the Aegis in that earlier fight. What can Aurora do here? Because this Primal Beast Aghanims is just about 800 gold away. 700 now.
They need the BKBs. Like, they need one on Bristle and another one on Tiny. On Tiny, it's instrumental because it allows you to jump in and out of fights. And on Bristle, he just needs it, unfortunately. It's not like the perfect item for him, but he needs this game. Then again, 13k, 14k now. Satanic will be completed soon on Dragonite. Aghanims on Primal Beast. No matter what they get, it's not easy. Plus, keep in mind that Storm did complete the shard. So, it's a lot of extra damage that he's dealing.
Good old Electric Rave. Very, very good shard. They're pinging the Tormentor, and it looks like they may want to contest her on the side of Aurora. This is not going to be easy, though. There's a Centaur to try and scout this out, see if they're going to bring anybody. All right, they're not gonna go for it. They'll back away. Man, the supports are just so rich on the side of Xtreme. Like, PYW has, you know, a Dragon Lance nearly done now to go for, I think, what was eventually going to be a Pike. Just so much utility. Like, the Bongo Boots to just run away from whatever they're doing.
It's not even, like you said, it's a lot of utility, but it's just a lot of raw damage, right? Like, Paulson has a Vindicator Zax on top of the Pike. Like, he's going for a BKB next on Enchantress. Like, why the hell not?
Yeah.
It's just so much damage from these two and Muerta. And it's like they have these two supports that really scale through the game. So if they wanted to just slow this game down and go very late, they could.
They're gonna grab their Tormentor. Looks like just trying to get anything they can now on the side of Aurora, as they have really started to fall behind. Jetpack now available for Q. I mean, it's not bad, but does it change much, though?
Yeah, not a lot.
Oh, that's an amplified damage, too, for XM here.
Yeah. The next factor, perhaps, for me, for Aurora, still is the Tiny. Like this hero, he's got Enchanted Quiver, he's still keeping it, and he's got Kanda. Like, when you jump a target, it's most likely dead, even if it's a Storm Spirit, so perhaps you can blow him up in these fights first and play off of that, but he has Dandelion.
That's a good pickup. That's smart.
Yep. Really good for him. 300 mana and a lot of locked damage.
It's kind of wild that Polison's just farming enemy ancient stacks, right? So confidently, too.
He's probably, yeah. He enchants the range creep, pushes in with it, and then just goes on to farm ancients again.
Well, Roshan's going to respawn now, so Radiant side Rosh. They haven't actually scouted it yet, but they know it could be up. They're going to see Aurora start to push into their triangle. Both teams now going to group up. But XM's got a freaking amplify damage rune. This is a potential really scary fight for the side of Aurora. They're right under a ward. They go in. Abed's going to get caught, but forced to BKB right away. The avalanche toss nearly deletes New, and he gets him, but now the break here, it connects onto the Bristle. In comes the Dragon Knight, the Dragon Tail, the break from the Silver Edge. He's so dang low, but can they finish the job? The Bloodstone's healing him up. He's gonna turn. Can you get out now on Xtreme is the question. A buyback from Q. The hook shot's gonna come in. The toss as well. But PYW gets to pierce the veil. He's gonna look for his own openings, and Tiny's dead.
Dude,
he can't kill the supports.
Yeah, he can't kill the supports. Meanwhile, the supports are killing his Timber. Enchantress soloed him. Like, he just died to the Pike Enchantress on Timber. And this fight, I feel like, started off pretty damn poorly for Xtreme Gaming. You know, like you jump, you get counter-initiated on, your offlaner dies almost immediately, and you still win the fight. Like Xtreme Gaming still did pretty damn well for the way it started. The supports, really, the supports are doing so much work on their side.
This is like the quietest game from Low pretty much ever. Like he's walked in, like attacked a couple heroes, and that's like been his whole game. Like he's mostly just been farming on DK, and I don't have a problem with it because of how much they're dominating the map. It's like he's 2-1-7, you know, like just very little contribution in terms of like the actual team fighting.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree, but 5k advantage over Bristleback still almost. So. Avulus?
He's just de-warding. He's like, oh, hey, what's up, Bristleback? Don't mind me. Got another regen rune in case you were wondering.
He's really abusing it, and they see another gem on the ground. Yep. Now he goes in.
Bottom lane. Messing with the Timbersaw, the pullback, the burst damage is way too much. Nice 3-hero stomp, but there's nothing to follow this up.
He didn't even manage to BKB. Like, he just disappeared immediately. They have no saves.
The burst damage from Huerta is actually too much. They have double catapult wave here. The banner is down. They need to protect it for the moment, and they will. There's going to be the BKB, the pulverize. Your Bristleback's going to need some help. They're going to buy back now on the Timbersaw. Try and turn this around. XM just pushing back these heroes. Starting to get a little low, though. They will disengage. And honestly, not a bad hold at the moment if you don't lose anything else. But Abed's going to tank a Dragon Tail. The Timbersaw's going in, trying to finish off Low, but he can't do it. Still has that Aegis protecting him, and now they're looking to get their eyes set here on this Primal Beast, but Polosin actually just zoning them all away.
Yeah, there's one thing that is kind of off to me, the fact that they didn't give XM the Aegis. I feel like he could do so much more with it, because on one side you have this form hero in Dragon Knight, right? If XM has an Aegis, he can just go YOLO through that fight.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, your Dragon Knight has a BKB and a Satanic. He's probably not gonna die. Together with SNY, of course. So some status resistance on top of all of that.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It's a little bit of an odd choice, but we'll see if they, you know, can put it to good use here. They still got 2.5 minutes left. Is he, I'm guessing, going to Daedalus? Yep, there it is. It was just sitting on his courier. And he will grab a Mindbreaker. That's pretty dang good.
Some extra speed, the silence, everything about the Titan is good on DK this game.
Oh, what a Force Staff. Really good bait. They jump in here on New, trying to zone the backline. Also get a lot of vision here to play with. As they're going to pop their fortification. The break actually clipping the Bristleback. He needs to be very careful. Nice stomp onto 2. There's the Earth Splitter. Can they actually find the opening? They've got the Enchantress. She's dead. Pulverized now out, but canceled right away from the hook shot of the Timber Saw. But Abed, he's just dead. This amplified damage on XM has completely shredded them.
They do have the buyback on Tiny. If they commit too far in, maybe there's an option. They're waiting for the Bristle to come back.
Yeah, if they can get the tier 3 here, this would be pretty dang strong. Dragon Tail into the break, Bristle. It's okay for now.
It's with the Bloodstone.
Bristleback's in pretty deep on jabs on the backside, getting controlled up by the Storm Spirit. And yeah, Tiny gonna buy back into the fight, trying to do something. Palos will not be able to finish off the Enchantress. The Vortex into the TP out. He's safe. Shadowblade making the distance, and XM finds a shield rune.
They might turn even.
They can't get anything.
Yeah, very unfortunate, but the buyback was baited out. Clockwork.
And, well, yeah, Clockwork now dead. Not done as well. Thinking of going for more. XM seemingly unstoppable now on the Storm Spirit.
With this Parasma, he's just a menace to deal with. Too much damage from him. They're just TPing back in, and Chances is back.
Alright, Avalanche toss. No BKB available for New, but he will get the onslaught away. The double break on the backside forced the BKB out from jabs, but Bristleback needs some help. He gets the Bloodstone off, trying to retreat into the base, but will he make it? Atos not going to get a whole lot, but in comes Storm Spirit once again. Finishes off the Timber Saw.
No buyback.
That will be a dieback for 100 seconds.
Straight on to the mid lane. They have the smoke. They used it. They want to blow a target up. Maybe the Muerta?
The Muerta would be good. They got her, but Aegis reclaimed. Can they actually finish off these big heroes? Hookshot's going to bail out the Bristleback for the moment, but the impetus, it's just Polosin. He's got him. The Enchantress is too strong.
Like, he's dealing so much damage in these fights. He killed, like, one of these fights, he killed a Timber Solo. Now he's just dealing with their carry as well. Carry Enchantress.
He just pops BKB and pikes him away. He's like, where are you going to run to, huh?
But the only thing that they need to do is feed some mana to Polosin. He misses some mana from time to time. He's dealing too much damage.
Well, you have one lane of barracks protecting you from mega creeps, and Bristleback buys. I don't know if it's gonna matter. There's gonna be an avalanche toss, great dodge from the Zip. Now let's see if they can actually do something. Uh-oh, break, gonna turn in. There's gonna be the Bristleback. The Quill's starting to stack up here, but he gets out anyway, and now XM, well, cleans up your Elder Titan very easily. He's gonna buy back into this game. They've got to do something. Bristleback pops the BKB, gets on top of New. There's the Pulverize, though. The Quills, who's gonna win? Well,
GG.
I guess no real winners there, but that's GG. That's a dieback on the Bristle, and just like that, Xtreme take the series 2-0.
Ooh, yeah, like 2 games in which Xtreme Gaming just played way too well for Aurora. This second game, everyone was playing out of their mind, I feel like. It was just Low that was chilling, farming on his Dragonite. He did a lot later on, of course, but XM and the boys just completely dominated the early to mid-game section of the game. I'm not sure about Aurora. Yep.
No, go ahead, finish your point.
I was just gonna say, I'm not sure about the drafts that they've had. I really feel like 5 melee heroes with almost no catch into Storm Spirit is just asking for problems, and Storm Spirit was a last pick, but it was an obvious last pick perhaps to happen in XM's hands, of course.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the same thing, that your call on the Storm pick was so good. And Xtreme, just you can see it in the score. He finishes 11-1-13. He had the 1 death somewhat early on in the game. Didn't really hamper him. He's just ran away with this, and the choice to go for Dandelion Amulet, the Eternal Shroud, BKB. It's a very defensive build, but if he doesn't die, if he doesn't get bursted, how do you win fights on Aurora? You know, like he can just like run down any hero at that point.
They tried, and you can't blame it all on the draft, right? Because they had some really cool plays around the bot. Roshan, the first one, when Orchid was already up on Clockwork. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for them.
Yeah, it was just a really clean game. And like I said, kind of a quiet game from low. He finished the game 3-1 and 12. Ends up doing a lot of damage at the tail end of this, like you were saying. You know, he ends up dishing a ton out with his Moon Shard that he picks up right at the very end. Right, like very, very damage-oriented build. But it's like part of me is like, could he have been almost any hero and like it would have just been the same game? You know, like they just, yeah, it just feels like Xtreme had Aurora's number from minute one.
Probably any Silver Edge carrier could have done something similar. I mean, the Dragonite has its benefits, of course, and he's very tanky, so you can't really blow him up with something like a Timber plus Tiny combo for the majority of the game. So he was a bit more stable than most, but that's the way he played the game. Just a stable Dragonite.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very stable hero. And, you know, it's unfortunate for Aurora fans as they're going to be knocked out of the event. Xtreme Gaming still keeping the hopes and dreams of the China region alive, as they're going to have another series tomorrow to try and qualify for the main event. But, I mean, based on today's performance, I think it looks pretty good. Right? Like, they absolutely bodied both these games. It was super clean, very few mistakes. And that's what you need to have if you want to take, you know, if you want any chance of beating any of these tier 1 teams.
Yeah, was maybe worried. When it comes to these two teams, when we entered the series, both of us, right? Like we thought Aurora would be maybe coming in hot because they had stronger opponents. They did better versus better teams, but it definitely didn't mean anything because Xtreme Gaming, they proved to me and to you, of course, that they are the stronger ones at the moment. I would still go back, like, it's kind of hard, but I would... If the drafts were reversed, I feel like Aurora easily take these games, if that means anything, you know? Like, I think that...
Yeah.
Usually, I like to say that it's more about the plays than about the drafts, but they played a major part in this series.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and chat with Aurora. We've got an interview ready to go.
I'm here with Jabs from Team Aurora. Unfortunately, you guys did just get knocked out. I know on pretty much every team you've been on, you're the main guy, you're the captain, breaking things down, figuring things out. So can you tell me, just after those games, what you think went wrong?
Actually, we just doesn't play well, and it's just a lot of things going on now. It's like dark spot.
You guys just got Palos on your team. How have you felt integrating him into the team?
He has like strength and weakness. We just like have to find a balance about it, and we are on like this stage to like trying to like adapt.
You're on a training arc.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the state of SEA Dota right now?
I mean the team right now is like they're playing pretty like better than before, better than last year, I think.
And when you say you want to like figure out what you guys are going to do, is that a drafting thing or strategy?
It's both, I think.
Fair enough. Do you have anything to say to your many fans out there?
It's like I just felt like really disappointed on like this tournament, and like, you know, just like just feel really bad for like the fans that's cheering, and just hope for the best for next tournament. Like, gonna try to.
All right, thank you, man. You're a legend. I'll see you at the next one.
Thank you, Jenkins. Indeed a legend, right? Jabs has been around for a while. Like he said, always a captain, kind of leading the charge for his teams. And yeah, unfortunate, you know, exit of the tournament. It happens sometimes, but yeah, I think really good showing from Xtreme is what I want to highlight.
Yeah, for sure. Like he also mentioned, Jabs, like, they have some things to work on, and I'm sure that they can improve until the next tournament comes around for them. But Xtreme Gaming, yeah, nothing to... well, of course, always something to improve, but nothing to take away out of this series as overwhelmingly or negative at all. Like, they've played their hand very nicely, and like you said, pretty damn clean. 2-0, maybe a couple of mistakes like the bottom fight around the observer ward next to Roshan that could have lost them the game if drafts were a bit different. But besides that, they read the moves, they read the plays that were happening on the other side of the map, they adapted properly, and they drafted properly. Like in both of these games, Storm Spirit XM, I feel like this is one that never fails. You can pick it any time and it's gonna work well.
Yeah, give him Sniper, give him Storm. This guy is going to run away with the game. So it's, nice to see from them. Now, there is one more day of the group stages still available, and there is actually another series happening right now over on the mainstream. That is Gaming Gladiators versus Team Falcons. One of them will be making their way to the main event. The other one will be back here tomorrow competing for the last 3 spots. So there's still a lot more Dota to be played. It's been quite fun actually going through these qualifiers, but I think for you and myself, Lizard, we're done. This was our 3 days of casting on the group stage.
Yeah, this was cool working with you again. We haven't done anything like officially in a really long time. We did hang out a little bit, but I didn't cast a game in like 3 years actually.
Yeah, it's 3 years probably since last time we got to cast together. It was a pleasure, man. It's always fun to see you. You're one of the gems of the community, so we appreciate you. And big shout out to Fissure for having us. We appreciate it as well. But that will do it for us today on this stream. Make sure to go check out the main stream for the final series. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We hope you guys enjoyed it, and we'll see you next time.